And it's MVP. What an
Hello, Esports!
Right,
That wins this series!
Three bullets and next thing! Yes naman! Ang mga hosts nga pala ang maghahatid sa inyo syempre ng action natin for today. At balita ko, may special guesting tayo.
Actually,
kami,
Bes,
guys.
ano
Kompleto kami today. Hello
matagal
po.
na natin hindi nakikita dito si Laika. So it's time for us nga na makasama siya. Sinong may kilala kay Laika? Lahat kayo, syempre, kilalang kilala. Laika, kamusta?
Okay naman ako, guys. Nakakaramdam pa rin naman ako. Thank you. Nag-enjoy ako sa VCT. Grabe, thank you, Laika. Thank you so much.
Ayan.
Si Oasis sa Likeable,
Sobra.
diba? At ang syempre, ang co-host din natin dito sa VCTPH. So, kompleto tayo lahat.
Kompleto na nga tayo lahat. Ito nga pala tinatawag na the hosts, of course, dito nga sa VCT. So, Laika, maraming salamat sa iyong pagdalo dito sa ating lower of finals nga na VCTPH. Ito mga Bessie, Taylor, Mika, nagsimula tayo, thousands of team na sumali dito sa VCT. We are now down to 3, but there can only be 1. Sino ang magcha-champion? Sino ang magiging representative ng Philippines sa Ascension? I really can't wait.
That is right. May isa pang team na ma-eliminate today. But before anything else, of course, maraming salamat to all of our sponsors. Siyempre, thank you very much to Mineski PH and to Riot Games. Napapansin niyo ba yung booth nila?
Sa Lotus.
Nadaanan namin ni Villian kanina, no? Ang dami naming nakita.
Theme park.
Kompleto lahat, kumbaga pati yung rotating doors natin.
That's
But
true.
aside from that, syempre maraming salamat din sa Grab. Grab only, alam nyo na, first free month natin yan. And at the same time,
Libre?
libre.
Free?
Free?
So pag binuksan ko yung Grab app ko, may lalabas sa Grab Unlimited doon and pwede na ako mag-register for free?
Omsim.
Napakatindi. And syempre, hindi lang naman iyon ang ating sponsor. Big shoutouts nga pala sa Games and Amusements Board. Big shoutout nga pala sa inyo. If ever nandito kayo, hello sa inyo.
Hello po. And guys, if you're wondering which of our teams dito ang pupunta sa VCT Ascension, alam nyo ba, Taylorville, may
Yes.
chance na may isa dito. Dito talaga sa CONQuest, no? Nasasama sa kanila sa Bangkok, Thailand. Thanks to a
Wow.
new collaboration between Pizza Hut and Grab.
Wow.
What?
Yes.
Sorry, team ba o viewer yung sasama?
Viewer!
Wow.
Viewer,
Sino-
hindi lang team. Viewer!
Sino ang gustong pumunta sa Thailand?
Sinong gusto
Ako
pumunta
gusto
sa Thailand?
pumunta ako sa... Pumunta tayo sa Thailand, guys.
Ito Sino ang gustong pumunta ng Thailand for free?
For free. Biglang dumami.
Tara, guys! Tara,
Gusto nyo bang pumunta sa Thailand for free?
Gusto niyo pumunta? Dito. Gusto niyo pumunta ng Thailand? Sama
Guys,
kayo?
Sino?
for more details, i-PM nyo lang si Phil. Pizza Hut. There's
Yes.
the Pizza Hut and Grab.
Ito kasi yung mga giveaways ng dati, syempre namimigay lang tayo ng jacket, namimigay lang
Player
tayo ng mga
card.
lanyard, pero ito, may libreng lipad.
Gusto ko
Tatanungin ko ulit, sino ang gustong pumunta ng Thailand?
Libre!
Ito, when I say pizza, you say hot! Pizza! Pizza! Let's go!
Yan! Talaga naman.
So, for
Pumunta na
more
kayo.
details on that, i-PM nyo lang yung page ni Phil. Hindi, joke. For more details
Wow.
on that, just check your Grab app in the upcoming days. May lalabas dyan, guys.
Wow.
And before anything else, of course, sabi nga ni Phil, di ba, thousands of teams competed for this very spot na nasa tabi natin ngayon, di ba? Mag-ingat kayo, guys. Medyo,
Marupok. Parang ako lang.
Wow!
Mag-ingat kayo dyan, guys. Pero yun nga, no, Mika, before mag-start ang lahat, syempre, yung ibang mga tao dito, hindi pa nila alam or baka wala sila nung day one.
Exactly, di ba? Kaya let's check out this recap video right over here above our heads para sa journey ng VCTPH Split 2 so far. Three years, mga kaibigan, we have waited for this moment. Nagsimula lahat sa First Strike 2020 and then VCT 2021 and then 2022 where we saw the birth and the rise and fall of so many heroes. Hindi ba, Taylorville?
Ladies and gentlemen, kami nga pala ang The Mods and it's time for us na makita itong mga games natin today.
Tama. Ang tawag sa amin actually, the panel di ba?
Oh, yeah?
At nakikita nyo naman, nasa player card kami. Sige, direct. Layo mo.
Ganito pala ang feeling maging player card, di ba?
Ganito
Post
pala.
tayo best. 1, 2, 3. Ayun. Siyempre.
Happy birthday, Valorant! At syempre, ito na nga, magsisimula na ang lahat. Kaya naman, papasa muna natin ulit to sa ating magandang host. Mika, take it away.
Maraming salamat, The Mods. Tama kayo. Ngayong 2023, iba na. Ngayong 2023, harap-harapan na ang bakbakan. CONQuest! Handa na ba kayo? Nako! Ulitin natin. CONQuest, I can't hear you. Handa na ba kayo? Welcome to VCTPH Split 2 Finals Weekend!
One enemy remaining. Last player. Spike down mid.
Here.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Enemy down. My ult is ready.
I'm done. One enemy remaining. Spike. An A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
My ult is ready.
Last player standing.
Off your feet! Plastic!
Last player standing. Spike planted. Last play. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Down, attacker spawn. One down.
Sa ating grand finals which will happen tomorrow. And unfortunately, we had to say a bittersweet goodbye sa
Totoo.
MVP Esports.
Yeah.
Well fought naman, di ba, Tero?
Yun yung isa sa mga pinakamasakit na nakita namin as a caster, as a host.
That's true.
Especially napapanood natin sila simula nung taon na to. And obviously, kailangan nating gawin eh. And gaya nga nasabi mo kanina, Vil,
Yeah.
there can only be one
That's
team,
true.
kumbaga, para sa championship natin. And of course, for these two teams, very, very important tong araw na ito kasi laglagan portion na naman.
Yun nga, so wala talaga silang choice kung hindi ilabas nila ng lahat ng kaya nilang ilabas yung 100% nilang puwersa
Yung porsyento.
para ipakita nga porsyento, para ipakita talaga kung sino pa talaga ang karapat dapat nga na maging top 1 here in the Philippines. Pero like what you've said, kailangan nating mag-goodbye sa pride of the South which is MVP Esports. Pero meron pa naman tayong tatlo. Pero feeling ko, Mika, papakita na ata natin yung ating brackets for the day.
Exactly! Punta na tayo sa ating brackets.
Yun.
Nandito sa taas.
O yan, para sa mga hindi pa updated at para sa mga nanonood nga ng VCTPH, nakikita nyo sa inyong mga screens, syempre, nandun na nga, no, na-mention natin, nag-aantay na yung Oasis
Yeah.
pagdating sa ating grand finals. Kumbaga, naka-chill lang sila ngayon at nanonood ng stream.
Oo.
Inaaral na nila kung sino yung tatapatan nila.
Best of 5 ang laban ngayon, Mika. Best of the best.
Best of
Sige,
the
i-push
best.
mo yan. So yun nga, best of 5, it's gonna be NAOS Esports versus Zol Esports. Ito yung maganda, best. Ito ang magandang pag-usapan natin dito. Nung off-season,
Oh.
sino ba ang top 1?
Sino?
Sila.
Sila?
Sila.
Kayo?
Yung Sol. Bes, sino ba ang top 1 nung split 1? Sila. So, maglalaban-laban yung mga top 1 talaga dito sa Pilipinas.
Totoo, exciting to magiging match natin. At kung makikita mo nga yung mukha ni Mojer, eh nagagalit na siya.
Galit na galit na.
Galit na ba?
Tingnan mo si
Galit
Ja.
na ba?
Gumagano. Si Ja, sabi ni Ja gigil na siya.
Nako, yung tanong nga dito, di ba? Yung parang yung miracle run ba ng Zol Esports
Totoo.
or yung comeback, yung lower bracket run ng NAOS Esports, di ba?
Ay, nako.
Actually, nakikita natin yan eh. Doon nga sa mga mapang nilaro nila yesterday, yun yung una nating 3 games so far. And doon nakita nga natin, talagang mainit na mainit yung pearl nila, which is undefeated nga, pero may nagbago na doon.
Dumating na nga sa point, kumbaga, pagdating sa teams na to, nakakita tayo kahapon ng one-sided match. But let's see kung ano nga ba mangyayari para sa araw na to kasi feeling ko nag-aantay na ang lahat at ready na tayo.
At let's not
Yeah.
forget the stakes. VCT Ascension, the opportunity to represent the country for the first ever tournament that will take place in Bangkok, Thailand, VCT Ascension. So, let's get to know our teams, Zol Esports and NAOS Esports.
Yes, and you really can't wait for this. At bago natin makita ang kanilang walk-ins, mga kaibigan, tatanungin ko muna, kung sino ba ang sumusuporta sa Zol Esports.
Wow!
Marami.
Sino ba ang mga sumusuporta sa NAOS Esports? Madami, bes.
Madami. Rinig na rinig natin sila, Mika. And really can't wait, tsaka Taylor, na introduce na ang ating teams for today.
That is absolutely right. So, let's give it up for our first team walking in right now. Please put your hands together for Zol Esports.
Introducing first, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Zol Esports!
Dateflix, Hydrakid, Hatman, Zind, 2766, and Naru.
Alright, thank you very much, Zol Esports. Napaka-solid na pinapakita nyo.
Mind, body, and soul.
My body and Zol, pero meron pang isa.
Introducing, syempre, ang makakatapat nila dito sa do or die match nila. Walang iba kung hindi ang NAOS Esports. Yan, kailangan si Amix kasi ginaghay si Amix. NAOS Esports, ladies and gents. Amix, Mojer, Senyor Carl, Papi Chulo, Ja, and Wits. Kaway sa fans, smile. Ayun.
And wait lang, Wits, isang 8-8 naman
Isang
dyan.
8-8 naman dyan, Wits.
Pagbigyan mo na, pare, pagbigyan mo na ako. Pare, pagbigyan mo na ako, baka
Kailangan
naman.
na talaga ng ano eh.
Oo.
Sinasave ko yun sa grand finals.
Ayun!
Kaya pala, wag muna i-preempt kasi.
Tama.
Okay.
Ibang klaseng buff kasi yan eh.
This is NAOS Esports right now. Pwede mo na kayo bumaba doon sa ating side.
Yeah, alright.
Grabe, no? Kasi napakatindi nitong magiging series natin. I'm actually quite excited to see kasi magiging best of 5 tong nakikita nga natin. And yung ating mga Zol players, pwede kayong tumayo muna dito, yan.
So ito nga, makikita natin syempre ang ating Zol Esports versus NAOS Esports here in front of you guys. Pero bago sila mag-handshake muna, interviewin muna natin sila.
Tama.
Tama. Terror, dito ka sa Zol Esports at Vil. Diyan ka sa NAOS Esports.
Salamat.
Let's find out what our players are thinking right now at kung ano kaya ang masasabi nila sa isa't isa.
Pero syempre, napag-usapan na nga natin, Mika, di ba? Yung maririnig nilang laban kahapon. Well, actually, alam mo ba, yesterday, si Wits, matindi yung sinabi niya sa mga kalaban niya. Pero ngayon, tatanungin kita, Bes. Ano yung gusto mong sabihin sa Zol Esports? Yung tipong pag narinig nila yung boses mo, kakabahan sila.
Ayoko naman rush to kasi minamalas eh. So, good luck na lang sa inyo. Galingan nyo lang. Yun lang ang sabi ko.
Bumait
Bes!
bigla. Pero may nabalitaan ako.
Anong balita mo?
May nabalitaan ako.
Ano?
May tunay daw na magkatapat dito, guys.
Ay, seryoso?
Ang pangalan niya, Netflix, mga kaibigan, at Amix.
Asin si Amix.
Halika dito.
Amix.
Gumit na kayong dalawa.
Gumit na kayong dalawa. Ito na.
Yan ha. Asan yung camera natin? Nakikita nyo ba sila? Okay, eto.
Netflix and Amix, pareho silang naghahalong dalawa.
Tama.
Pero ikaw tatanungin tabok anong gusto mong sabihin dito kay Netflix?
Dapat magkaharap sila.
Magkaharap kayo.
Ayan.
Ayan!
Yan maganda.
Ayan.
Ay, grabe ka naman,
Halika,
boss.
Halika rito, Chooks TV. Ay, sorry.
Ay, iba yun.
Iba ba yun?
Sa kabila yun.
Sa ibang bang pala yun.
Ito yung
Sorry.
Okay. A-Mix.
Ayun. Mix, tumingin ka. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kay Netflix ngayon? Yung tipong pag narinig niyo yung boses mo, mapapasma siya.
Sabi ko lang, good luck sa inyo. Yun lang.
Bes,
Bakit?
i-rephrase ko yung sinabi niya.
Ito kasi yung sinabi niya talaga, guys, ha? Ano sabi
Good
niya?
luck sa inyo kasi kakailanganin niyo yan.
Yan. Netflix sabi, good luck sa inyo kasi kailanganin nyo yon. Anong sagot mo?
Good luck din sa inyo, pero one thing's for sure, matutupad na yung pangarap niya. Na makatapat niya ako 1v1.
Oh! Kala naman nila maglalaro silang dalawa. Diba?
Pangarap niya yun eh.
Pangarap niya. Ay, pangarap mo daw, boss.
Fake news. Tagal ko nang inaaya to, hindi pumapalag. Bakit ganun?
Yun naman pala! Puro ka amba! Ikaw naman.
Eh, ayoko naman mag-aksaya ng oras eh.
Uy! Aksaya ng oras daw, pare! Ibig sabihin, sino ka ba?
Basta sabi ko, Netflix, wala ka pang bawi sa akin sa buong competitive career mo.
Oh! Pre! Laban-laban! O bawi-bawi!
Okay lang, wala akong bawi kasi nag-aaral kasi. Natapos ko na, yun na yung bawi ko.
Oh! Tigilan natin to.
Tigil na yan.
Tigilan natin to. Tigilan natin to.
Bumalik na
Break
tayo
muna
doon.
tayo dito.
Salamat, boss.
Nice one.
Salamat.
Diyos ka.
Taylor, sa tingin ko, kailangan natin ibalik yung sportsmanship ng konti.
Best, kailangan muna nila ng matinding sportsmanship.
Siyempre, inside of sportsmanship, you may now shake each other's hands. Here we go.
Presta kayo. Shake hands.
Ayan na. Si Wits kitang-kita. Si Netflix at saka si A-Mix, mag-handshake silang dalawa, Mika.
Ayun nga, gusto ganun yung pagkasabi ni Bill, diba? You may now shake the hands.
Ayan.
Ayun na. Magkikita na muli. May kasama pang hug.
Ito na yung dalawang coach, mga kaibigan.
Yung magaling.
Netflix and A-Mix. Let's go. Kiss. Ay, sorry.
Iba yun.
Ay, iba ba?
Ayan, ayun na nga, no. Mika, nagawa na natin, bumalik na ulit yung pagkakaibigan nila pagtapos ng fist bump na yon. Binigyan tayo ng magandang
Iba,
friendly
boss.
banter.
Oo nga eh.
Diba?
Friendly banter, ginawa lang nating malala.
Yun na nga eh. Napaka-exciting nga ng head-to-head, diba? Si Netflix tsaka si Amex. Pero exciting din, si Patman versus Wits. Ano kaya ito? Kasi itong dalawang players na to, napaka-importante yung role nila. They are such great anchors para sa mga teams nila. Hindi ba, Terror?
Totoo, no? And as you can see, pagdating nga sa head-to-head na meron tayo dito sa taas, papansin nyo na naman, kumbaga pagdating sa stats, nandun na nga lahat. Pero narinig ko kahapon, no, for the side of Patman, isa talaga siya sa mga nag-initiate dito para sa buong team.
Tama.
Kumbaga. And again, having that initiation, for example, sa isang five-man team na meron tayo at pinapakinggan ka na lahat ng players natin, hindi na sa stats kumbaga eh.
Yeah.
Kumbaga yung tiwala ng mga team members mo sa'yo. Pero ganun din si Wits.
Which is yun yung sinabi niya yesterday. Ang sabi ni Padman dito, ang sabi ko lang sa team ko, magtiwala lang kayo sa akin, makinig lang kayo, at may nangyari, nanalo sila. Pero, like what you've said, dito nga kay Wits, if ever titignan natin yung comparison itong dalawa in terms of experience, si Wits has a lot of experience already. Napunta na siya ng VCT 2021 champions already nung kasama pa na Team Secret. In terms naman ng mga kasama niya, andyan sila Ja, andyan sila Papi Chulo, which is ito yung mga kakampi na dati. So, napakatindi ng LAN experience nila, napakatindi ng team play na pinapakita nila, and like what yung sinabi nga ni Patman, nagtitiwala lang din talaga yung mga players ng NAOS Esports sa mga calls niya.
Alam mo, Vil, ito yung pinakamahirap na tanong ko eh.
Yeah.
Kung sino ba ang sa tingin mo ang mananalo dito? Ang ating predictions, mahirap to kasi katabi na natin ang mga teams eh. Yung parang pag-online, madali lang, di ba? Pero
Medyo
ngayon,
kinakabahan
nandito
ako
yung Zol, nandito yung NAOS eh.
Oo no? Gusto ko pag, kumbaga, sa map selection pa lang, parang mapapansin mo na rin kasi kung
Yeah.
sino yung pwedeng manalo dito. And again, kung siguro, kung magpe-predict ako nang wala pang map selection,
Based on stats.
based on stats, eh, syempre sa side ng NAOS,
Yeah.
yung stats na yon. But yesterday, nakita ko kung paano lumaban yung Zol pagdating sa LAN event, and I feel like Zol can actually win.
Yeah. I mean, dun sa nakita natin yesterday, di ba? 17 winning streak. White. ang tagal hindi natalo ng NAOS Esports and Oasis game lang ang panalo doon. And itong dalawang teams na to, matindi yung LAN experience nila. Ito talaga yung mga pinapakita nila, yung mga matinding strategies, of course, yung countless of hours ng pag-formulate ng practice, competing sa top tier tournaments. Pero if ever gonna ask me naman, siguro in terms of stats, NAOS Esports ako.
Alam mo, sumasang-ayon ako dyan kasi in terms of stats, disclaimer talaga, di ba? You would give it to NAOS Esports, pero there's something about Zol. Alam mo yan, Taylor, there's something about Zol. Feeling ko din, dahil yung parang nasa lower finals na tayo, elimination, tapos LAN pa, the first LAN of VCTPH, di ba?
So, ang prediction ko, ako actually, going ako for Zol. Tapang ako eh.
Zol ka.
Oo. Wow. Zol, ang aking prediction. Wala pang map Veto eh. So,
Zol?
Zol.
Ikaw.
Ako, NAOS.
Zol, NAOS. At yun ang prediction natin if ever na talagang wala pang map selection. Pero ito pa yung isang matinding detail, Bes.
Oh.
Ang Zol Esports, notorious to sa 3 games.
Sa 3 games?
Hindi lang 3 games kasi best of 5 to, di ba?
Ay.
Sa 5 games.
Ayun nga eh, that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Kahit wala pang map Veto, kung iisipin natin, it's a best of 5 kind of scenario na kung saan kaya nilang makapaglaro throughout the maps, lalo na kung may comfortable pick sila na meron
That's true.
tayo dito, Mika.
Exactly. Big question yung endurance, no, para sa Zol. Kasi nakita din natin sa group stage, tsaka sa playoffs din na parang nahihirapan sila to close out certain
Yeah.
series, di ba? Pero, kahapon, ano ba yung score,
Kahapon.
Bill?
Men, kahapon, napaka one-sided to be honest. Sa totoo lang, hindi ko ina-expect namin ganun. Game number 1, okay, dikit. Pero game number 2, that is the thing na hindi talaga natin ina-expect.
Halos naka 13-0 tayo
Halos.
in favor of Zol, di ba? Almost in one round. So naka 2-0 sila with full confidence against MVP Esports.
Kaya nga, pakiramdam ko talaga, confidence is key eh. Pagdating sa mga teams na to, kumbaga, yung will and
Yeah.
yung hunger na makuha yung slot para sa Ascension. Dahil nga naman, pagdating sa mga local na VCT circuit natin, ito yung natitirang opportunity talaga sa mga teams, di ba?
That's
Bill?
true. I mean, you have the momentum already. Itong dalawang teams na to, napakatindi pa nag-heat up. If ever they have the momentum already, wala silang ginawa kung hindi ituloy-tuloy lang din nun. At yun yung kinuha ng Zol Esports for their advantage for them to take down yung MVP Esports. Pero right now, Bes, at saka Mika, I mean, I really can't wait na makita talaga natin yung map vetoes natin kasi medyo mainit na.
Yun na nga yan. Napaka-crucial talaga ng map selection natin, di ba? Who will it be in favor for? At nasabi din ni, di ba, na-interview natin si Savvy 8K.
Yep.
He said that yesterday, sobrang iba to kasi hindi lang LAN, pero you are one step away from elimination. Napaka-itindi ng pressure na
Tama.
yan, di ba?
Eto ha, huling pahapyaw na bago talaga tayo completely magsimula. Dahil ito na yung una, tapos mamaya na ulit tayong lalabas. Kailangan marinig nung mga teams best yung suporta nila para may buff.
Okay, ganito yan. Show them your support. Gamitin natin ang mga boses natin para iraparamdam natin sa kanila na sinusuportahan natin sa kanila. Here we go! Sino ang mga sumusuporta sa Zol Esports? Naingay.
Ang mga sumusuporta sa NAOS Esports!
May clappers.
May clappers, lugi.
May extra, may buff, di ba? Pero eto na, lahat tayo, di ba? Who is ready to get this party started?
Mahina.
Teka lang.
Tataasan ko yung volume
Adjust please.
Are you guys ready?
Wala, mahina pa.
Wala, mahina.
Oh, sorry.
Wala pala.
Huli pa natin ako.
Tuning.
Okay.
Philippines, are you ready? Pwede na. When I say Valo, you say run! Valo!
Run!
Valo!
Run!
Valo!
Run!
When I say riot, you say games! Riot!
Games!
Riot!
Games!
Hep hep!
Hooray!
There we go.
All right, let's toss it on over to our casters for our finals. Our lower finals for today. NAOS Esports versus Zol Esports. Casters, pasok!
Hello and welcome now to the lower bracket final here of the VCT Philippines Stage 2 2023. I am Black and Blue. With me is Fluffy on this desk, and we got a hell of a match coming up, Fluff.
It's going to be an exciting one, especially here that we're in our lower final, meaning that it's going to be the last chance for both of these teams to really make it into that grand final.
I mean, we have kind of seen where this grand final is, or at least what we predicted for this grand final to be up, right? And you look at where things have come from. The upper bracket final yesterday, Oasis versus NAOS, where NAOS, they brought to that 3-map series, eventually falter, but it's Zol, I think, who have really impressed us to get this far, being teams like MVP to get here.
I mean, speaking of their journey here, it's been a long one. The last time that we've seen both of these teams actually was in the initial opening games for VCTPH, where they played against NAOS Esports. That one also went to that 3-map series, but it was a really intense one because I think the first map, which was Icebox, was something that NAOS thought was very secure, but in fact, it was a map that Zol took away from them.
Yeah, I mean, that also went the distance, 3 maps as well. You talked about it, Fluff. Icebox was the map that Zol was able to take set 13-11 the last time around, but Pearl and Ascent right then and after was NAOS all the way, absolute stomps in their favor. Lotus, though, will be the opening ban here for the side of Zol, and it's a curious map for them to take on now. They've only played it once this entire stage, and they were swept by Oasis on this. This has kind of become like their perma-ban as we see Pearl following on up and Haven to be our first pick of the day.
I mean, Haven, of course, the staple here in the Philippines scene. It's something that we've seen time and time again. And now as Esports, they have that consistency, and it's something that they've really brought consistently all the way up until this final.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that Haven map, it's one of the maps that they really did well versus MVP, versus Action PH. And we look at buying now for map number 2 here. This is a best of 5, by the way, so 2 bans and picks all the way. Bind for our second map. It's a map that we've only seen one outing from Zol, and it was a loss that they did take. But you think about NAOS. For NAOS to pick this, especially when they performed super well versus Oasis Gaming, this is a confidence pick for them. But then you look at that Fracture, and Fracture was a map that we saw in the upper bracket final yesterday versus Oasis, is where NAOS were able to falter. So maybe Zol are seeing some things here they can exploit.
I mean, they've played so many maps already. I think right now they've played 4 games, and so far it hasn't been something that they've really gone through to really learn how to deal with. The aggression that NAOS Esports really has always pursued for them.
I mean, after that, Fluff, we're looking at Ascent here for the 4th map, and if we ever get to it, Split, which is one of those maps that we've seen NAOS absolutely decimate teams on. You look at their former history here when it comes to Split, and even if they haven't played officially in this tournament, it's one map that, from their history of where they've come from, has always been a complete cornerstone of the teams they came from as well. We see in the past, though, Zol having some struggle versus that MVP esports squad on Split, if you ever do end up on it. But if you look at Ascent, it's one of the most commonly played maps that we have seen here. Kind of like a 50-50 right now for Zol. It hasn't been the most confident for them, but it's been an absolute banger for NAOS. You look at the teams that they've beaten: Oasis, Action, Game Lab, Rambutan ni Tatay. So many high-profile teams that they just absolutely performed well on. It's one of their best maps so far.
I mean, speaking of Ascent, it's not just one of their best maps, but for Zol Esports as well, it's something that they've played a lot of, 11 games so far. And even though they've tried so many different compositions, it's very hard for them to read as compared to NAOS Esports, like you mentioned. They're very strong and they're on an upward trend, but it's something that, in general, maps aside, that they really had that stunt, especially against yesterday with Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, so that's how our veto is going to be. If we ever do end on it, it shall be on Ascent and Split. We're starting in on Haven, though, for our map number 1. And that Haven map, rather Icebox, as you talked about as well, those are 2 maps that we did see in the past be a curious one, but I think it's Haven that I really want to look at. From the outings that we have seen during that regular season, during the group stage, we haven't yet seen a playoffs outing from NAOS here on Haven, but against Game Lab in Action, 2 of the best teams on Haven, aside from a team like Oasis, they were able to win convincingly, and I think once more, having this one on in, being picked by Zol, it is a pretty confidence pick for them.
Speaking of confidence, I think one big change overall, aside from the maps, is the addition of Senior Carl, because I think that's someone who wasn't in their games on the previous time that they did face each other. So this time that they have that additional firepower, it's a lot more reinforcing in their strengths.
I mean, you look at what Senior Carl has done before he arrived on this team, right? Where he came from that 6045 Pirates, and then on towards Zeal, and then on towards, remind me, he came from a quick team from Split Plum, NCG, Nakage, exactly, and then now some of the players from the Kage are on this Zol roster. So what he was able to do in the past, and he's always been such a talent that has proven to be not just very capable in terms of finding frags, but very cerebral as well. And it's one of the best picks, I think, that they could have added, because you look at what this NAOS 5-man roster had coming from last stage when they won the championship with Mojo and NDG, plus the 3 veterans, and then we were really impressed at how NDG did, but then they add a player like Senior Carl, which almost gives him even more to boast for.
I mean, Senior Carl, we know him for his firepower, but also the flexibility in the roles that he's played on those previous teams that you did mention. He played a couple different roles. He's been a duelist for some, he's been a flex for the others, an initiator at times, and overall, that one massive strength of having a player that can fit into the narrative that NAOS Esports really wants to build up with that core 3 roster, those veterans. We have Ja, we have Wit, we have Papi Chulo, and that experience can really flow well into that state.
You know what's funny is that the last time that these teams face against each other, Senior Carl was in the other team. He was on this current Zol roster now, playing with Zin, playing with Patman and the rest of the crew, and now it's kind of like, well, if you can't beat him, now might as well join him, right? Let's see how they deal with him now. Maybe he knows the ins and outs of how either side play. But if we look at Zol, let's talk about some players on this side. Hydra Kid was an absolute star yesterday versus MVP on that jet, decimating them. I don't know how many times he had the 3K or a 4K every single round, but he was a absolute menace, and it's going to be one big headache for NAOS to deal with, I think.
I think Hydra Kid has really stepped up. We saw him previously here on VCT as well on a different team on RNT. And there he played the controller player. Here, the only smokes he has left is those cloud bursts, but he's been doing so well on the jet.
I mean, if we're really going to talk about things, you know, in terms of coming from an NCG roster, we have to talk about Patman and what he's been able to do so far here, Fluff. Inside or out, at the front or on the back, this dude has been stellar. In the initiator role, we also saw him on the Sentinel earlier on. This man can play everything. He can be a duelist if you guys need him to, but he has been such a big piece of this puzzle. Arguably one of the best players on his Zol roster and in the regular season, especially the playoffs right now. And I think that without Patman, this team is a very different looking team. And the fact that they have a player like him who can also support the rest of the team, but get you a solid 3-2 frags every round, that is incredible for a player to have.
I mean, not just that, the entire roster. You have Zind as well, bolstering that firepower, allowing them to really make the plays that they want to do. And as a whole, the improvement that they had from that first stage moving to where we are right now, the grind that they had to go through, because it wasn't smooth sailing for them. Now, Esports on one hand, they kind of had that upward trend. They went all the way, only faltering to Oasis yesterday, but Zol, they had to play every game like it's their last. So they're kind of used to this environment. Their back's against the wall, but NAOS has more to lose, I think.
Well, we know where Zol have come from. It's about them proving themselves that they can stand with the big boys, that they can make it to the big leagues as well. It's always been the perennial 1 and 2 for the past year, Fluff. It's been NAOS and Oasis at the top, everybody else trying to catch up. But with the recent performances from Zol, they could put themselves in that conversation. They've made it to the top 3 this far. And if they take this win somehow versus NAOS, the far favorites to win the entire thing, then that's going to be one hell of a way to prove yourself.
I mean, Oasis Gaming, they already proved that, you know, gods can bleed in NAOS Esports. And if Zol take them down today, I think that's going to be the most exciting upset that we will have this entire split so far.
Well, we've seen a bunch of upsets this stage, haven't we, Fluff? We saw, you know, the 3rd and 4th seed from last season be dropped on down in Game Lab and in Action PH respectively. And one of them by this team, by Zol. So they've definitely taken down Titans before. And now they're one hell of a Titan to take.
I mean, they know how to deal with these veterans. They have a lot of strategies as well when I see them play of how they really want to work the map. A lot of sometimes aggressive, a little ballsy moves, but overall they still make it work because they have a little of that resonance together, playing together for a while now.
And you can see that, especially I think on their defense here in Haven, where they take a lot of really aggressive early control, active map control on the defensive side. They really like to pincer down and crunch out areas that would be playable for the attacking side and really, I guess, minimizing the amount of space that the attacking side could have. And with a playstyle like that, it can be very, very easy to fall into their traps, and especially with the hot hands that they've got on their hands. Patman, we talked about it, Zind, Hydra Kid, those are very potent, especially against a team like NAOS, who sometimes might want to take those fights.
I mean, we always know that NAOS has an aggressive play style, but one thing I think a lot of people just overlook is they have the patience as well. We've seen them at times that they know how to deal when they can't handle a certain situation, when they know what team wants to approach them, they know how to fortify their defenses, place traps, and really play with their util in mind as well and swing off that instead of just using raw aim to fire for fire.
Well, you said it, Fluff. They have everything they need. They got the tools in place to make this another run for the grand finals. Let's get into it. Map number 1 versus NAOS Esports ends all of the upper bracket final here on Haven. You got NAOS on the attacking side. Zol on the defense. It's the C site they're going to hit.
They're moving really close now. Here comes the recon dart. That's going to signal the entry, and on the backside, it's not spotted out yet. Ja gets to drop down for free.
Zind, oh my goodness, a turret! It's what gets Ja. Tried to get the entry on the dash. Doesn't work, and look at this. This is what I talked about, Fluff. Active map control on the defense. Look at how far up Hydra Kid has pushed himself. He gets the one. He should get the one. No, he's whiffing! And Mojo gets him. What a blunder!
He misses the shot, the opportunity. He manages to find one, though. That's both Jets out of the picture. But here comes another lurk from
Another!
Advanced positioning coming from the defense.
Look at the rat play here coming in from Zol. Okay, they know presence within the site. The smoke should confirm that. But what does Zol do? Look, they push through. Papi Chulo picks up the Sheriff, one of the best in his name in the game. Zind off the flank gets Senior Carl. That drops him 2v2, but let's go how low NAOS are.
They have to be wary of this flank now, but it's not going to matter if Zol can hold and fortify that 2766 trying to stay alive here, but Mojer gets him.
1v1 situation here, Fluff. Tap of the spike. You know Zind should be up close, waiting for the opportunity on the graffiti. He paints it red, he doesn't connect, and Zind gets the opening round here.
They're shooting blanks at each other, but Zind comes out on top. That's the first round for defense. Zol manages to scrap their way out of that. Now they have that better buy, more chances, and that defense bolstered.
Wow, what a round here for Zol. And we talked about it, Fluff. We kind of set the tone here coming in during the opening parts of the match. How much active defensive map control they love to take here on Haven. You saw that. Both of them pushed up. Naru pushed up. I believe it was Hydra Kid also pushed up there towards that A lobby, just crunching down the amount of space the attackers get to use at every opportunity.
They really know how to really work the map, and as they move on with this better buy, I'm sure that they'll even be able to pinch them even further with this quick attack on the B side.
Well, here comes that push you talked about. Jop on the dash, trying to split the defense here. Damage done towards Patman, but Zind perfect on the retreat and on the help. It is against Nico, so there shouldn't be much of a trouble here, especially with 2 kills going Zol's way.
Oh, but there's even more. They're just trickling in. There's still 5 players alive on the defense side. They're really using the spy, but now strikes back. They find 2. Batman gets the trade. Gonna try to defuse the spike, but there's so many defenders just swarming.
1v3. Okay, Mojo gets the one. Good damage done, I think, all things considered. They get the spike planted down, and by all means, actually, no, they don't get the spike planted down. I thought so they did. But in the end, NAOS, I think that's a round that they're going to be happy to come away with.
I think after that first explosive round coming with this, getting some economy back and stable some momentum as well, knowing that you're on that lower buy and able to even get these frags gives you that confidence moving on as we go throughout the tournament.
Well, I mean, the way that we have seen NAOS play on sometimes is that it takes them a few rounds to kind of adjust at what the opposition are doing, right? But when they do adjust, that's when they get themselves on a roll. But after taking the big loss versus Oasis, how do they come back after that? That confidence can certainly wane as the attacking push comes on here. C-site, Ja gets the opening kill.
There we go. Another one striking back. The defender is trying to hold the backside. He finds Stubux in your call, still gets the trade.
Naru, okay. Enters back with that frenzy here, Fluff. 2v2. Information could be gathered with this. They know Mojo is a bit closer. Let's be careful about his attempt here. Spots Naru on the back pedal. Look at the flank here as well coming from Hydra Kid. He can find timing on this. The spike was planted towards CT. He's able to cross, but I think in this case, Papi Chulo, he's aware.
They're just splitting themselves into 2 1v1s at this point. The recon dart's not going to really get anything.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Mojo
Mojo
finds one.
He gets a catch. Oh, Hydra Kid on the trade. He knows where he is. He knows it has to be
1v1.
CT. It's planned for him, Fluff. They have to know in this position. He knows he's off the spike, though, so playing the timing. Hydra Kid waiting. On the dash, up the updraft, and gets the kill anyways. What a juke here from Hydra Kid.
From up above, Hydra Kid says that we can fly high as well. That's a 3rd round for Zol. Now it's Esports on the back foot.
My goodness. the performance of this kid. We talked about him in the past. We talked about him now in the present. Then he could be the future here of our team. Just seeing it how hot-handed and incredible this man can play.
It's such a smart move too when you think about it. Able to bait out, maybe being on top of the box because you give that sound cue, but actually dropping low for the swing. It's an unexpected play that requires so much confidence, but Hydrakid is showing up on the big stage.
Well, it's certainly the biggest stage that he's been on here for him to play on in the LAN, in the VCT playoffs. Well, Ja gets a kill. These Sheriffs could do even more damage. Papi Chulo, he gets that damage done, but Patman and Hydrakid at the ready for the fight. Witch with the Singer up close, 2v3.
Just gonna get more control on this A site. Both are defensive. That's gonna calm down things a bit as they can rework the map. That dark cover gonna give a lot of options in case they go for a rotate, maybe double back and stick back to the 8 side.
All right. Well, because of the fact that they've kind of pulled the defense here now since they cut noise, they have a choice. Do they continue to this or do they push on? Little do they know, Zol, they've kind of pulled back away from this A site, and this could allow NAOS to crawl up.
It's going to be a bit difficult. There's no dark covers. They have no more controller on their team. Mojer mix up a rifle. That's some firepower for them to really use. They have the ultimate as well if they want to pop that as well. But still, it's all on the hands of NAOS right now. They're going to know once the spike goes down exactly where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, they've let the audio let loose. They know it's coming here. Lockdown has been placed. They give up the site. They can rotate because Zol, they're going to want to commit to pushing towards this. But you can see now Zol, they're catching on. They're pushing towards B. Zind, he seems to be aware. They can re-hit the site, but they don't have much time to do it.
The thing is, with the time remaining, the only option is the B side. That's already being cleared by the defense. That's going to for sure signal that A side's going to be the hit.
Oh, they think
10
it's C.
seconds,
They
though.
think it's C.
They can still crawl, plant the spike. That gives them the timing as well.
Exactly. Perfect timing here coming from NAOS. They get the plant spike down, and now they have the lockdown as well for the post. The flank, the trip is set up for him. They should be aware.
We're going to know real soon. There comes the alarm bot. It's going to signal at least one player there. It's going to even commit the lockdown. They know it's a winnable round if they can just defend this.
Oh, the stun.
Comes the stun. Zin finds one. Will he expect the second? Mojer gets to defend, but that's still space for the defense.
Yeah, that was perfect here off the stun. Patman absolutely gaining them that advantage. They know where the spike is. There's no nano swarm for the immediate spike defusal. They do have one to try and keep him off, but after that, that's about it. They're sticking it.
Yeah,
the time,
true.
he's trying to bait it. Mojer gets a kill. Up on close, but 2766 comes in big at the end. But still, what an eco. Look at how close the time went.
They invest the lockdown, but Zol had to pay for that. Yes, they come up with a round, but look at how much they had to invest for such a low buy coming from NAOS. Overall win, but right now rounds is the concern. Take a look at the replay. All these fights on A just to come back.
Yeah, great eco round here coming from NAOS still. And they'll be all Zon take it, but that really could have gone another way. And you see how when they placed that lockdown, they knew that the flanker from A main was going to come to sewers. That's why they were ready. That's why Witz was there, because they wanted to pull that rotate, that flank rather, towards sewer instead of A main. But the stun from Patman just kept them alive.
Speaking of a sewer fight, Hydrakid's going to pop the knives. They're going to get a very early recon dart. That's going to signal a go signal for him to really move up and take an advanced position here. But that Hunter's Fury is going to push them out, but it's not going to be enough to really get any frag. Oh no, tries to break the drone, backs off instead.
Yeah, now they're aware. Now they know those blades' aggression. Here comes in the dash, but Ja takes the first one to the head. Hydrakid absolutely delivering, and so does Patman.
Here comes the rest of the team trying to flood in, but there comes the knives from Hydrakid to stall out. Runs into so many players of NAOS. Mojer is so low, and that's the spike.
Papi Chulo, last one left alive here, Fluff. 1v3, he doesn't expect the timing at this point. It might be a good time to call a timeout because Zol, they are on a roll.
Oh, they even spray the clip at the end because that's a clip right now, 5-0. The Titans in NAOS Esports, we saw how strong their upbringing has become and how well they've grown overall the entire tournament, but now Zol is striking back in this map and they're doing it so well.
Well, Zol, for sure, on the defensive side, the less favored side, and even for them to be playing like this, Fluff, it just goes to show that these guys know what to do, and they have had one of the best defenses, I think, here on Haven of any team that we've seen so far in the playoffs and in the regular season. Just the amount of, once more, active map control they take on the defense just suffocates the amount of space that there is on such a big map like Haven for NAOS.
Exactly, and if that's the problem that Zol is presenting, NAOS really has to find a solution of how they want to reclaim that space, not just by doing that, but by also fixing their rotates. They know that they can't just stick together like a death ball and play aggressively because that has been punished recently. They have to set their traps, they have to play slower and get those early picks that really break the defense of Zol.
Well, it's easier said than done. Rolling Thunder available here for Zol. They can use it to stop the initial push or play for the retake. Different options here, but both with the same goal. The result is what remains to be seen, at least, but how do NAOS differ from this? We haven't really yet seen a C site hit, aside from that one attempt earlier on. With the operator coming out that from HydroKid, this could be a different look.
It's going to be a different change of pace, that's for sure, especially now that he has the long angle here. It's going to get smoked out, so at least he won't get the opening pick. Get some perceived pressure as well that they might crawl up closer, but NAOS is just going to wait for them. They're trying to bait out the rotate from Zol, knowing that they push up very early.
Yeah, that was NAOS' smoke deep there towards that A main. Zol smoke out the deep C main instead, C long. It seems like the B option is what NAOS want to take. Smoke out towards the A link, paranoid towards C, and here comes the entry for the plant. They can TP out after. They fake it though.
This is a good play.
And they pull the defense towards B because of that.
They already have players lurked up deep in A as well, so they can just play off really quickly. Look how close Ja is already, but the operator is still in the correct position. HydroKid manages to find one. You're going to expect the A hit. Now the second swing's not going to land as Ja gets the frag instead.
He needed that trade, and that he did. Ja coming in big, updraft there towards Heaven. I think he was spied by Patman. He knows of his position. He can fall back, but chooses to stay in this fight. It's a difficult fight to try and take, knowing that the Rolling Thunder is still available.
At least he burns so much time, though. Whether he chooses to fight or not, it's a position that Zol has to re-clear. But now comes the Rolling Thunder. He jumps up because of that little flash. Barely gonna allow him to peek. He still gets the frag. Batman gets the first blood as Witch goes for another.
Difficult fight, 3v2 here. NAOS, a difficult spot. It's all on the Puppy Jewel, the clutch master himself. He's smoked off. He knows the angle, but he just can't find it. They're sticking the defuse. He doesn't have time, and there they get it anyways. He's all with a 6-round straight.
What a beautiful retake coming in from Zol. They slowly but surely segment the A site. They take control of Heaven when they can. They use their Rolling Thunder to allow the team to really cascade into the side and just go left to Graffiti, right onto Hell, and make sure that the entire site is forced back, only leaving them in that checkmate position.
You know, Fluff, with the way that Zol were playing yesterday here on Haven versus MVP, we were kind of wondering, was MVP just tired, or is there some other external factors? Because they just went on the roll, right? 12-0 for the half in Zol's favor. But they're doing it to NAOS now, the team that won the Grand Finals last time around, one of the best teams we have here in the Philippines, and it just goes to show that these guys mean real business on the defensive side, especially here on Haven.
That's even going to force the second timeout from NAOS on this half. That's going to be an interesting decision. They really want to recover as much as they can because Haven, of course, is that attack-favored map. And now that they are at 6-0, they really need to start getting a foothold to get back into this game.
Well, it was a difficult round to win in general. I think with them kind of playing within the site, knowing that Rolling Thunder was available, they could have maybe fought back, play for that post plant, hit the re-hit, let the Rolling Thunder come in on the site, and then hit them back when the retake attempt is coming. They had some utility with. The fault line could have been prepared by that time. They had one flash left on the Wits, and maybe if they tried something different there, instead of trying to go for the fight that Zol wants, that could have been a round that went their way because it still went down to a 2v1 in the end.
It makes me wonder if they didn't have the Rolling Thunder, would that plan worked out? Because it was a good idea in the beginning. You know, you could get what map control you have on the attacking side, make sure that you'll get flank first, even fake outside, pull some rotates, re-hit the side or hit the side but a little later. But still, it wasn't enough because the retake coming in from Zol with that Rolling Thunder was just too quick for them to really recover from.
I mean, it's hard to. Big ultimate there for them to commit to, but now they have some ultimates of their own, Fluff. They got the economy as well to continue on the buy. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury. They can even reposition and have a Papichulo gain information and aggression and taking space towards that Heaven or maybe towards the backside of C. Different options here for NAOS to take, but it's always going to be difficult. What do you think here could be one of the things that, seemingly looking at how Zol's defense has been super active, NAOS could do to try and dismantle that for a bit?
I mean, now that you have so many ultimates on the board, it's a lot of tools for NAOS Esports to really use to claim this map, get that foothold that we were talking about earlier. But you also mentioned a bit earlier in the broadcast that the seaside has not been something that they've really tried to trifle with as much, maybe in the earlier rounds, but they've been seemingly trying to avoid that because they're so scared from the clutch hold that Zol has been able to do when they move forward. No operator this time around, but from the shadows might cause some confusion.
I mean, they can gain that information with it from the shadows for sure. As you said, with no op coming out here, maybe Zol are kind of catching on that, you know, I think when they rat play a bit more, when they kind of just go for a bare straight up gunfight and punish, that's where they're finding a bit more effectivity. They were able to get that one pick off with the operator a while ago, but it's a very different look when you have Hydra Kid on that rifle. He gets to be a bit more aggressive, and they almost were faked out. But to be fair, now their fakes have been pseudo-working, actually. There's 2 rounds now that they've pulled the defense away because of their fake. We saw that on the fake BTP. And if they were able to kind of convince them more that C is an option for NAOS, if they're able to convince Zol of that, then these fakes would probably be even more effective.
Exactly, because if you hit any of the extremities and you go on the opposite end, it just gives you so much time, not only on the rotate, but the priority to really set your defenses and make sure that when you're already in that post-plant position, that you have all the angles covered, already expecting that the retake's going to happen. It's something that now Esports, you know, they have in the back of their mind, but they haven't been able to execute because Zol, I think they get so much free reign in these links in A and C, just being able to rotate around. If that's something that maybe NAOS wants to target this time around, it might be a good move for them just so that they can stop the reinforcements from really helping the ones who are stuck on site.
Well, as of the moment, tech pause. As we are here in the Philippines, you are watching the VCT lower bracket finals. This time it is a best of 5. So whoever takes this map, job's not done, not even halfway just yet. Lots to prove, lots to do. But lots already proven, I think, here and impressed us by Zol Esports so far. The way that they've played, I think, really coming in from the start of the season. Nobody would have expected them to make this third. Everybody was looking at Game Lab or Action, especially. It seems like we might be getting in a game soon, I hope so, looking at the...
I mean, they are the dark horse of the tournament for sure. A lot of teams with the more obvious strength. But Zol Esports, despite everything else, manages to get here. And they're playing so well against NAOS Esports. Something that a lot of people, I think, did not expect to go with, especially with NAOS Esports having such a commanding lead overall throughout this whole tournament.
Well, NAOS for sure are one of the most storied teams we have here in this circuit, along with Oasis. We know that rivalry between them. But I think Zol are looking to throw their name, throw their ballot into the raffle, throw their hat into the pit, because they want to be part of the conversation of one of those best teams. And if they do that here versus NAOS, and then do it somehow versus Oasis, who are looking spectacular, then maybe, just maybe, they could start to be part of it. But for the moment, you're going to have to look at my ugly mug and the very famous and handsome Fluffy O2 here with me. Thank you for subbing in, by the way. You're not normally like this, because normally it's Dax, but I would take Fluffy any day as well.
Yeah, I'm just here because I want to join my inspiration Black and Blue on the cast here at CONQuest, and it's an exciting moment. It's our first LAN, and so far it's been a LAN of a lot of upsets, especially with this game starting out so strong for Zol.
I'm not sure if it looks like HG and Ray are skating that the Tagalog side is having a bit of fun over there. We can see them right beside us nearly, and I think we're just trying to get some technical issues done with. But when you look at, I think, if we're going back to talking about the game here, Fluff, Zol, I think we've already talked about what people didn't expect from them, but what were the expectations from them, right? The expectations of maybe making it to the playoffs, having a good run, going down 5th, going down 4th at the best, but taking down a team like Action, veterans, VCT players from day one, from year one, and then you look at Game Lab, just absolute superstars in some of their players like Boogie from last season that we've come now known to, and then you look at them taking that place. I think, what type of confidence does that give you in contrast to like NAOS, who took a loss a while ago, yesterday rather?
I mean, the confidence is showing as we move on to the game because they are really striking fear in the hearts of these more veteran teams. Like you mentioned, they already did against Ascent PH before, and now Esports are still struggling to find the solutions to the question that Zol is burning in front of them.
I mean, we'll see where the fires end on up. NAOS right now still yet to gain a round. Let's see if that changes with a heavy ult economy for this round in their favor. A site once more to be where they want to go. And here comes a push. Mojer, he gets a trade wit for his as well, but Naru, he doesn't get away before getting one.
They get such a good positioning now. Priority with NAOS Esports. Even the TP going to be used to get an even further position and relocate all the way onto hell for Papi Chulo.
Well, he takes that hell position, as you said. Might have not necessarily been needed, but in this case, they'll take everything they can get. 4v3 damage done towards that flank watch. They do have Patman creating chaos on the back line, delaying here the CT push first.
It's a lot of time burnt, but it's not going to be enough to really stall out the firepower. The turret's going to be recalled as well. Still going to spot out one on the enemy side. Zin's fighting for his life, but now Esports finally, they get the momentum that they need. They use the stuns, they use the util, and they're breaking the defense of Zol.
There we go. NAOS with their first round of the game. As we finally come accustomed to these guys, it takes them one round to get going sometimes, but let's not call it before it happens. And look, Fluffy, they won 6 rounds in a row here, Zol. And after only losing one, eco immediately. That just speaks to how close some of these rounds came.
They're broke right now. Even though they get their rounds, economy not built up well for Zol. They bought that operator a couple of rounds ago, and now they don't even have the ultimate economy as well. It's still with NAOS. So much util, Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm from the shadows for Papi Chulo.
Let's see where NAOS start here, but Zen and Hydra Kid, incredible stuff with the Sheriff. A triple here for Zol immediately to start off the round. They answer back.
And there goes our point. I guess money's not a problem when you can hit shots like that. Papi Chulo trying to salvage what he can. That's the controller away from Zol already, but still a massive win for them so early on to the round.
How do they do it again? Zol, one after the other takedown. NAOS with these Sheriffs just going for the immediate fight there towards the mid window. And NAOS just seemingly stunned so far. All is not out of the question just yet. Bit of low HP on some of these Zol players and only Sheriffs to work with, but we see how they've converted those.
With that early momentum, they can't afford to throw this round. They know it can be in the bag because the pressure is now on NAOS Esports. Look at the defense from Zol, creating that triangle position, making sure that no one can pass. That's going to be the first contact, spotting out, at least giving info that they might be an A-Link.
Oh, they're going to go for the B plant, though. This is a difficult place to plant. When you're swarmed like this, Zerg from every corner, every entrance, C-Link, A-Link, and off the flank here on B main. It was smoked off, initially, but Hydra Kid, he's able to retrieve that rifle. This is looking dangerous for NAOS.
It's just going to be a pit right now, and the escape is going to have to fight through this. There comes the flash. Try to buy some time, but that's position already revealed for Ja as well.
Oh, up close to Stinger doing big. Zin helping out as well. Papi Chulo. 1v3. He gets the triple kill. The fourth and the ace for Papi Chulo. The clutch master himself delivers when they need it. NAOS up 2.
NAOS comes up with an impossible round. Yes, it was their better buy. Zol put them such in a low position, humbling them. But still, NAOS ends up on top. An ace for Papi Chulo to secure it.
Let's not forget, it was against an Nico. Okay,
that is true.
It was against an Nico. But still, the way he was able to do it when they needed it the most. 1v3, when the dust settles, gets the 4th, gets the 5th. And that's the Papi Chulo we've come accustomed to, showing the kids how it's done. But NAOS are not out of deep waters just yet. That was an eco round, and look at how close Zol brought it.
And with that, at least NAOS getting another point into their pocket. 6-6, still possible for both teams, but look, the util from NAOS still not being used. They're still holding on for something because they know that the firepower is enough.
Started out as one to be aware of, to write home for. You look at how, I guess, really, Zol have been one of the best teams at converting those eco rounds. We saw that, we were talking about it, me and Dax, yesterday when we were on the desk as well, on the other side of the desk, and it really has come to fruition that these guys are just on another level in converting some of those eco rounds. To be fair, NAOS kind of played into their hand for that mid push, but it takes a very different grade of talent to be able to convert those type of rounds consistently.
I mean, I agree. I mean, if you peek mid-window like that as the attackers, you're going to expect one. You lose one to a Sheriff, that's okay. It happens. But to lose 3 from different players as well, I think that is just hits to your core. You're like, oh no, we got to be scared, guys, because now they might get rifles. We might lose the round. But then again, you have heroics from Papi Chulo to save it. But still, the consistency I find from NAOS a bit lacking so far. They've come up with some rounds here and there, but it's not what we expect from the top team.
Should be a wake-up call to them not to take those anti-eco rounds lightly. Otherwise, they could maybe not come out too fruitful the next time around that happens in the clutch like that. 4v2, 1v3 in the end. But now it's this time looking to finally gain them in the proper streak. They have the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury to combo with for the C site, which they're finally going to attempt.
It's a great play too because they're avoiding the Jet and Breach combo. That's a lot of stall out of the way. They only have to deal with the Nano Swarms once they hit the site, but it's a slow and steady approach here. They're burning so much time. They're not moving around the map, just kind of waiting and hoping that Zol is overextending so that they get the timing.
Yeah. Problem is, though, here, if Zol clear up enough space on that A side, they're going to know it's C hit, but now they do. Paranoia on out. Ja trying to push forward, but the catch here, perfect by Zind on the help to do 766.
Manages to get one, but the rest are stalled because of this. The Nano Swarm just closes the gate on them on the C side, but look at it. Mojer manages to crawl out the window, but that's closed by Patman.
And this is a problem, though. There's just so much utility still left on Zol. The Paranoia connected. Hydra Kid gets a catch. A second for Hydra Kid. Incredible this kid is. And Poppy Chula once again in another impossible position. He gets a second, but not this time. Naru shuts him down. 7-2 half here for Zol.
Such a difficult position for him to play. He basically had to do what he did in the previous round, but this time it's not against an ego. They have the rivals. Playing that range doesn't give you that big of an advantage, and just claustrophobic for him, stuck in that bottom of the seaside.
The catch here by Patman, really big one for him to get Mojer. Make sure Mojer wasn't able to get the flank that he needed, and the help there by Zind as well to aid 2766 on his kind of anchor position. That just really kept Zol alive, and when NAOS buys so much time, Zol are able to clear so much space on the opposite side of the map.
This time around, they're going to go for the fight here. The early Rolling Thunder is going to allow Hydra Kid to keep going. The streak is not stopping.
They're playing so well right now. NAOS shut down immediately by Zol, who are on an absolute tear.
I mean, Batman also able to get a double like that, reinforce a teammate. I like how they're not afraid to commit these ultimates. They just care about getting their round. They don't care what they have to throw. Secured right now. It's an A2. You're in a massive lead on the side that's apparently weaker. And look at how confident they are. Hydra Kid from the previous round as well kept going. The momentum still strong for them.
It's because they're also able to shuffle these and, you know, cycle these properly. They use the Rolling Thunder that round. Next round, now they have the lockdown available. Those type of things are big. Look at how many rounds NAOS have been holding on this lockdown, holding on this Hunter's Fury without having the opportunity to use it just yet. With a mixed buy coming up for this round.
Gonna creep in close on the B side. A lot of players are here, but Batman's there to close the door. There's no ID, no entry for them on the B side as the rest of them just fall.
The mental here, NAOS looking shot so far. It's kind of going a bit too hasty there towards that B main, but Patman ready at the corner. The stack here towards that B site. Bit too heavy for NAOS to deal with. They could go on around, but the spike is trapped. Poppy Chulo still gets to spam through the smoke.
He manages to live through that somehow. He gets hit by the shock dart, gets tagged, but there he goes. One wrong jump, and it all comes crumbling down. Mojer now left in a 1v3. He has the ultimate, but the spike is not with him. He has to claim it. No armor. They know exactly where he is, and even Hydra Kid has already the shorty.
Yeah, there's no way he gets out of this one, not without some serious luck and a miracle going his way. Mojer 1v3. As soon as he peaks 2766 here, you can expect a swing from Zind, and vice versa. It's difficult. Gets a one. He gets a second. A third could go his way. Hydra Kid around the corner with the up. He knows he's close, and he gets another clutch here for NAOS. Mojer this time delivering.
They already had to battle uphill, climb that B site, enter it, fight against the entire triangle defense, but unfortunately for Zol Esports, they just peek one at a time. They get the isolations, and Mojer is able to win those fights.
Well, NAOS, it's been coming down to heroics. It shouldn't be, is a problem, Fluff. It shouldn't be heroics bailing them out of these rounds, but because they're so incredible individually, they still somehow convert some of them.
I mean, on the opposite end, we have Zol Esports. They've been winning because of the heroics that they have, but this time it seems like they've been punished more often than not, and now Esports have been able to get these rounds that seem unlosable for Zol, so they have to go for the stack instead.
I can't believe that's another difficult clutch we made on happen. nothing's impossible when it's NAOS you're up against. But some opportunities there for Zol to rectify their mistakes, I think. You know, they had a good setup. We had one on each angle. The swing, it just was a bit too late on the reaction, I think, is when it came. And we have a talent like Mojer. He knows what to do. And funnily enough, the two clutchers from this game who gained them a round each, Papichulo and Mojer, tied up at 15, top fragging the game.
Able to really get the stability that NAOS Esports requires right now. But Zol, I think coming out of that attack, they know what util they have. 2766 only on the Bulldog, but still firepower their way. They have to find a way to make more strategic moves and start punishing NAOS how they did in the earlier rounds.
Well, let's see now how NAOS reinvent themselves and recuperate the loss of the opening half. If they get this 8-4, Fluff, this wouldn't be a terrible half. Not the best for sure. On the attacking side, absolutely. But not one necessarily to be too worried about if they can get the next pistol.
I mean, this time they have the Rolling Thunder because of that C play. That gives them a lot more options. The expected move is to go to the A side, but look at Zol. They just don't want to budge. Moving only the breach. Soba's still there. They have the Recon Dart in a bit as well. So still a lot of options, especially with this off angle coming in from Hydra Kid.
Well, Hydra Kid, for sure. He loves to play these type of positions. Off angles, as you say. Dashes on back. Damage taken more than he delivered.
It's not going to be enough space. It is at least info, but with that, you're going to get pushed out of the site. You're going to get a little breather here because they're not close enough to connect. But on the other side of the things, there goes into the spray.
Oh, the flank here. They can tell that Mojer is trying a bit of his luck. They're going for this A site. They have the site control, but the plant is going to come quite a bit late, so this leaves Zol ready to try and retaliate, ready to try and hit them back. Hunter's Fury on the counter, gets a tag on the one, could have a second, dodges it, lockdown for that attacking side to keep them in plant. But look at the space, look at Zol absolutely decimating them with a flawless round!
What an amazing and quick response from Zol. That's going to be the half. I like how they didn't even give NAOS the chance to plant the spike, interrupting them like other teams do, using the Honda Sphere to not only get the space, but to usher in the team coming in from CT.
Well, the problem there was, too, Fluff, was that the spike itself was with Senior Carl, and he was the one who used his Hunter's Fury to help them initiate with the Rolling Thunder. And when they popped the Rolling Thunder, they weren't even ready to jump on the site just yet. They kind of stalled just a bit too far, and they weren't able to get the punish on players like Hydra Kid, players like Naru who were within the site. And since Senior Carl had to pop his own Hunter's Fury before getting a spike down, that left them very late on the plant attempt.
It feels like NAOS Esports, they have the tools that they need to really get these rounds, but so far they've been stumbling on their own plans. Just a couple small missteps here and there that Zol is able to capitalize on this time around. An early kill by Ja is at least going to give them some momentum.
Okay, good kill. Doesn't have to dip in for more. You have the advantage. Doesn't have to necessarily look for anything else at this point. You play the trading game. You get information early in where they're coming. Rotate on in. That should be enough, potentially, as long as some crazy stuff doesn't happen here from Zol.
Oh, Senior Carl with the 2020 vision, able to spot one, crossing the crack. He's going to have his Recon Dart as well when his A hit does begin, but Zol's just going to try to creep up and get as much space as they can before they have to make contact.
Papichulo, he's giving himself away. They know where he is. Oh, the dash here, perfect timing as well as he tries to drop the flash. The incredible Hydra Kid following up a single head. There goes 3.
So on point today. Hydra Kid really showing his stuff here on that jet, and now the defense, they're pushed so back. Utility lacking, and Ja just has to try to get a pick.
Difficult spot there as well for Papichulo to be playing in. Nobody watching his A main deep enough for them to be aware of that to come. Another impossible, difficult round here. 3v2. All they need is a kill. Mojer gets a 1, and Ja could not follow up. Zinned with the double. And there goes Zol taking the pistol.
That is not what you want to see if you're a fan of NAOS Esports. 10-3, a map that I think a lot of us have known that NAOS has played so well, is now into the hands of Zol. They're playing their game. Even though they got the early pick, Zol manages to come out from that 4v5 rather unscathed.
Well, this map has been one that, you know, some of the other teams like Game Lab and Ascension PH have gotten close to them on. Oasis have beaten them on this here on Haven, and I think it's a really smart pick by Zol. They're feeling super hot by taking this map, and they're making NAOS look not just mortal, but mere men.
it looks like they're actually confusing them with a lot of their plays. The pressure, sometimes now it feels like they're responding too quickly, sometimes a bit too late, but more importantly, just not doing it together. As Zin able to find Ja alone, pushing up. No one's holding his close.
Well, it's not exactly the most winnable round.
What
here.
is
No
that?
way! The AC 130 above! Death raining from the heavens! Hovering over him like an angel of death. Mojer and Papi Chulo left in a 2v4.
What kind of entry was that? Bringing out the airstrike as the rest of the team is just stalled out. They only have the classics, not a lot of options for this round. It's a pretty secure 11 for Zol. Another one down. It's all up to Papi Chulo, but now the opposite end. He's on the eco now. There goes the kill. Patman secures another one.
Okay. Round secured by Zol. 11-3. We've seen incredible stuff come out from this NAOS team, but this is a tall ask. At what point do you start looking at the next map? At what point do you start taking it round per round? This is the last chance for NAOS to come back. They lose this round against the bonus. This is all said and done.
This is the most important round right now. Do or die is the series, but for this map, it is gonna begin right now with a C-site hit. They're gonna move rather slowly. They have their KJ already marking the flank, but they're gonna make so much noise. Maybe that's gonna draw in NAOS ever so close as they push on A lobby.
Smoke away. Papi Chulo. He's taken a lot of information there on how much there are. They break the alarm bot and taking some space of their own here now. They know it has to be a B hit at this point. No utility towards Garage. The turret will catch the cross, but they aren't necessarily aware just yet. They know it's B. They see the one. Jaws taking damage early. He gets a kill, even with this position given on the way, but they're all kind of conglomerated here towards the window. Hydra Kid good for the one.
Able to still stay alive even though they had the flanks already covered. They're going to burst out of the C-site instead. Try to waterfall and just use their manpower, but there comes the spray from Mojer. Not expecting the drop from window. 2v3 right now as the backside's cleared as well.
Wow, 2766. He still gets that kill with a ghost. Creeping up behind Papi Chulo there. 1v2. They know where 276 is. They're doubling on up. If they line up, this would be incredible. They smoke him on the way. And now he has an option here to potentially pick up the spike.
Oh, but he has to fight through this. Nobody can see right now. He's dropped 11 HP. At least he can TP out of it, but the recon dart's going to come out shortly, and I'm sure that's going to spot him.
He doesn't know.
Sure.
He doesn't know. There's both of them there towards the garage. They peek him. He knows now for sure. He has an option to run towards B, but he has to fight for this. Does not get the kill. Mojer keeps NAOS alive.
The proactivity coming in from NAOS Esports on this defensive half is something that they need to keep going with. It's working right now, but I'm sure it's something that Zol's also going to start expecting. These small adjustments are just growing and growing. A couple of hero plays here and there the previous round, but overall, it's still a shaky play here from NAOS. Not something you really expect.
Now so far, quiet game from some of their stars with Ja, Senior Carl. We haven't really seen them be like this, very uncharacteristically. 4-11 right now. Zol, gun round coming in.
There's going to be a lot of delay here on the A side. Ja's going to get flushed out. He's actually going to tank the aftershock. Oh no, there's a gap that allows him to stay. They're not going to expect this.
They have no idea where he is. He gets the one. Cloudburst on the cross. He can get himself back to safety. They see where he is. He's taking damage, but he's alive. Not for long. Patman on the punish. Rolling Thunder out for Patman.
And there the flood continues. Hydra Kid gonna get one off that. The flash, good for his teammate. 2v4 right now. They have to plant the spike, but they know exactly where Poppy is, but he lands the shot even faster.
He needed to land that. 3v2. Mojer still there towards that CT. Paranoia quite a bit early. Trying to go for the angle. Patman sees the head, gets the tag on Mojer. Stunned out in the open. There's no chance at all. Perfect utility play from Zol.
They're playing like they're on fire here. They get a lot of opportunities for the side of NAOS Esports to make a little of these pocket plays, but it's not enough to stop the pain train that Zol is trying to bring them. You're at the station and everyone comes knocking, but still, it's Zol Esports who ends up on top.
Now struggling with a mirror match right now. One wonders, since they haven't really been changing up their comp so far here in the playoffs much, especially on Haven, keeping Ja on that jet. I wonder, what if they played something else, right? What if they try to go with like a double innie with a Sky instead? Those type of things, because right now the combo ain't working.
Oh, that's going to be
No
a lot
way.
of damage here. The Bucky's not going to land the launch shot, but it's still going to at least get them a frag on the entry.
Incredible entry there from Hydra Kid. This kid is something else. Lockdown for the defense. Try and buy them some space to play with on the retake here. But counter lockdown right on time. Ja with a kill on Naru. They're going for the fight. Look at Ja trying to clear things out. He gets Zin down. 2766 all alone. 1v3.
Still a lot of time for him. It's not planted into the position that he wants to. He can make the one-way with the dark cover, but so many people are going to peek him. They'll go for the TP across instead, trying to make a play, get some space off of this. But look how many people are marking him with the Stinger down range, just able to keep NAOS alive.
Stinger from that far. At least it connects, but 12-5 here. Fluff. 7 rounds for NAOS to win straight in a row just to come back. He anticipated the judge play coming from Papi Chulo. Luckily, blades of his own. Ja comes in big with 2. But that was a desperate round from a desperate team.
Desperate, that is one way to summarize this up, because NAOS Esports on this map is not looking like the champions that we know them to be. The most powerful team from Split 1, strongest one arguably on Split 2, most consistent at least, but this time they look lost with their plays. And another straight attack on the seaside for Zol.
Just what it matters the most. But now seem to have found their struggles, unfortunately, here at CONQuest, here in the playoffs on LAN. Rolling Thunder coming on out when the plant does come down. Buys him the site, but playing long like that is going to be difficult.
They gave it for free so early. The util hits nothing. They're able to escape. They're able to have it, though. The spam's not going to connect, but they have to stop on the half.
They get job. They have another flash. 2766. So look at the flank here coming in as well from Zin. Moser good on the double. Zin there from the garage. It's all to Zin. You're calling. He's taken down.
But still they managed to defuse a spike. That's the most important thing. And NAOS is still into the game. They're halfway. But it's like long and tall mountain to climb. 6-12.
They barely scrape by here, Fluff. They get that 6 right in the nick of time. Defuse the spike. 6 more rounds to go. How close that one came. Barely off the defuse. He still takes Cinder Carl down in the end. But Zol, they've got a bit of a cushion here to work with.
Well, we're in another attack right now. A lot of options for I think both teams to really discuss what they want to do. This is the most important round, and Zol looks like they just want to take this tack, take a breather, and secure a map they know they already have in the bag. They've done these before. They had to close rounds, and so far, let's look at what they have. They have the Hunter's Fury. That's going to be good into NAOS Esports. They don't have the lockdown. They have nothing, actually. And with a fairly equal buy, it's more about the map movements.
The way the map has been moving is very precarious as well. Look at the frag distribution here from either team. It's very top heavy. Single digits near the bottom, and at the top, plus 20.
This is actually insane. But at least for Zol Esports, you know, their top 3 so far, they're neck and neck. For NAOS, though, Ja and Witz, they're using their util correctly, but they just stumble on a couple kills here and there, not able to really get those big moments that we know them for. And honestly, you don't have to rely on those big moments. You should be able to really work the map in your favor, but it's something that they've struggled in doing. Maybe it's how active Zol are playing. Maybe they're just over-investing in certain areas, but whatever's the case, they haven't found the solution.
We're seeing a bit of individuality here from NAOS coming out, where they've kind of made themselves the best team because of the team play that we've seen in the past, right? Playing off of each other, making the right decision, but it's been very solo heavy, if anything, from now so far, and Zol, they love to play against that style.
Well, right now they're out solo carrying with their own players. Hydra especially is playing phenomenally this game, and active movements again for NAOS. This is what worked out for them in the previous round, cutting off this A lobby angle, choking the hold for the attacking team, forcing them on that C or B site instead.
They press up towards A main, and you can see here Witz making sure it's the A link that's going to be addressed. They go for that B site, the open site here in this case for Zol. NAOS trying to hit them from the rear. They do have the watch off of that alarm bot, and Zind as well, making sure it's kept.
They have the Hunter's Fury as well in the post plant. Still a lot of options. Just able to find one, but the reflank coming in from Zin's going to get that instead. Just stuck in the rock in a hard place, but he's not going to be checked. A little life still in him because of the cloud burst.
Too deep, way too deep, and Zin gets around in the end. Zol Esports take the first, in what a decisive fashion they do.
And that is our conclusion for map number 1. something that's a really good start. Mirrors how they did the first time that they played each other on Icebox, and now again on the high pressure situation on this do or die best of 5, and somehow Zol just managed to get on top.
Yeah, this is the lower bracket. Losers of the series taking on down from the season. And what a way it would be if Zol are able to do, if they can repeat that success. We have seen so far Zol absolutely impress here on map number 1, their own pick here on Haven. But map number 2, if they can continue that momentum, it would be something to write home about.
I think the map, though, played heavily into how they want to really isolate these fights, take control, something that might not work out in smaller maps. But we take a look at the post game and we can see the details of how this 13-6 really went. Zol, especially with Hydrakid, a well-deserved MVP. So many first bloods on his end, that really gives the momentum early for Zol.
Yeah, dude, Hydrakid was incredible. How many entries did we see from this man? Post plants by far on Zol's ways. 13 first kills for Zol. That is 1 for every round they won, practically, and 6 on NAOS. Practically almost every single round that Zol got the first kill, they won. And that is just incredible conversion from such an impressive team.
I mean, Hydrakid, he deserves everything. He's entry with everything. He's gone with the knives, the buckies, sometimes even flying from above, but somehow he survives or at least gets that first pick.
Yeah, Hydrakid. The rest here is all they're playing with absolute confidence, but even more so, they're playing with just such great teamwork and coordination. You can see just the way that, like in this play, for example, or the one next on towards A main, where they get taken down from that brick position towards A main, Rolling Thunder, the stuns coming from Patman, and Patman has just been such a big utility player for this squad. They always play off of his utility, and he's always ready to set somebody up for a stun or for a free kill or two.
I mean, let's not forget also the heroics coming in from NAOS Esports. Poppy Chulo with the ace, the rest of the players also, even Mojo on screen right now, going against this situation, which is technically a checkmate where you can't really get out of it. They somehow managed to do this because of that individual skill, but team skill right now is the issue for this map. It's not something that I think NAOS has dealt with correctly, and they have to start finding the ways that they have to deal with this because they're playing so many games still.
Well, in the end, final kill goes to him as the final round goes to Zol. Zind delivers the win with Grab Unlimited, and he's certainly a player to write home about. He's just been absolutely stellar. The performance we've seen from every single player from this team, though, has been something that we have consistently been impressed by, and the way that they're doing it as well. And against NAOS of all teams, it's just incredible.
I think a big part also was the fact that they strung so many rounds so early. I mean, you look at it and you're like, okay, 6-0, they're on the defense as well. It's not a sight that you'd want to see if you're in the opposing end.
Well, we're going to go to break. We'll be back in a sec.
Zol strikes first, ladies and gentlemen, and isn't that the surprise of them all? Welcome back to the lower bracket finals. I am Dax here with Black and Blue, and
Wait,
hey,
you're not Fluffy.
am I not?
Whatever happened here?
I am Fluffy01. Don't you
Wow,
know?
you are the original Fluffy.
I am the precursor, but I heard that something incredible did occur
Definitely
here
so.
in VCTPH, and I gotta ask you, Black and Blue, what went down? And I feel like it's a big reason why we don't see this map often from NAOS Esports.
Yeah, absolute decimation here coming in from Zol, and to be fair, it was a really good pick pick. It was a map that we saw yesterday versus MVP. We were wondering, like, maybe MVP were tired. Was it more of a kind of external thing affecting MVP? But they do it against NAOS. It otherwise could have been even more kind of one-sided if NAOS didn't chain back a few rounds in return.
No, I dare say this is a big reason why NAOS always bans this
Yeah.
map. Every single time we've seen them make a rotation before this series, NAOS always gets rid of it. But because of their loss versus Oasis Gaming yesterday, they have to think for the future. If I remember correctly, our format still gives the upper bracket finalist winner both of the bans. So they have to try it out right now, and Zol punishes them accordingly. But we move on to the second map, and I do believe that will be Bind. And we saw what NAOS did against Oasis last time around. They played on the map.
Yeah, they're not going to have a choice, right? But you go on over to Bind, and Bind is one of those maps that, at least in Zol's history, did lose against GameLab Alpha. We've only really had kind of like that one outing for them, and NAOS as well versus that Oasis squad. Very, very nice is what we did see. It was, I think, one of their better performances, especially against their bitter rivals, but I don't know. So far, Dax, it seems like the confidence as well from NAOS just hasn't been there, the coordination, and I would like to see a bit more of what we've come accustomed to with their team play and how they really coordinate themselves. But we also give it a caveat of that Haven being that map that they do commonly take on out, because it is one of their, I guess, lesser prepared maps, and Zol have been pretty good on it so far.
Let's be real. NAOS, that might be the gimme map, but instead I want to focus on what Zol is all about right now. They're feeding off that incredible energy that you mentioned, courtesy of their win versus MVP Esports. That incredible first half on Haven especially. And now, we always talked about this about Zol Esports, right? This is a squad that really sustains themselves through momentum and aggression. If they can keep playing their style, if they can keep fragging on out, they can bring it to the next game. I dare say even to the next series that they play. And we've seen again and again, back to back to back, all the freaking time, that if you give Zol the opportunity, they will take it.
I mean, that's what they've been doing every time around, but it's not just them taking opportunities, like just creating it for themselves. And incredible stuff that we've seen from Patman during that map number 1 was creating those opportunities for players like HydroKid, players for Zind, to capitalize on and punish. We see also 766 be really on point with his paranoia play. So many defensive plays that they were able to pull out in that first half because of his paranoia, and then the rest of the team all kind of encapsulating the real now brand of Zol, which is just incredible play as a whole.
Yeah, and you think now they might have a little bit of an insight, right, in playing against Zol, since they have former Zol player Senior Carl in their active roster. But we noticed that the performance in that first game struggles for Ja, struggles for Wits. Of all the times for that to happen for NAOS Esports, it happened in that last map. But yet again, we go back to that Bind pick, and it's just a lot more evidence perhaps that NAOS can really build on. I do feel like, though, what's going to be the call here for Zol? Because we've seen so far, since you have Zind right now, you have HydroKid, who have been absolutely incredible, have really a big pop-off potential. How will they take it towards NAOS Esports?
Well, we're going to have to find out exactly what here is the option for NAOS. We saw a pretty good outing last time around. They did play that Cypher comp when we saw them play against Oasis there with a Raze, with a Sky to accompany that double controller Viper plus that Brim. But we look at Zol in their comp as well. Pretty similar, but they do pull out the Sage and the Astra in retaliation is what they normally do.
I want to say give big props to the 2766. This guy has been part of the coaching staff for so long, and we usually see this from him. When there are struggles in the squad, he's the first one to put his foot forward and get into the active roster himself to help it out. And he's been an incredible support player, really enabling a lot of the younger guns to really pop off. And I kind of want to have that little bit of debate while we still have time here.
Yeah.
Sure, you're that coach, and you want to lead your squad through like all the VODs, through all the practice and whatnot, but having that extra voice of leadership in-game, it really speaks volumes to help out players like Patman and HydroKid, or even Zint, to find their footing.
Yeah, and we've been seeing that just be such a big piece of why they were able to win that Haven. Just them playing as a unit, where it seems like now also on the counterpoint we're a bit more scattered than sometimes, but just kind of how you have been scattered. That seemingly here at CONQuest, you've been busy. You've been busy, it seems.
It's not as if you could hear me from across the room anyway.
It's all across the stage.
It went 21-19, by the way.
What? What?
A best of one.
A best of one to 21-19.
Yes,
incredible overtime.
We have a best of 5 here, my friend, and I'm happy to be here with you as we've been doing for the past 2 splits. We still have more to come, of course. There's Fracture, and if we go for more, we can get even Ascent and Split. Our ban so far, if I want to go back to it, Lotus banned out by Zol, and now it's actually banning out Pearl. And I kind of have to ask you, since NAOS, they let Haven pass and they got punished for it. Why did they ban out Pearl in the first place? Is it because of that loss versus Oasis?
Well, I mean, you have to kind of wonder, right, if it's more of a direct reaction for that or if it's more of a preemptive thing. Like, you look at Zol's history on Pearl anyways, and it's been, I think, impressive so far, but nothing, I think, that wouldn't necessarily be a confidence shaker for now. So it could be more of them just not wanting to play that Pearl, but I still think Pearl has been a better map statistically and just in general based on the eye test, the litmus test, than Haven has been. So that could be a decision that might bite them later in the end if they're not able to close the series out.
And yeah, and Zol is that team that has surprised NAOS before. You remember at the start of this split, where did Zol beat NAOS? On Icebox. Their perfect record was stained because of this team. And even more so, I was so surprised when I saw that map draft where it was Zol picking Fracture for that third map. So there's a lot of potential really for Zol to pull out something interesting, something spicy along the way. For now though, it's going to be Zol and NAOS getting ready to play on Bime. I'm already seeing the Cypher that you mentioned, courtesy of Ja. Fully expecting Mojer to be on that race instead, because that's a configuration we see from NAOS on a map like this. And I think that really that's a big contesting point there, Black and Blue, where we've seen times where Ja actually goes over to the race instead to keep Mojer on Sentinel, but this is one of the few times they shift back to this kind of role swap.
I mean, I honestly like it. There are a few moments where even as incredible of a player as Ja is, he doesn't bring out the same type of plays when he is a bit more on the front line because he has to pull that aggro. I like it when you have Mojo on the front and then you have Ja follow up on that aggression, on that aggro pull. It really does benefit what they do a lot of times.
Yeah, and here we have it now. The Sage, as you mentioned, Zol still going to be running that. It's pretty much tried and tested compositions here for both of these sides. And Zol feeling very confident that they can make things work, adjust from their loss versus Game Lab Alpha before. But we've seen NAOS just shut down any ambition courtesy of Oasis Gaming. Will it be the same for NAOS to tie things up? And this is such a big match for both of these teams. Zol, they've ascended to never to this height before. NAOS, their defending crown. They want to get that rematch versus Oasis. And at the very end of this run in CONQuest, at the very end of the run here in this split, it is Ascension that awaits them.
Well, you look at Zol now this time around, who have been trying to reach greater heights, and with the comp switch up here, last time around we saw Patman on that Sage. This time it's Naru, Patman, this time on that Sky, which was 2766 in the past, and now 2766 is played on in.
Yeah.
Instead of Nateflix, it's been him on that Astra instead. So what does this change really in terms of how they play? Patman has kind of been that second in, kind of been that initiator time and time again now to follow up after Hydra Kid, and he has been a great tool for this team. They would look very different without him.
I think it really suits, though, that you put 2766 again in a more supporting role. When you have that Sky, you want them to be their own kind of playmaker, to find their own frags along the way. And that's really what this team is all about on Zol. Let's not forget their background as a roster. They were part of that SR Nakage squad from split number 1. Some of their players were from Talon Esports before they became a franchise for Thailand. And they've been quite journeymen that have been looking for that big break. This is it. This is their time, and for Zol, it is in reach. But can they attain it against one, if not the biggest Titan that they have to deal with in NAOS Esports?
Well, they've shown that they definitely can. Who expected them to make it this far in the top 3 when the perennial kind of predictions were it's going to be Action, right, or Game Lab to make it this far? But they've shown that Titans can be mortal, and with map number 1, Titans can be even mere men. We're going into game number 1 here, rather game number 2 between NAOS and Zol. Bind it shall be.
Yeah, NAOS has bled, but can they fight back? Zol Esports on the defense to begin with, and we are looking to see a behold occur in front of us. The beauty of the Sky, though, Belong is your baby. You control that so well, courtesy of Batman. But Hookah is where the real action at. Trailblazer, though, blockaded by the wall. And NAOS, for now, stopped in their tracks. Batman jump peaks. There's the swing courtesy of Hydra Kid. A solid bait and switch. The train system for Zol allows them to get the advantage here. Wits all alone. And can he fight on back? That's the question. A 1v2 for now.
1v2. Oh, they catch him on the back pedal. They see him trying to fall on back. Wits cannot connect at long range, and Batman connects. They gained them the first round. We see there with NAOS continuing to progress up B long without hookah control meant that they weren't able to apply pressure from the opposite side and wrap around because of that sage barrier.
Yeah, here we go again. Zol is just so stellar in these kinds of scenarios. Come at us, we challenge you, and they put always themselves in such a good spot to win those kind of fights. We saw it versus MVP yesterday. They're doing it against NAOS in that last map here right now in the first round. And NAOS, I gotta say, they have to be a bit more attuned to threat assessment here. If you're blockaded by something like the wall, NAOS needs to rethink their plans because Zol is just waiting and Zol is striking as Zin gets one.
Oh, the spam as well. Zol, they've done a really good job with this map Veto so far and picking some maps that are definitely ones that they can take NAOS on. They did that on map number 1 here against the Eco. Could do it once more on Bind if they can continue that momentum. Damage done towards Zin, but spike out of hand.
Shower shots do ring courtesy of Senior Carl, but now as Esports, they're on that lesser buy and they're not given the opportunity at all to find an angle. Stellar setup courtesy of Zin. He has all the utility he needs to keep this short push contained. And Patman, here he comes, cashing out from Market and getting the takedowns that Zol needs to get it cleanly. No one dies on the defense. Zol keep all their guns for next.
There we go. Zol, as of the moment, getting the 2, the flawless as well. Very nicely done. But how do NAOS recover? We saw a while ago that these bonus rounds have been spectacular for Zol. And we were talking about it yesterday as well, Ascent, during the entire playoffs. Zol are one of the best teams in converting these lesser economy rounds, either ecos, thrifties, or bonuses, force buys as well. Zol are always so potent.
Yeah, there's always that chance courtesy of Zol. And firepower, it's also tuned by that mechanical skill that they're so stellar at. But now, responsibility in holding out these rifles. Slow play yet again. They're relying on wits to figure out what's going on the opposite end. Batman, though, has a different plan right now. Guiding Light, getting ready. Trailblazer is heard. He's letting it go, pass on by. The stun's there, and Mojer will get the takedown. A little too late on that flash. Mojer gets 2 and survives even. NAOS get away with a robbery over that A site, and now it's theirs to secure.
A nice bypass of NAOS. By NAOS of that defense here from Zol. 2v5, Mojer taken low. Witz has a heal. Actually, no, he doesn't. He didn't actually buy into the regrowth in this case.
Yeah, doesn't need it. Can't help me. No needs. Instead, we keep everyone alive. We're all going home to the next round with all our guns. And a flawless is answered by a flawless here.
Yeah, just you get yours, I'll get mine. Nicely done by NAOS in the end of things, but that was a mere bonus. It's a good sign, though. A much better sign than what we saw from Haven, where even their bonuses just look completely dismantled and lost, disconfigured. But now, so far, at least on their gun round, looking a bit more akin to what we've come accustomed to off that Trailblazer. Let's see if they can continue it here, coming to the 4th, the final gun round, the real gun round.
Wasn't that the struggle, really, in that last map? Now, though, this is where they can pick up the pace and honestly set their own kind of pace here. Usually now is in control of how these rounds do go. A lot of conditioning applied, especially. We do get Wits unleashing the Trailblazer, shower contact with the utility. And from this point on, now it's now trying to actually take this space. Hydra, though, stellar disengage with the blast back, almost caught out, trying to lob out those paint shells. But beyond that, really now it's a very old style that they're playing, a very slow pace. And getting the map bit by bit.
Thing is, you look at the comp here of Zol, and there's just so many ways they can absolutely stop or at least dissuade the push from coming on in. With us Astra, the gravity well, those stars prep, double controller, it's going to be very difficult to make a hasty entry to this site. They have to burn utility early, and they haven't been doing so enough.
Yeah, for now, those smokes there, and here we go yet again. The smoke setup is what allows the short hold to work out.
Whoa.
The Poison Cloud to try and cover, but Mojer finding Hydra to begin with 276 though. As the eastern side of the site, Senior Carl with the trade. Backside, the only staging ground here now for the side of Zol. Now let's get the plant going.
They had the plant down. They got the orbital strike as well from Senior Carl. The bench here is going to be a crucial position for Mojer. He has to get one from this spot to try and keep that advantage. Up close, Senior Carl, even in the angle, he gets the one. Poppy Chulo on the swing. And NAOS, they have look recovered.
Yeah, looking well and ready. again, it just goes back to their roots, right? A playstyle like this, they're trying to psych out Zol as much as possible. Zol has been very patient, looking for those opportunities, but if NAOS can get these inches, eventually they'll get the whole damn mile, and that's what happened to Reds at A site. Even if Zol had a few spots to work with, like the eastern side of the boxes, the back side itself, Zin's caught out as well, and Ja will take him down. NAOS just wipes out Zol in effectively small steps.
Yeah, and in clean fashion as well. Only losing a single player, Dax. Difficult there for Zin to clutch it out. By the way, since you weren't here for map number one,
don't call me out. I was here.
I will just remind you, or at least let you know, that there were hell of a clutches coming from NAOS. We saw one from Mojo a while ago, a triple kill clutch, 1v3, and then the ace clutch as well from Papi Chulo, 1v4. He got one, then came in with a 4-win after, in classic Papi Chulo style in the first half.
Yeah.
But we look here now at how NAOS have recovered, especially, and this could be their first lead of the series.
How dare you? I knew that. It was round 8 where Papi Chulo clutched.
All right.
I didn't look it up or anything.
Thank you, Google.
That's in your car. There you go. NAOS will get that takedown and an opening now perhaps towards that B site, but even though it's still that slow play, they don't want to overextend, they don't want to overreach, and we saw that as the problem of MVP last time around versus Zol. NAOS just playing their own pace, and it's a steady crawl to make their post plant happen.
Well, NAOS have a bit more of a active composition here. Great shot by Naru. Great shot by Zin.
No.
This is what we saw last time around. These Sheriffs, dude, they're so potent, but finally shutting them down. And they get the one. Almost a second. Senior Carl luckily gets a kill. 3v2, but you see, Dax, on these ecos, how potent Zol are.
Yeah, exactly right. That's the thing about Zol Esports. But compared to that last map, there's more damage control now courtesy of NAOS. Their angles are better, their situations are better. And while you call me out, isn't that already a problem for NAOS Esports in the first place? To always be put in those 1v3, 1v4 scenarios. I remember Senior Carl did it, Papi Chulo did it, Mojer did it, all throughout that game. If it's going to be more control instead here for NAOS, they're not going to be in those situations instead.
That's a nice stat sheet you have there,
Of
brother.
course! You know I know how to find them.
Thank you. Many websites dedicated to it.
Shout out to VLR.
Yep. Zol, though, shout out to them. They got lots of ultimates to throw, but so do NAOS. And this is a thing of mine. There's so many damn smokes. There's so many damn smokes.
It's beginning to look like a lot like Christmas, snowing everywhere with smokes, right? Showstoppers still do fly, and Mojer crosses, but Hydra cannot connect at all. The pass comes from Mojer.
What?
Sind also
That doesn't damage him?
just a little bit, I think, but beyond that, Papi Chulo with the takedown. Eventually, while the explosives were dull, the bullets are sharp. The swing comes, but Mojer reacts even faster. Finds Backman crossing into lamps. That should be communicated to the rest of NAOS, and someone's on the inside. And with the intel too, it's now time for NAOS to try and hunt them down. Naruto. Backman! Here he goes yet again. Multi-kill bonanza. By Papi Chulo. Standing and Papi with the quad. NAOS out and overpowers Zol there.
How close that round came once again, but Papi Chulo delivers once more, the daddy of them all. 4-2. NAOS heroics once more, getting them the round.
Batman can do it. Papi Chulo can also. It's such a great showdown between these two multi-talented fraggers. But still, I go back to my previous point. NAOS, they didn't rely on Papi Chulo to do that. He did that on his own. He still had teammates around him.
And let's not forget the amount of value that Mojer had in that position. He got the one there off the swing, off his in, and then obviously taking that space, giving the call out towards that lamp push. Papi Chulo once again starts off the round this time around.
Papi Chulo now ready to go for more. Patman also answers back, but this is just NAOS here, finding the frags anyway to that over-aggression, and we still go back to it. NAOS always playing a little bit more defensively, expecting even more aggressions to come their way courtesy of Zol, and they recover to regroup.
Thing is, Zax, while there's a bit of time here, and they know that Hydra Kid should be around that shower position, they get the res up on the Patman, but instantly convert the advantage back on around Viper's Pit. Let's see the push here from Market. Oh, 2766.
Yeah, the guns, and he's ready to fight 3v3 scenario now as Zol is scrounging for whatever they can pick up along these sands. Still though, the barrier orb available for Naru. Can he actually use it if he can contain segment of NAOS here. It will provide them a little bit more protection on the defuse, but the Viper Spit is such a big detriment. Mojer, the pain chills are perfectly placed. Naru falls, Witch comes out of the pit. Senior Carl trying to find, or rather, Papichulo on the side, and Witch is the one who finds those targets. Well done by NAOS. They play it off well, and they just spread the bullets like butter.
Yeah, Wits. One to the left, one to the right. Everything going his way there in the end. But one thing that we've kind of been seeing here coming in from Zol is that on their defense, especially on Haven, what we saw a while ago here versus NAOS map number 1 and MVPE, and we were talking about it with Fluffy, was just how much active map control they have from the defense. They love to push forward on the defense, crawl their way on up, cut off angles, cut off positions, and crunch them up the map down so that the attacking side has less to use. And they also gain information. If they clear out the B main, they know it's going to be an A side hit. And NAOS have been playing defensive, trying to catch that, but which should be kind of a good thing for NAOS, but they haven't been able to catch those aggressive lurks just yet.
Yeah, I think right now what NAOS does though by the very end is they find a way to make pockets of a safe haven to where they're contained on. They accept that Zol is going to do this to them. They accept that, okay, we're only going to be playing with a little bit of ground, but we can make these islands on Archipelago. We can find a way to keep ourselves safe with the crossfires, with the angles, and things like the Viper Spit or things like their own smokes and the pushes that come courtesy of Mojer. It's enough for NAOS to work with.
Yeah, they find a way to weather the storm, build a small igloo to keep themselves safe while the tundra is completely blowing over. But now, for the meantime, at least, this is a much better sign than what we've come accustomed to. Tech pause, and I think they're playing Limbo.
No, they're fine.
Yeah.
I think they're just trying to fix a few things here and there. But beyond that, NAOS has fixed up some of their mistakes there on Haven. And it won't be so far-fetched for me to say that it really is more of a map problem for NAOS rather than a playstyle problem here.
I think it's a bit of both. Like the map for sure. The one thing leads to the other. Yes, it's because of the map, but the map turns that way because of the play style of how they play on that map.
No,
And
doesn't that mean their playstyle doesn't suit Haven?
I know, because it suits Lotus, which
so
is all a three-side map. And
you can't say they're the
I
same.
don't know. They're not the same. They're definitely not. But like, I don't know if it's necessarily the play style. If anything, I think like the comp that they've been working with so far, it just hasn't been suiting them the way that you would normally expect. They seemed a lot less coordinated than they do here, not playing off of the stun, not even having a stun prep, and those kind of things are very difficult, especially against a matchup with a team who is playing that style right.
Yeah,
I guess.
it's an opposite for NAOS between maps. But here for Zol, I think it's all about personality. It's all about playstyle. Every single map that they play, it's very much what they're doing right now. And I feel like how that works out for their maps instead is wherever NAOS can feel safe, NAOS can actually get the advantage knowing what to expect from Zol. But if Zol can find the extra bit of space that they always eke out, these guys are so efficient at finding it. Even teams like K-Bout Alpha struggle to get the reaches that Zol has in the first place.
Yeah.
Then that's where they're going to have the advantage. And I do wonder now with the rest of our map pool, especially I'm looking at Fracture here. This is such a NAOS love map. And
yet,
Zol picks it. Right?
I mean, and yet, yeah, they pick it, and then we saw yesterday as well what happened there on that Fracture, right? And a lot of what Zol do so well is, as you said, is finding those openings, and you see it in their comps as well. Like yesterday or on Ascent, where they love to play that Sova plus Fade composition, is just absolute information gathering. Oh, for the meantime, seems like this tech is going on. You can see why.
I love the main menu. I love being in LAN.
I love being on LAN.
We can actually get answers to everything we need.
Yeah, like I could fist bump one of the players right now, but they're kind of busy.
That's bias.
They're right there.
That's bias. You can't
No,
do
but
that.
if you're on their side, you could
That's
too.
also bias.
On the Filipino side?
That's also bias.
Yeah.
You
We
gotta
can
do
fist
that.
bump the casters. How about that?
Okay. Andy Glaze.
Andy Glaze.
Fist bump.
Fist bump.
Fist bump. Fist bump. Fist bump.
There you go. We're just having a bit of fun here.
Yeah, but 8 takedowns here from Mojer. Senior Carl also with 8 as well. I think Senior Carl has been more of the silent killer right now. We've been watching Mojer, we've been watching Papichulo, but that extra bit of firepower that Senior Carl brings, that's the reason why he was so well off on the Zol roster. That's why he fit it, and now he brings that same kind of firepower to NAOS.
I think not just that. Mojer swapping back in on the duelist when he was performing super well. One of the few very good performers aside from Papichulo during map number 1, but he was on a killjoy the last time around. They get to put him on the front line now where it matters the most a lot of times, and it keeps him in the game. It keeps his hands hot, and it's not just because his hands are hot, but also because of the way that the comp is supposed to run, right? They typically do have Mojer on the Killjoy, rather on the Raze when it comes to bind, and so maybe just out of luck, but they're going to keep him in a position that should help them keep afloat.
Yeah. I wonder, though, for Zol, how can they answer back more so? By this point in the season, by this point in Zol's history and their playstyle, it's not about adjusting anymore. It's just eking out what else they can squeeze out of what comes their way. So, why are the Filipino casters looking at us?
I don't know.
What do they want?
They might be talking to the audience about us.
We're having a discussion here.
Yeah, we're actually talking about the game.
We like talking about the game.
Oh, casters ready, they say, because you're going to look at our ugly mugs. We are obviously
stop
stalling.
selling yourself short.
I said mine. Yours?
No,
different.
still, I don't like that. I refuse.
No negative self-talk?
No negative self-talk. You
Okay.
are beautiful, no matter what they say.
You are, what does Keanu Reeves say?
You are radiant.
Radiant.
Yeah.
You are radiant. Your eyebrows are lovely, Dex.
You're making me blush. Those are quotable quotes from incredible people
I love
that
challengers.
we know. I love challengers, I love game changers, and I love VCT. I love Valorant.
I love Valorant in general.
What do you mean? All I did was Valorant today.
Yeah.
You can't say I didn't.
All the whole reason why we're here is because of Valorant.
Yeah, a lot of Valorant. Just
All Valorant here, there, everywhere, obviously.
It's like, so right, this is the CONQuest, guys, and we have our incredible stage here.
Yeah.
We've also casted on that stage with me and
Yeah,
Black and Blue.
there's a collegiate scene over here.
I cast on the main stage.
There's a Riot booth right beside
There's
us.
an incredible Riot
There's
booth.
literally
And
Lotus
you guys
B-site.
If you guys are in the Philippines and you haven't gone to CONQuest yet, you should.
You should.
It is incredible.
Yep.
It is absolutely packed, yes, but everyone knows that this is the place to be. And if anyone goes to CONQuest.
Have you seen the Lotus, the B site where you can play post plant? They give you
door.
Vandals and Phantoms so you can position yourselves and take photos. Like, this is our post plant setup.
Bro, there's
I
a
am
door.
here on
There's the
B upper.
rotating door.
Yeah, I am in broken door. I'm holding B upper. This guy's holding the pit.
It's crazy.
Very cool. CT.
So a little bit of storyline while we're waiting. Since Oasis won, right, yesterday, I saw someone on the other stage for all the other events here.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, you're here because you won yesterday. And since there's an Oasis booth, right?
Yes.
I go up to them and be like, good job, you guys get to chill out today.
Yeah. You get to take a break. Tomorrow is when our grand finals returns, and that's when the Oasis does as well. I think we're going back into it in about a sec.
Yeah, I think we're getting ready.
They've alt-tabbed.
We see Valorant again on the
we see
screens.
Valorant again.
And this time around, though, NAOS is in control with how they're accustomed to. This is on Zol to find more of those value angles, to find more of those value pushes. And it feels like, though, that it could work against any other team, right, in the PH scene, what Zol is doing. But NAOS just right now trying to really test Zol's limits from this point on.
Well, that's what Zol have been trying to find out, right? Where is their limit?
Yeah, right? Where's the ceiling? Because
where's the ceiling? Because we have no idea.
we thought they will be out early on, top
Fifth. Sixth.
Yeah, fifth, sixth.
Maybe fourth on a good day.
They made it here to CONQuest.
Yeah.
And they won out against MVP in commanding fashion. Like, it was always doable.
12-0 half. What else do you have to
12-0
say?
half. It's just, right now, Zol is punching through those limits, trying to break through that glass ceiling. And well, the emblem that's stuck on that glass ceiling is the emblem of the wings of NAOS. And I think right now, it's such a good test for Zol. It's good to see them at this level. And it's good to get back into the game. Zol trying to play catch-up. NAOS now still keeping the offense going.
Well, let's see. NAOS return. A decisive half the same way Zol have. Viper's Pit out here towards that B-long. The option for NAOS to try and split. Go around that Viper's Pit here towards that hookah. They're definitely providing pressure and presence, but the lurk here from Papi Chulo. He's looking to get a catch, potentially on Patman's lurk.
Yeah, Papi Chulo's just waiting now, looking to punish the market stakes, courtesy of Zol. Link here held together. Toxic screen still up as well. And
they're beside each other.
They're just breathing the same air.
I think he hears him.
The gun barrel scene, and Papi Chulo will secure another one for Papi Chulo. He's not just good for one, he's good for dos. Looking for a threat here. The triple kill comes his way. And on la, Senor Papi Chulo, you make your way to that A site.
You cannot try the rat play against the Viper himself, the King Cobra, the snake in the grass. That is Papi Chulo, the lurk master who taught them and wrote the book on how to do it here in the VCTPH. NAOS Esports so far, another commanding round as Zol concede and go for the save.
I call him, you may call him Papi. I can call him Mr. Chulo.
Mr. Chulo,
Mr. Chulo.
Senor Chulo,
You have to give him that respect.
Don Chulo.
Don Chulo.
You know his name is actually Deco, so we can call him Don Deco.
Don Deco?
Yes.
Oh, dude, I love that. First name basis namin.
Oh.
But anyway, English podcast aside, NAOS here, still trying to find a few of those kills. They want to get rid of the guns of Zol. Naruto finds Mojer. Sin all alone, but Sin can still fight. Sin tries to deny those kind of takedowns. Eventually, casualties applied, and NAOS will hunt them all down. 6-2 now.
I mean, they have the economy to do it. Have one rifle saved up coming into this. I think Papi Chulo heard the minuscule drop by Patman from that boosted box. They're around the corner in the entrance towards market and able to sniff him out. Now, snakes don't normally have great scent, but in this case, maybe heat vision.
I mean, they have a nose, right?
They do have a nose.
But they don't have nostrils.
They do, but they kind of smell with their tongue. They taste the air. Like, yeah.
Dude, that's gonna come out of nowhere here. But now, they do force Zol Esports to go on an eco, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Again, maximization courtesy of NAOS. They want to be efficient, and they had the economy to go for the exit frags anyway. A showers now, looking to be the contesting point. Hydra hit by the flames even, but luckily for him, Trailblazer is dodged. The swing comes from Wade. He's hit by the vulnerable state, and Hydra Kid only needs a single move to get that takedown. Over a vision here from NAOS. Senior Carl though will still hold, and in the very end, NAOS can still weather the storm that Zol brings them and survives on the shower side.
Let me tell you, man, they should have been dead there. But Senior Carl's heroics stepping up in the end. It's a case of NAOS shouldn't have been fallen into that trap, but then Zol should have been able to not get away with it.
Yeah, no
Papi
way.
Chulo get the punish.
No way, no chance. That was the opportunity there for Zol. And a good run for them anyway. It was their eco. They had a solid fight towards showers, and if things actually worked out in their favor, that could have been guns going their way. But come on. You have Senior Carl. They timing things right because of the disengage there from the Raze even. He was able to target prioritize from right to left. Anyone swinging at him was the opportunistic target, basically.
It's one of those things where it would have been the right thing because he kept him away, right? And he went away because of the last pack. But then again, if he just peeked, who knows how that engagement would have went. Might have gotten the trade immediately. But 7-2, Orbital Strike available here for Senior Carl. They got the Cosmic Divide though, so options here for Zol. Delay time or play the retake.
Zol Esports still confirming as much as they can. Hoka control is set. The bats even watched out for, and towards long. Well, Ja will scout. We've seen NAOS actually stray away from B-Long after that first round. They realize that that's such a dangerous angle, and even worse for where? For Mojer! A pixel angle by the Toxic Train. Sin will be able to get that takedown from afar, and instead, it leads to Wits to try and clear things out. But the guiding light doesn't pop the flash itself. Sin with another one along the way. Zol finding these minuscule timings to get these takedowns, and with him holding the most diagonal corner here over onto the eastern side. He's still ready for more here, Black and Blue. He's in position, knows now just coming from showers, stays away from the cyber cages, and here we go! Stand! Always in position! Papi Chulo can strike back, but 2-7-6-6. Wall bangs abound. 1v2 now, and Zol wipes out NAOS. But that was all Zint from start to finish.
It was so close to near the end of Senior Carl landing that shot versus a Hydra Kid, but Zind absolutely playing them like a fatal, positioning himself in the right spot, dodges, first gets a kill on Mojer, then dodges the pop flash of Wits out of that smoke, playing in the corner, luckily for him, and then gets a follow-up kill after, bails out from that orbital strike, and then position himself in the corner where Ja would least expect him. Incredible stuff so far from really the controllers here, Zol.
Yeah, an escape artist, basically. Every single angle he could take. He dodged how many utilities? The guiding light.
Guiding light.
He dodged the cyber cages.
Orbital.
He dodged the orbital, and it really was just the best moments made there by Zind. In the meantime, though, game's not done, and now it's here. Now with Bats control yet again. Zin here though, trying to do the same thing, and here he goes! One more round, Zin! One more freaking round! He does it yet again! The Magician refuses to his tricks, but Wix will open the book and open up the site instead. 3v3 for now, and with those takedowns, Wits will get the Seekers, allows now NAOS to plan out their post-plant. Viper Spit first and foremost, and the push from Ja even better.
What a peek from Ja! But Zin, incredible stuff so far. Spike finally planted down. Hydra Kid lurked his way. They know he's here in the triple. He's positioned himself in a precarious position. Could maybe find the one. The backup comes from Patman. Gauge on out. The camera as well to confirm the immediate close. The ping off of it. Patman down for the one. Hydra Kid brings it to the 1v1. Here comes out the showstopper, and he gets John dropping from heaven.
Oh, he started out as a player, and he left the airspace as an angel. Ja tries to fly away, but it's denied and found by Hydra Kid instead. So again, in those crucial scenarios, they step up to the plate. Begins with Zin, look at him go.
Again, you give this dude a small sliver, he's gonna absolutely deliver, giving you just incredible moments of finding small spaces. Reminds me a kid of like Nats in that very first championship for VCT, where just so many pockets of control he's able to find.
Well, Zol Esports again and again, surprising many, including NAOS. But this time around, Zin will change it up. He's the one who sets the pace and sets the tone of engagement. No crossing towards short, the Viper Spit is there.
Yeah, that's going to be another position here that Zin is going to set up. So difficult to try and make some of these entries on the site. So many smokes, the Sage Barrier and the slow orbs, just a big hindrance to the plan. And once more NAOS. Oh, they don't expect here the aggressive push coming from Zol.
Yeah, Patman there with the find, and as of now, Wits will fall first and foremost. Ja, though, slowly crawling. Doesn't want to give up the sideline towards Naru as of yet, but the committed position, Naru in the middle, gives him an opportunity on top of the container. And this is now Zol again, finding those moments, finding those pockets versus now us, and getting takedowns and getting the hell away with it.
Looking disastrous for NAOS in the round. The amount of aggression, Zol love to push up forward. The thing is NAOS are playing so far back that they're not exactly too capable of punishing those aggressive positions. It'd be better if maybe someone was waiting there deep on towards the fountain and maybe get the catch off on those lurks, but they haven't been punishing it so far. Naru into 766, one apiece.
And Zol's recovered back into the action, holding down those boxes as well. Pop Chula forces the swing, but he cannot fight all of them. Zol make it manageable. It was quite a scoreline a while ago.
Yeah.
Now it's 5-7.
Yeah, great start from NAOS, but Zol have re-found their footing, recovered, and are back in the game. Single pistol can tie things all up, but I mean, it's a bit too late now to adjust for that defense. We just haven't really seen NAOS be able to punish those aggressive pushes that Zol have been doing all series long.
Yeah, but then Zol, they have a better chance right now, even though they struggle a little bit versus Game Map Alpha in their outing here on Bind last time around.
Yeah.
They're still more so that attacking-sided team. You see their personality, you see their play style. If they can converge all together, it's their chance to actually get takedowns with the overrun. So I'm looking to see how they're going to play A short, especially because it's Senior Carl awaiting them. Their former teammate will be the first one to close the gates on Zol.
Let's see how it goes for sure. He's playing towards that lamp position right now. Smokes down on the site. Camera here by Drop. Gonna get everything in his sight. They know the planet temp is coming.
Plants there immediately. Zol securing their safety with the barrier orb as well. That's why they're running that Sage. Classic plant from ages ago. Now as though on the opposite end, and I'm watching out for that tower position from Ja. Exactly why Naru falls, Senior Carl leads the push. Mojer's there too, and a coordinated assault courtesy of NAOS. The retake looking strong, and it's all up to 2766. He's already been spammed, already been tagged. Wits knows exactly where he is, and NAOS will just deny any kind of redemption. The pistol goes NAOS' way, and it's their control yet again.
Well, they had the Alpha Dog kind of lead the charge in. Trailblazer on the lamp, and then the rest of the Wolfpack came on in, followed up, cleaned up house in spectacular, flawless fashion for the most part. And NAOS, they needed that pistol here in this series. They have yet to have really great starts of halves much too often, aside from the first one of this. And this is where NAOS can once again build the lead early. We've been seeing that in this series, at least in this map, where they built the lead early in the first half, and Zol would creep back. So if they can get a surmountable lead here early, that's what they can close this map out.
Yeah, Zol can play catch-up. We've seen that to be something consistent from them. But they now wants to put themselves in a scenario where it might be a little bit too out of reach. We go again, though, anti-eco this time around for NAOS. And in the same kind of configuration, I'm always keeping an eye on what Ja's gonna do with his setup, because he himself can be a camera towards tower if he positions himself there. He can also find those takedowns towards showers. And Senior Carl, well, one of his counterparts on the opposite end, already denies any kind of entry, and NAOS is showing a steady hand towards that A site.
Yeah, catches him there as he's waiting behind the trip. Oh, what a shot from Patman. Dude, the sheriff shots that these guys have been pulling off has been something that has kept NAOS on notice.
Patman, though, looking for the crawl, the camera, such a big detriment. As the dart doesn't connect, it's still intel anyway. Wants to cross towards the tripwire. Now knows Zol's on the inside. And Mojer, the timing of the smoke, gives him the sight Switch is there to give a helping hand. And now it leads to a 4v2. Patman, though, 2766, crouching what they can. Bulldog in the hands of the Astra to fight back. The swing comes. Ja will connect. Left now to 2766 in the 1v2 scenario. Only problem, Spike's in the middle, running out of time. Tries to set up the stars anyway, sees the cross from Ja, but there's reinforcements in the name of Papi Chulo. They're toying with him, and they find their target eventually. Now it's outmaneuvers Zol there.
Really smart there by Papi Chulo to not re-peek. Wait for Ja to crawl in up close, but nice tag. Double trip towards the same spot. A bit of miscoordination though, I think, and it's been a sign of why NAOS haven't been themselves so far, where you see there's a one-way cage up there set up towards the showers, and yet they still smoke it off. Typically, you'd want to not smoke that off to go the attacking side, to come on in, then you pop the one-way, and then you punish. But those small things, they can have massive effects if it's punished later on.
Yeah, Ripple's right, and Zol now, they're looking to tear NAOS a new one here. The rifles are at the ready, but it's a bonus round, and NAOS is no stranger to playing off-key and off-tempo out of nowhere to try and surprise their opponents. The push comes to shove towards short. A triple peek basically from Mojer and the rest of the crew. On the backhand though, it's Ja trying to cover that shower side. The Trailblazer is there to try and get that intel, but the speed of rotation from NAOS denies Zol any kind of entryway.
That's exactly how it's supposed to be done. They rectify their mistakes, let them come on in a bit, pop the cage. It forces them back out once you gain control, re-smoke it. And I like the fact that NAOS went for the aggressive push there, knowing they needed to pick early with the lesser weapons.
Yeah, quick adjustment, but the re-engage comes courtesy of Zol. Patman finding Mojer, didn't expect him to be that close. Naru at least looking for that contact, baits out the plant, and baits out Ja. Senior Carl towards the corner, the star keeping him suppressed basically. 2766 saw the shoulder, saw the arm, and he's armed and ready to get that takedown. This is Zol getting a relatively nice round already. Papi Chulo, you gotta go. If you can do this, I don't know what you can't do.
I don't know, dude. We've seen incredible stuff from him. Haven Ace Clutch, they know he's here. Picks up a stinger, trying to bait them out with the ghost itself, but they're not biting. Eventually, Patman does. We get a 6-9 in the end.
Nicely done by Zol. And if you guys are wondering how our setup is here and on the broadcast, you're in the English. We're not on the speakers.
Yeah.
We are only in your ears. The Filipino broadcast is here for our amazing audience here as well, and of course, all the booths around us from Riot Games and whatnot. We wish you were here, and we're happy to have you over onto the online broadcast as well, but looks like now Zol, they're online and ready to actually go for the fight. And I feel like even if NAOS can go for the push and pull, it's still a surprise factor of when Zol strikes that can catch any team off guard.
Yeah. English broadcast here on stream. Filipino broadcast here at the event, at the arena. We'll see you guys when these guys eventually do make this a hell of a game.
I thought you were going to spoil something.
What do you mean?
I thought you were going to say something. But
why do you have to say it like that?
We're making a little bit of a tease here, my friend. But Trailblazers, their Seekers are going to be out and about. And it seems like for now, they have to at least try and find a way to navigate past the Seekers of Batman, especially Hydra, though, stalls out on the blastbacks. looking for a better angle, finds the hat of Ja, and it's Wits with a trade. 276 though, entries from the octagon. Slight now being taken by Zol. The wall will deny any kind of presence from Papi Chulo. But look at his eagerness to check every single angle just in case. Sol no make it 4v2. Senior Carl again, a 1-for-1. But this time around, Papi Chulo, magic needs to happen one more time.
Another 1v3 for Papi Chulo to try and gain it with some heroics. Zol on these executes. Pretty good so far. Damage done on Patman. That's the first he needed.
Goodbye to Batman, sure, but it's an 8 HP scenario here for Papi Chulo. Not the best angle as well. I love how Zolt has played
Save.
this round. The save comes, and it was such a... I'll be honest, I felt it was a little awkward for Hydra Kid's entry, but the way he was playing those flashbacks was always to keep himself safe and secure with the cyber cages and whatnot. Eventually, he found the target onto Ja, and the rest was a slow play from Zolt to get the entry going.
Yeah, it's because of the fact that they also have D766 on that Astra, right? It gives you just so much more initiating power in terms of what you can do, which is kind of off meta. A lot of teams love to play the Brimstone here, but Astra is still pretty good. Lots of teams do run it still, but in this configuration against a Brim comp, it does allow you to have a lot more of the side clear, like we saw there, the Nebula pulls, right? The stun on the backside, catching Jaw out, allowing Hydra Kid to punish.
Yeah, you have more speed with the Brimstone on Bind, but you have more security instead on the Astra, and a lot more different kinds of opportunistic utility, if ever. This time around, though, contact made, and of course, the Terminator Zind will find a frag along the way. Goodbye already to Wits. Zind has just been so consistent so far, all throughout the playoffs, getting these kind of takedowns. And Venice here to NAOS. Hydra Kid also. A twin-headed beast in Zol. It's one on Zind. It's one more on Hydra. And speaking of the one and the one, an extra one for Zind to make it 5v2.
Zol have been playing super well in terms of making sure they're keeping those flanks checked, clearing their corners, and keeping NAOS on their toes like no one other.
Such a vast improvement here from Zol. Every single day we see them play, they have gotten even better. Or are they good enough to shut down NAOS in such a long matchup? They already took that one map, and they're likely to take this round unless Mojer and Ja can figure out anything else. They're stuck here though, thanks to the wall setup in the first place. Hiding now, just to die to the spike. And Zol have crawled their way back here, Black and Blue. This was 5-7 a while ago. This is gonna be a one-round gap now.
We talked about it, Dex. They can play the comeback anytime, any day. And Zol once more have proven that to be the case. NAOS wanted that early lead to extend it past out of their reach, but with a streak like this, man, I mean, it is against an eco, but Zol have just erased it.
Well, yeah, where is this performance coming from Zol? 14 for Batman, but 13 here from Zind as well. And as of right now, I think what Zol is trying to do is dissuade NAOS from playing the style of aggression. Keep them a bit more passive, keep them a little bit more held back, so Zol can get the active map control that they love. And speaking of which, Sands are theirs. They're moving towards short. Senior Carl, though, he's on the opposite end, and as soon as they hear some noise, the Molly's there to prevent the cross.
Well, the utility, though, paint shells, slow orbs for the potential catch, for the potential punish. Didn't have a star prepped, so could not pull him back into it. For the meantime, confirm even more B-side presence that keeps the defense there, ready for the B-hit.
Yeah, isn't that the question, though? NAOS, they have a good hunkered down composition, but is Zol trying to really bait that out and play with whatever angle they can? Showstopper, though, looks for the turnaround, but Senior Carl fights his time and gets the takedown. Same case for Mojo! Here he go, going maximum towards Belong! And now patience is key, and they've unlocked a different kind of opportunity. Zind, what can you do in a 1v5 as NAOS have woken up from their slumber?
I mean, they let him get close, for sure. And that slumber of theirs, luckily, is a mere sleep, unless a hibernate, if anything. But for the meantime, Zind, I mean, it's out of the question in this case. We saw a Papi Chulo clutch a while ago in the 1v5, rather than ace clutch, but I don't think about this one. They are very fortunate, though, that when the entry did come from Zol, it was the only sole entry there from that hookah, and they weren't able to bypass Senior Carl within the site who got him in the air off of the showstopper. That at least keeps NAOS with their lead.
Yeah, isn't that the lesson there to be learned? If Zol cannot get 2 entryways at one go, NAOS will take that opportunity. They knew they wanted to clear from front to back basically on the offense, and Senior Carl takes such a good opportunity, whether it's the familiarity of him with the old roster or just his game sense alone. Those are the moments that make NAOS great.
That's a good bait as well there from Wits, making sure that he gives him a shoulder check, right? Make sure he's always within the fight, gives him presence so that they keep their heads turned towards the guard and not towards the TP where Mojo was waiting. But now, quick push by Zal here for the Showers.
Yeah. Showers still can be taken, but Slow Orb is there too. They try to look for a catch if NAOS was aggressing, but yet again we see it. NAOS just holds back, just stacks on up the way that they want. Lamps, one of the more vital areas of control here for Senior Carl, being held together. And I'm watching what Zind is up to here. He had Toxic Strain for the cross. Senior Carl, he's jiggling around trying to expect if there's any contact that makes their way there. But here we go again. A single wall separates potentially a big firefight that may occur.
Well, that type of engagement is exactly what Zol loves to be in, right? They love that firefight in the scramble. They find those positions to crawl within the smokes. And here comes down. Smoke down there towards the lamps. Look at this. Complete backside control. It's a front line for both sides.
Yeah, showstopper no hurt, and Arjun with the takedown. The launch from Mojer doesn't lead the Moch. As here we go with Zol getting the takedowns and the resurrection even. Papi Chulo though fights back. It's 3v4 after everything's said and done. In the backside, it's still the call here for NAOS. Wits inside the smoke though. Slowly but surely getting in position. The tension is there as we saw Patman cross over to the other side. But Wits! He was playing them like a damn fiddle. All he needed was the sound. And that is going to be applause for NAOS. But we're not done. Papi Chulo looking to end it. The takedown! You shall not plant! NAOS with the round.
Papi Chulo once more. A 4K. You see how he slithered there within that smoke. To be able to deny the plant not once, but twice, Dax. This man is incredible when you leave it up to him. Anchoring things on down. Great angle found here by Hydrokin, and they were able to turn the odds back because of that res. But when it came down to it, finding the opportunistic angles, capitalizing on those windows. Now keep the door open.
Their ears work really well.
Yeah.
Great.
It's a great headset.
They have a great headset. Simon courtesy of Zol Esports, and you knew how close they could have actually made that round work, but we've seen this now from NAOS. Is it really a rat position if it's just right there beside you? It's those more opportunistic moments, right, that NAOS, they're anticipating a push, but they're also keeping tabs of what other things, on what other aspects that Zol can play off.
And you see how when Papi Chulo was doing that as well, he had someone behind him, he had Wits to help him out there to get a trade if ever somebody pushed through that smoke, because it's very common when someone's planting like that towards the APC and there's a bit of a gap in the smoke that somebody's going to spam through it in retaliation to try and stop the plant denial or try and get themselves a bit more control. In this case, NAOS playing like a team, but individually, players like Papi Chulo gaining them the rounds that they need.
3-round gap right now for NAOS. They're getting closer and closer to that victory. You know, Zol will make them work for it, sure, but this is the predicament we were talking about all throughout the game. Zol has to play catch-up. NAOS keeping the lead steady. And the Stim Beacon to give him that leg up. But Patman needs no help. He can do it all. The 2K for him leads now to the Seeker. Since it's a 3v3, he'll get all the intel that they need. And they realize NAOS is off-site beside Senior Carl. A stellar find by 2766. Zol will get that A-side going.
With a Guardian as well. Nice recovery here coming from Zol. Patman, the double really helped seal in the deal. And with his pulled a lot of aggro, barrier wall in his face as well. Jaw's gonna have to do something here to try and gain them the advantage.
Yeah, Jaw here over on the high ground, trying to make his heaven position work, but Patman one more time, one more go. You know his name, you know his name, but Wits, he's just better there. 1v1 now with Naru on the high ground. Has a tip for cover. Wits slowly but surely trying to find a swing angle here. The guiding light is out and about, and Naru bites his time to get that takedown. Well played by Zol there in the end.
Yeah, there just wasn't enough time there for Wits to play with on that retake. Nice attempt, but even better here coming from Zol. They use a lot of utility to get that showers control, but it's because they can, because they have lots of utility to throw out anyways.
Just Patman though, when you think Zol is down and out, he is the man to call for. 17 takedowns, another great angle to take, and you see it so well from Zol Esports. NAOS cannot calm down at any given time. If there's still a player alive and kicking in a firefight, they can't just say, okay, we have the 2v1 advantage or we have the 3v1 advantage, because Zol has a roster that can get themselves out of those kind of situations.
Yeah, they can't get too comfortable with those type of situations, Dax. They found the 2 kills at the early, but it traded out evenly. Wasn't able to back out in time to keep them still in the fight. They got a lot of ultimates for this one, though. Mojer on that showstopper. Viper's Pit for Papi Chulo on the defense. And this could be where they secure match point, but the Cosmic Divide, with the way that Zol has been playing, there's something big to expect.
Yeah, exactly that. I feel like that extra bit of cover can really help Zol out in a pinch. We've seen what they can do with the barrier orb. What more with a bigger wall? But 3 ultimates ready for NAOS, and the big one has to be that Orbital Strike.
Orbital Strike, rather, yeah.
I know the symbols look a little bit the same.
I know, they do.
This is the first time we're this close to a symbol, right? But anyway, Boombot says hello. Gravity Well catches them in the act, though, and as of right now, NAOS, they set up the pit. Zin wants to be very ambitious, knows exactly the vision ranges of this kind of ultimate. But Papi Chulo, a different plan, moves over to the corner, and will anyone dare cross this?
Yeah, it's difficult. The decay is going to bring them down to a single bullet. Senior Carl on the spam. See, a single bullet connects. It's all they needed. Painshaw's going to kill him if he doesn't move. Hydrica down low, has to get aggressive.
It's not even just Papi Chulo, that's the threat, right? It's anyone who sees whatever is going on in the Viper's Pit. A single ping can do you in, and this time around, here we go now with 2766 finding Mojer. Hydra, though, waiting for the opportunity, but the Orbital Strike is there yet again, a retreat back into the pit. Papi Chulo, though, keeping that still afloat. And Zol just navigating what they can. It's not just inches anymore, it's a centimeter steps that Zol can take. Trailblazer, though, spotted out early by Hydra. Gets back to the other side of the wall in time. Senior Carl, though, is still there, and Papi Chulo has been lying in wait, striking like a Viper truly. And of course, Senior Carl is there to ring the bell true. 12-9, now some map points.
It's the controllers here, really keeping a grasp, a grip on this game. It's quite firm, and they can't let it slip. NAOS, when it comes to it, delivering, gaining match points. Senior Carl, the patience of him to not rat within there, because you can see that they were kind of aware of the potential of his walkout from that heaven. They were spamming that smoke towards that heaven, but he bided his time and fought and cashed in when it was perfect.
He was just waiting again and again. Patience is perfected by NAOS Esports, and any lesser team would just
from Papi Chulo.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry to cut you off, but that's quite new because of the new additions to Bind. It goes through the TPO showers and here in B Long.
Oh yeah, you're right. There's even a vent. You know, we can actually see a few utility being lobbed through the vent
this
here
is
towards B side. Anyway, though, so they're hurting here, my friend. They have a hero bulldog in the hands of Hydra. Everyone else on an eco state. That last round was truly the make or break moment. This time, it's heroics needed for Zol to even make anything work.
Ja has that neural theft. He's been holding on to it, nursing it for quite a few, waiting for the best time to use it. This could be the round for it. Zol pivoting towards that A site. They still keep Patman here towards that B because they know the pivot on his TP. He could rotate real quick. As long as he pulls some defense here, that could be good enough.
Yeah, Toxic Train set on up. Zin is there, though, on site. And the Guiding Light, I don't think
he's under him.
Got Gong there, but Mojer with a find. Zin, though, yet again out of nowhere with the takedown. But Wits is still in position with Mojer along the way. A stranglehold made by NAOS. The backside is theirs to control. And the waxing and waning tides of their push and pull. Find another one, pushing even deeper. Mojer with a triple kill. 2766 all alone now. He finds the kill, sure, but there's so much work ahead of him. And this is just now toying with their food. The jump peaks into the wall bangs. The double swing for the takedown. Textbook from NAOS to take the win.
It's how it should be there in the end. Playing off of each other, using their utility to its fullest extent, and they gained the round. And the map finally here in the series recovered from that map number 1.
NAOS Esports looking better than before, and well, we have a lot of question marks up there on Haven, but we've seen how signed their bind has been, and from start to finish, the double control setup really dictated the pace of the game. Papi Chulo and Senior Carl, both of these players playing such a big hand all throughout these rounds.
I mean, the way that they have been doing it as well, with just exemplary moments where they find a small pocket, find a small sliver of an opening, and then just tear it wide open. That's exactly what you need from players like this, especially in a map like this on Bind, which can be so sometimes, I guess, coagulated with these smokes and just how much space can just be taken away from you immediately.
Yeah, it's been an interesting showdown though between Mojer and Hydra. In the end, the showstoppers were more for space rather than their kills, and you can see it here. Papi Chulo, 23-9, so efficient at getting multi-kill after multi-kill yet again. It's always these angles that NAOS can suddenly take. They know how to extract even more so from what they see, what their teammates see, and we saw that on the offense, especially towards like a short right. You see it on the defense from heaven, from boxes, and it's just crazy to think that NAOS is having that kind of coordination, even in this kind of setup, just to find those frags that other people are spotting for them.
Well, I mean, NAOS are an incredible team. That's a great comeback for them, but they're not out of the water just yet. Still, some shaky moments there, I think, from NAOS, but you have to give props to how Zol have been playing. Absolutely impressive. Great moments, and even though NAOS take the map, it almost felt like Zol were in the driver's seat for a while there.
Yeah, there are a few stretches where Zol suddenly puts their foot down and goes for their own comeback run. But eventually, it's a little bit different for NAOS here. We know how they adjust, we know how they try and take it step by step, but it becomes more for round right now how they need to adjust versus Zol because of the strength of the pushes that Zol bring to the table. Against other teams, NAOS just takes that one round, adjusts immediately, and that takes the cake. Zol makes them work for it, and players like Patman especially are the biggest X factors that NAOS needs to deal with all throughout this best of 5 series.
Well, you talked about Patman, and he has been absolutely incredible, but I think Zind as well there, riding himself into these positions that just keep on catching NAOS off guard. They're tempering their expectations. They're conditioning them to think one thing and then hit them with the other.
NAOS doing such a good job, and they deliver that win there with Grab Limited, courtesy of Ja as well. There were some moments where I see Ja, he has a few struggles from time to time, but suddenly he bounces on back, finds the angles, and from what I see so far in our setup, he has made do with a box or two to help him out.
Yeah, it isn't his typical one. He has a very, very unique setup, to say the very least, typically on where his monitor position is.
I wonder if the English stream can see it. This is like, it's like this.
It's like this.
It's like this.
And then he's like this.
Like this.
He's like this is how he plays. And but it's a bit different from that right now. Who knows? He hasn't himself had the best series so far. It could be different when we do come back, though, from this break in just a bit. You are watching the VCTPH Lower Bracket Finals 2023 here at CONQuest. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The Empire of Now strikes back as we go now to a 1-1 standing. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast. My name is Dax with Black and Blue, and we are going to go to a game number 3. But yet again, let's put emphasis on it. 1-1 standing. Zol takes Haven, NAOS takes Bind. Now we go into Fracture, and to our surprise, right, it's a Zol pick instead of a NAOS one.
Yeah.
And this is where it gets a little bit dicey for Zol Esports.
It's been an almost perfect map for now so far, right? We only did see that loss versus Oasis yesterday in the upper bracket final, but for the most part, it's a very curious choice for Zol. What do they have in store? What do they have packed on in? You look at like the history here of Zol on Fracture. It hasn't been the most, to say, the fruitful one, if anything. And so there has to be a reason why they picked this. I would wager that's because there's something that they saw when NAOS went up against Oasis yesterday that they thought that they could replicate and also abuse and exploit.
And not only that, something that they can feel like improve on from when they faced off against Action PH back in the online playoffs. And we're in, it was, I believe, a 12-14 standing. They only lost in overtime. And theoretically, right, like, let's remove NAOS from the equation real quick.
Yeah.
For Zol, doesn't it sound like Fracture is a map that suits them?
I mean, it does.
Right?
You see at how, attacker side it could be as well. And on the defense, you have to play very active on that defense, right? You take that map control away. You always know they're going to want to take arcade or some sort of control just away from the attacking side. And on paper, based on how we've seen them play these past 2 days, you would wager that it would, right? But then again, it's also been something that, unlike Haven, has been working really well for NAOS in the past.
Yeah, exactly that. And I look back to their games versus Oasis game, and we're in. Yes, it has been a bit back and forth. I think they're standing right now all throughout the year between NAOS and Oasis. On Fracture is 3-2 in favor of NAOS. You look back at those kind of games and you realize, how does NAOS play against aggressive teams that love to push, that love to extend? They take what they can get, what that is left behind. If they leave behind one of the 4 angles, NAOS will go for there. They're very good at calling the cuts through spawn, and especially how they set up those post plans. And that's the beauty of how NAOS plays Fracture. It's just they are very good at assessing what is the safest route to get to the site.
They're also very exemplary at making sure that they can continuously give different looks on different rounds on the defense, shuffling where the utility is placed, circulating where and when they use certain pieces of utility under their setups. And that's been really keeping NAOS' head on a swivel, but also keeping them guessing. And when you're playing a guessing game, it can be very easy to make the wrong choice.
Yeah, we have such a huge crowd, though. I got distracted.
Yeah.
And you made some great points there, but look at everyone around us right now. Everyone tuning on in to see who'll be facing off.
I see a chamber
Gaming.
in the crowd.
I was chamber yesterday.
Oh yeah, you were. No, but I see an actual chamber in the crowd.
Oh yeah.
Lots
hello.
of cosplayers everywhere. It's lovely. If you guys aren't here, you should be.
It's the tarpaulin from yesterday also.
Yeah.
We were casting the
Netflix.
We were casting the Filipino side yesterday, right? And we saw tarpaulin for Zol Netflix. May he rest in chicken wings.
Rest in wings.
Dude, that's the background that you always give for either those condolences or graduation.
Exactly, right?
Yeah,
You
well,
got buffalo wings behind him. Maybe they want to fly high past now.
true. The wings, they got fried.
Oh, it works.
It writes itself.
Everything.
Anyway, I understand humor now. And, well, for humor as we go back to talking about the game, or rather, what can come from the game, we've seen from Zol Esports, they love to play the fade, right? Where they want to contest those closer angles. They want to get more of those spaces even. But then again, you look at how NAOS plays, especially with that KO. They play a little bit far forward, or rather, far away from those kind of situations. They take a very quick execute, and I think that's really where the fade will either make or break this game. Do the Prowlers and the Haunts find value in time to catch out NAOS?
That remains to be seen, right? And especially since NAOS aren't one of those teams that like to play Cypher on Fracture. Even though they play Fracture, rather they play Bind with a Cypher, they don't do it on Fracture. They play that Killjoy. And those trips would be very good in kind of minimizing the amount of impact those Prowlers would have otherwise had, because they catch a Prowler, allows you to play right behind it, allows you to not get caught by the Prowler itself, and it allows you to burn that utility off of the attacking side, but they don't have that right now. And it makes me wonder, what will be the point then of really shutting down a player like Patman? They do have a KO on the Wits typically, and I think that could be where they kind of pivot around their comp.
Oh, I like that point you made about talking about players specifically, because we look back at Bind and remember who was playing that race. It was Mojer.
Yeah.
But in configurations for NAOS, when they play Fracture, it's Ja who plays that race instead. Mojer goes back to that Killjoy, and I do wonder what what's going to be the call right now here for NAOS Esports. We've seen them really commit on job being the luless so far for many of their runs here in Split 2. But coming into LAN, will we see that shift up yet again?
Let's not forget that during, split number 1, where they actually did win the championship, it was Mojer on that duelist because he was able to buy that space, and he is damn good at it and has improved tenfold as well. And then Jaw follows up right after, being the second on in, but we've also seen many times, like coming in from stage 1, that it can be a point where if Jai's on that main duel, he will struggle because he's taking a lot of the aggro for the rest of the team off.
It's a very thin line right now.
It's a thin line
for NAOS, and we saw it there against Oasis that started off with Bind, with Mojer, and it was their victory. They moved over Ja playing that Raze, and they fell down towards Fracture. And is it because of the Sentinel that they run per map instead? Is it because the comfort of the duelists right now? It remains to be seen how they feel about their kind of setup. But I'd really just expect right now from both NAOS as well as Zol Esports tried and tested compositions clashing here on Fracture.
What I would have otherwise liked to see is if there was some way they could slot and make a chamber work once more. We saw them still play that even after the chamber nerfs to great effect. And I think that's because, and much akin to the reason why they weren't able to win map number 1 a while ago, they weren't able to have Ja on that op. And when you give him an agent like a chamber, he is going to have an op. He's going to have more opportunities to have that operator in his hands. And a lot of the defense, what we've seen from NAOS in the past year, pivots on Ja having that op as well when they can afford it, when they build a big enough economy for it. But on Bind, it's obviously not going to happen with him on the Cypher. And on Haven, they just weren't able to build the economy to do it anyways on their defensive half. And so maybe I think that's where they can kind of change things around and gain, the advantage in this series.
The focal point here for NAOS is to handle the Zol offense. They couldn't do it against Oasis Gaming. You could see that Oasis, they really adjusted their playstyle, adjusted how their executes work versus NAOS just to win out that map. But Zol is a different kind of beast, and of course, it's a different kind of preparation from Zol towards NAOS anyway. It's really how defensive NAOS can play right now with their comp, and I guess it relies on Mojer and Senior Carl to do that job. They're the ones with the stall power. Between the Killjoy and the Breach, all eyes are on them to really keep tabs on where Zol's going.
Well, the way that Zol have been playing, right, it's just very suffocating, really. They cut off a lot of those angles that you'd want to play, and they pincer you and trap you within and drowning you alive. Zin on this Cypher, they pull out the Breach, much akin to what we've seen in the past.
Look, I think we're wrong already from what we were talking about. The shift from NAOS Esports to change everything up right here, right now. Gone are the Rays, gone are the KO. Double control is the call. And the only thing that stays the same from the last outing they've had on this map is Mojer on the Killjoy. What an adjustment immediately. I don't know here, Black and Blue, whether this might either be a pocket strat they've been looking to whip out whenever they would lose this map, or it's a big experiment.
It's a change as well here for Zol. They swap out that Fade for the Sky this time around, and one wonders how that's going to play. That actually I think could benefit NAOS here, knowing they don't have that Cypher to deal with a Prowler, but the dash on in from Ja, that's going to come out once more. He has the op. This gives him operator potential, though, to pull out as compared to that Raze, but it's been working super well, except for that one Oasis match. Did that loss from Oasis kind of scare them away from running the same comp again, or is this more of a direct approach against Zol specifically?
Well, it's a long match, and honestly now, they can give it a try if they want to run something a little bit different. Will it work out though versus Zol? Zol has just been steadily climbing, steadily getting better, and if they stick to their roots, stick to their guns, that might be their chance to just shut down NAOS along the way. We're getting a few glimpses though of the Riot boot nearby. We're gonna get, do we get Lotus later on or no? I don't think so, right? We don't have that in the pool. But I'm excited for this one. I'm excited to see, especially what NAOS is gonna do, or if Zol can retake that lead. It's such a big game for both of these two teams. Ascension is on the line if they make it to the grand finals, and Oasis Gaming awaits them. Let's move now into Fracture, game number 3 between NAOS and Zol.
Let's see where it stands and where they land. NAOS versus Zol. Fracture shall be. Whoever wins the map takes the lead in the series as we're tied on up here. NAOS on the attacking this time around. New composition for NAOS especially, but Zol trying something different here. You can see the stack on the A side for the most part on the defense.
Yeah, set up now, and Well, now Esports slow play to begin with. You can already notice though that now as they want to have that early alert system toward the northern side of the map. That's why Mojo's there with the turret especially. But as soon as they realize no push whatsoever here from Zol, a more passive playstyle from the defense, that's when they're navigating and try to play towards that B site. And here we go, Trailblazer to lead the charge.
They went for that aggressive push towards A main characteristic here coming from Zol's defense, but it's the B site that NAOS have taken. Spike down, no denial off of that for the meantime. And look at how far and wide they cast their net, making sure the flanks are checked, both on Arcade and B main.
Yeah, there you have it now. B site is taken and, well, Zol eventually coming out of the woodworks to fight on back with Wits. Already with a find onto 2. Mojo's there as well. And from this point on, it's all NAOS. Hydra fighting versus Poppy 2 HP and the Dream alive to keep himself staying strong. NAOS, yet again, assess, execute. It is clear to the win.
1-0. Now start off once more. Finally here, another pistol round they gain and in flawless fashion, Dax. And that is a good sign of things to come, I think. Attacking side favorite here on NAOS. Zol characteristically, though, once again trying that active defense. They push forward, but this time around, because we are in Fracture, it is the norm. It is to be expected of, and NAOS expected it.
Yeah, this is what NAOS is all about, though. And it's interesting to see Zol so passive, right? One of the few times we actually notice it from them, but for now, their aggression, their ambition,
Vandal
punished by the anti-eco. It's not just a rifle, it is a Vandal in the hands of Ja. Here comes the rest of NAOS. Trailblazer perfect for close quarters, but no, 2766! The swing was so solid! Pushes forward, shuts down Ja. That Vandal's on the ground, and NAOS right now looking to play retrieval. In the end, though, NAOS still keeps it cool and calm, and it's all left now to Zin to try and do a little bit more damage.
Yeah, they stay collected for the meantime. Rifle retrieved here. So, no real chance for Zin, but good immediate shutdown there of the attempt. I like the swing from Patman, keeping them in check, making sure they have to be aware of these corners, clear these positions, otherwise you're going to get punished heftily.
Yeah, plant comes down, and right now for Zol, I want to see what they bring here. They can't just play too passive, they can't play too aggressive as well. It's that balance you have to deal against NAOS to take these kinds of rounds, or else it's going to be clinical from them. Same case, relatively clean. Jaws the only casualty, and they pick up the Vandal anyway. 2-0 now for the offense.
What's good is already here in round number 2. You can tell NAOS are playing a bit more akin to what we've come accustomed to. You see how they don't get greedy. Even though Papi Chulo had the 1v1 against a classic of all things there, he still waited for his teammate to come into B main. He still waited for Senor Carl so they can take on the fight 2v1 in that last position there versus Zind on the Cypher. And when Senor Carl was low, he waited for his teammate as well. So good discipline being showed by NAOS early on.
Yeah, bonus time though from NAOS, and hastily it's Ja leading the charge. A stellar flash. Naru takes his time to get that takedown. Seeker though with the cover. Wits will get the ghost kill anyway. He had the shield. The cabbage will give its life to keep Wits alive. But Soul, they have the firepower. They have the flank, and Patman does good work to get to. But yet again, it's the ghost getting these kills. 2v3 as NAOS look to converge towards that A site.
It's a ghost that can sometimes give you the most here. Have an option. Spoiler alert, they got the kill off of it too. Mojer off of that flank. They don't retrieve that Vandal that was dropped off of A main. Keeping the Bulldogs in their hands. Hydra Kid gets the one. This is a bonus, by the way. And so he goes down. Damage done, but Zol answer with a round.
You know, I got hyped and I realized, oh, it's Hydra. He wins those. He gets those. And he has just been an incredible journeyman all throughout this split. Played for MVP before they had their sponsor. He also played for RNT. And the most interesting part about Hydra, from what we've seen so far, he's been a very flexible player, playing so many roles. He sentinels with the smokes. Now he's on that duelist. Now he shines, and I really feel like Zol, they got a really good free agent before the playoffs to just complement the roster.
Well, 1-2. Zol looking to complement their round win with another potentially here. Hydra Kid off though. Ja with the opening swing. Full line keeps him in check, buying some time to get the defense here ready for the A side hit.
Orb looking to be taken, and here and now, it's NAOS Esports. Slow, steady pace yet again. You see though, we already got that kill, but you mentioned a while ago, Black and Blue, they're not greedy whatsoever. A single takedown is not enough for them to actually go towards the side. And Mojer, he might be next on the chopping block. 2766 wins them both anyway. The double swing, enough for Zol to get that control, but with a sacrifice made by those two members of NAOS, the A site is theirs to take instead.
Yeah, but because of that 3v4, NAOS, they have to get aggressive. They have to look for an early pick here or potentially get the first one off of the retake. Otherwise, this is going to be a problematic round for the NAOS post plant. They have the orbital strike, so they can block off an angle if it does get too heavy.
Yeah, NAOS got jumped, but they have to be ready this time around. The tags do come towards Johnson here, pushing towards tower, towards rope even. And here and now, the sands have to be given towards Zol. Patman, though, eventually finds the retreat. And it's Zol covering all bases, all alone on an island. Senior Carl wanted to take them with him with the orbital strike. Didn't use it anyway, but in the end, Zol gets an easy takedown to wrap up the round. 2-2 now.
I'm not sure what the idea was there. They could have used that orbital to maybe cut off the tower rotation to buy Ja here and win some time playing towards that sands. As they were kind of pincered on in, not much map control. They had to fight for a bit more, but because of that, now they're tied up.
Yeah. It was a. Actually, I don't know if I can say it on the podcast. I will stop there.
Which way are you going?
Yeah, I feel like you have make a point. Maybe it was a bit more proactive, but it was a 3v4 anyway. In the end, though, NAOS Esports right now, their lead has been cut. And you gotta check out what the Cypher setup is all about for Zind. He's very flexible, playing duels, playing Sentinel. And not only that, he's ready now for any kind of cross towards the tower.
Well, they have the orbital strike on either side now. They can use that to clear out the tower, and knowing that, Zol don't position themselves in a, in an opportunity to get punished by that. So, B-side hit gonna come. Luckily, the Trailblazer breaks that trap. Zind off of the one, though. He has a kind of a one-way here against him.
It's a labyrinth made by Zind, and because of it, we already lose Ja along the way. Orbital strike is the call. Trailblazer are looking to scout around as well. And here we go yet again. Zol Esports just finding corners to take. Mojer, though, lying in wait, but Zind is quicker on the swing. Well done by Zol to pick apart NAOS one by one. The re-engage is a must.
Well, they got a Bulldog here in the Senior Carl. That's going to have to be good enough. Orbital to clear out the site if they wanted to. But Smoke's on down. Hydra Kid up close here. And Zol, they're pincering them on this defense. Difficult to get the entry. Hopping on in, dashing through the snow. And Hydra Kid gets a third.
Yeah, one horse race instead of an open sleigh here with Zol commanding these rounds. We've seen them just get in the way of NAOS at the right time, and isn't that the game plan for NAOS? Find the opening, find that small sliver of a timing to actually make it through to the other side. But Zol, denial from every single approach has helped them out to keep these these rounds in their favor.
Well, they're keeping the game alive for sure. Zol have, so far, with their lead taken here, have shaken up this NAOS attacking side who just hasn't been finding the punishes. I think the real pivot point there was when 2766 got those 2 kills, pushing out of A main with the Bulldog. And now that gives Zol the advantage here. Another crawl up towards A main. We haven't seen many split pushes, Dax, from NAOS' attack.
Yeah, we've seen from NAOS, though, that they try to at least find those 2 angles, but Zol just decimates one of them. They caught them napping towards spawn. The last time around, they played towards drop. And now they decide to group up and just bring a single fist towards this firefight. Trailblazer, though, to already get caught by the Tripwire. Reposition from Sin to a different side. The Guiding Light, though, does get popped. And Nico around here from the side of NAOS with the Stingers trying to force that close contact. And Ja with the blades to get that takedown. Eventually, another bird in the way. Patman, he was waiting for that to flash on now. But NAOS, they're goading their opponents to play close. The showstopper instead lets it rip. Hydra 1, shot trades it back yet again. And really, NAOS right now, they need to force this close contact. They want to stand a chance. Zol picking them apart from afar.
They have a few stingers. They get the Vandal here off of Ja as well, but he drops it. He's taken on down. Patman 3v2 right now. Low HP for Papi Chulo. Not much utility to try and deny that plant with the smoke to crawl it up. Stingers going absolutely huge. The 1, the 2, the 7-6-6 in the end. As Zol takes the 4th.
just runs out of bullets. The Singer can do a lot, but not everything. And 2766, the final solution to this equation. He found the push, he found the swing, and while NAOS just let it rip, they were just defenseless when the final member of Seoul Esports was there to take their lives.
Yeah, when it comes to the important factor. Still though, damage done by NAOS here, absolutely huge. Getting the double, and then getting even more. It came down 1v2. You're very lucky that they ran out of ammo on those Stingers. Could have been a NAOS eco.
Yeah, it could have been, and we were talking about it the whole time. NAOS, they needed to force that close contact. Eventually, they got to that post-plant scenario, but you saw how Zol was playing it from start to finish. Play it from afar as much as possible. Find those pot shots to get those takedowns. The Showstopper helped out as well. And since they whittled down the members there of NAOS Esports, it was enough to eke out that win. Still good damage done though by NAOS in the end. Rifles are about for both, and it's Naru here in the do or die scenario. First one falls, it's free, but not gonna be enough for the second. Hydra Kid 2 just trying to get into the action, but NAOS is ready for any kind of swing that way.
Yeah, good punish here coming from NAOS on the aggression from Zol. It was a nice attempt from Zol, but that's what we need to see more, because Zol, they love to take those early lurks, right, to push deep, walk their way in and clear out angles and clear out positions, and NAOS is one of the few times we've actually seen them punish those attempts.
Yeah, at least NAOS now getting the right check. So few options really if you're going to be grouping up like that, but in those scenarios, you have the numbers, and you'll be taking this side. Lockdown, though, is the call. They want to flush out Zol as much as possible, and Ja takes the opportunity to play from Canteen and find a snack off to 766. 4v2 now. As NAOS get towards that post plant, you can see they have so many locations to use. Tower, arcade, even main to boots.
I mean, they know that they had that space to play with. Zind got the neural theft off after finding Job. 3v2 has now given them an opportunity. Nanoswarm's not even popped on the spike. They can stick.
Yeah, and look, Patman, he's anticipating, looking to go for the shots. Gets the takedown halfway on the defuse, but this Mojo fights on back. No need for the Nanoswarm. He gets the takedown anyway. The spam is there. The snake bite's true. And now Patman is left in a vulnerable spot. One more time, one more try. No dice. NAOS will get this one.
Nice 2v1 at the end there, even while smoked off, but you see how close it came. The neural theft giving them all the information. Witch did not win it up close. Really nice attempt initially here by NAOS, right? 4v2, but the recovery potential from Zol is gonna have to keep them, you know, respectful.
Yeah, it kind of begs the question, did NAOS play that post plant well enough in the first place? The neural theft put them in quite a big predicament, and you could see they were so ready for the swing off tower, realizing everyone else is off site. That's their chance to actually go for the round. But NAOS, they just pre-fire it anyway. They get the shots towards the spike, and all in all, they take it now to try and catch up towards Zol.
Well, it's an attempt for sure. Ultimates here out. They can use those Seekers to find out where exactly Zol are on the site. An orbital strike, what isn't clear, and where they found these positions to be. And they can also use it for the pulse plant. Smoke down an A main though. The trips here is destroyed.
Yeah, the Trailblazer's gone, and
Yeah.
the Trippers are still up.
Yeah.
So, effectively, Zind again being such a big hamper towards NAOS, and we've seen him between his rotations, all where NAOS is going in the first place. From this point on, though, doorway is the key. They try to play from the sands to look
Oh, they
for
faked him.
an angle towards tower. They're faking things out as much as possible, as you mentioned. But here comes the Seekers, courtesy of Wits, to try and catch out anyone moving towards spawn. Here comes the swing, and Ja will get the home run onto Patman. Nice shot and a nice takedown, maybe even more, as he goes over to the walkway instead. And the Cloudburst is there too. Sin tries to swing off towards Sand, but NAOS is ready for it. The adjustment from Hydra gets behind Wits, but beyond that, it's still NAOS so stationed towards the side. Ja fights on back, but he's blinded and found by Naru. Here we go yet again. Viper's Pit forced out now on the side of NAOS to stave off the competition.
Oh, Mojo is crucial here.
Watch
He gets the timing from the drop jacks. He knows 2766 gotta be close.
Stellar takedown. He was the one to watch out for, and
Oh!
2766 will isolate him instead. 1v2 right now, gets tagged on down, but there's no way he can find that kill inside the Viper's Pit, and NAOS will hold Zol at bay.
Backs off. And now with that, get a 4th round. A bit of a misread there from Zol on where exactly NAOS we're going to go. They felt the presence towards A, but thought it was a mere illusion. They thought they were going to go towards that B side, and because of it, pulled on the wrong rotate, allowing Ja to gain himself a sliver of an angle. Get the kill here on the Patman, and didn't have no more smokes for that retake.
And now they're biding their time so well again. Stellar patience as per usual. We saw also Mojer on the lurk. There's a lot more confidence now on NAOS. You could feel a bit of their fear the past few rounds because they were all bunching up, right? But in that last one, they got more confidence. They're feeling that, okay, we can get that split going yet again just to make better decisions. And it works out still from the Seekers onwards.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see more from NAOS 4 because it's coming into round number 9 now. They've come to expect you guys kind of sticking around. And Mojer, he can kind of shake things up if he can really find timing on some of these lurks. They still have that orbital here on NAOS' side, and aggressive A main push secures A main and sends NAOS packing towards B, but this is what they kind of wanted to do anyways.
Yeah, standard 4-1 split courtesy of NAOS Esports. Lurk also, the flank being watched out by Papi Chulo, but the Trailblazer now forces the engage with the Molly. Gets out the tripwire as well. Clears things out for Ja, and he hugs the wall to get that takedown. Sin was looking to be ready, but now is just more prepared. Onto the side they go yet again. Papi Chulo also covering the rear, and any angle Zol tries to take, NAOS is there to take their lives.
Yeah, great trades here coming in from NAOS. Ja as well on that opening entry. He needed to get that, and crucial point, you see there that Trailblazer off of Wits. Once it caught that the tripwire, it allowed and signaled to Ja, now's the time to go.
Dude, they're maximizing the Sky utility. We see it for the Seekers, we see it for the Guiding Lights, especially with the timings from Wits, and of course the Trailblazer to cover as much as possible. Mojer though! Hello? Now that's 7-1-B1, a single bullet short for Naru, but then again, Papi Chulo's waiting towards tower. Does Naru expect this though? On the defuse already, and there you go, confirms the takedown. Heart skipped the beat, but now still ahead.
Yeah, and it's smart because he peeks it in time before the half is about to be stuck, which means that there's a higher chance that the defuser is sticking, as well as even if Papi Chulo loses that, there's no time for him to get a full defuse off, but there would have been time for a half defuser. Great timing there from Papi Chulo in the end. Another clutch from the master himself. But even better here coming from NAOS, finally recuperating, you can see, as you said, Dax, maximizing the utility of that Sky. Where Wits clears, Ja follows.
Yeah, recuperating and recovering that lead. Now then, it's high time here for Zol to try and contest instead. They're on an eco though. I'm looking at Naru with the Hero Spectre, and if Zol Esports can force this close contact, it's their perfect opportunity to fight in the hallways anyway. But here we go again. Trailblazer, absolute value to fend off Naru for now towards doorway. Corner still being held by Hydra as well. And we're looking towards Ja for the entry. Spots him out, 19 HP, can't line up the headshot. The dash is there, but he cannot get away from the fault line. Naru was looking to get that takedown. And Zol Esports, all that work to get a 1-for-2 trade. Heartbreaking because of the lesser buy. The flash is there, and Wits the takedown. Patman though fights on back. Zol being very scrappy right now, making NAOS work for it.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Picking and scraping, pulling these scraps and turning it into something even more magnificent. Those are all they spam each other through. Nano Swarm gets in, trying to back off 3v2. And Papi Chulo's at the ready. NAOS with a 6.
Yeah, but those kind of rounds, you can see the impact of Zol has on the PH scene.
Yeah.
Those kind of rounds, usually now it's just like, cool, we're going to go for the site. But you can see how they have to back away. They know that there's always potential for them to die in these kind of duels. Well, Zol gets respect. Now, you gotta see again and again how they play such a steady control. Starts with a Trailblazer and ends with a win.
Yeah, those thrifty rounds, those ecos are just always so potent when it comes from Zol here. And Zol have just really proven to be one of those teams that are so feisty with it, right? Now seem to have been kind of surprised earlier on from map number 1. Like, how the hell do these guys play so good, especially on these ecos? And then you've seen the adjustments come on in. They're starting to finally get a read on how exactly the pace of their own game should play to match Zol's, and it's been benefiting them so far, hence forcing one of the few timeouts we've seen from Zol.
No, it reminds me of the first time that they fought against each other. Zol always comes out of the gate swinging, and it's NAOS who has to adjust, has to respect their opponent, and really modify the way they play just on what Zol can do. And we've seen it all throughout this fracture map. You saw how NAOS tried to do their splits, didn't work the first time around. They grouped on up just to get a few rounds, then they went for the 4-1 yet again, and now they're playing for steady control of the Sky utility. Zol, in the meantime, it's kind of the same kind of case for them. They find the angles, they find the fights. I'm loving what we have from Zin in terms of the setups, but it's just not enough with the takedowns alone that they get.
Well, I have a point for you.
Yo.
What's another ultimate that looks like a showstopper or a orbital strike? It's a Seekers. Look at the icon.
Grit from Jet.
I must wait a moment.
We'll never forget that one.
Never
due to
forget
our
that one as
local
well.
Killjoy.
Yes. But, well, local Cypher found to murder one. Caught in the act, but could not get caught by NAOS. Mojer, though, he's good for 2, but there's another one, and the turret tells him! The turret tells him that there's one more target! Gets the hell out of there in time! What a heist by Mojer, man!
You talk about Killjoys, you mention her name, and somehow the Killjoy in the game steps on up, so there's a secret buff for you. NAOS, so far though, man advantage here, executing on the side. Orbital to try and press the pressure. Batman, perfect timing there to help Zind.
Yeah, isolated Senior Carlin gets that takedown. Here we go now in 3v3 scenario. Guiding Light yet again. From that point on, Witz will get that takedown. 2 for 1 though. Poppy Chula on fire, but Mojer maximum yet again. What did we just see there from Mojer? From the beginning and the end of the round, he was impactful.
From start to finish, back to side, front to back, doesn't matter. My goodness, this man. The line up for him, and the assist there with the turret as well. Telling him, no, hey, bud, there's another.
Bro,
keep your eyes aware.
That was the heist of the century.
Oh, absolutely.
You saw the crime, and you saw the escape. He got out of there scot-free and survived till the end of the round. NAOS now, honestly though, them on the attacking side, I do feel like this is where they need to get that lead, because it's really their defense that we kind of question from what we saw versus Oasis, and especially against what Zol can bring. Jado has brought out the operator, so that's the first kill that they're looking for.
Ja on the attacking op. Of course, he's still being... Look what he's doing with this. He's playing with him. Pops the blades. Destroys it.
Oh.
Classic would have been good enough, but...
He knows. He knows Zinz wants to swing off of that, but... Eventually, they'll let that go in 2-7-6-6. Very committed position. He needs to get value out of this one, and of course, he'll get slayed where he stand. The Blade Storm so quick from Ja. The rotation coming in towards that A side, and it really will tell us if Naru can find any value as he hides in the smoke towards the sands. A few desperate scenarios here, perhaps from Zol, and NAOS is just maximizing and actually capitalizing on those do-or-die scenarios.
Well, let's see how exactly they do off of that, though. Mojer on the one, Witz follows up, and all the kills here following on NAOS' script. They know the flank is coming now from Sin, and now they can address lockdown. And Witz caps off the round, and this is the best half we've seen so far from NAOS.
Yeah, that was a fight-or-die round for Zol Esports. Every single angle that they took there, it was absolutely committed. If they couldn't get that takedown, or couldn't get even more than one, one wasn't enough even for some players actually, and you don't want to be in those kind of scenarios versus NAOS, because they will take that and they will steadily build up that lead. 8-4 though, but this is where Zol can try to fight on back. The big test now is, NAOS, are they ready to defend?
Well, the big difference too in this game is that Ja is finally feeling his old self. 13 in the opening half, that's 1 at least per round. He's gotten himself to a much better position here as a Jet. And when he's alive, the rest of NAOS wake up and follow.
Yeah, exactly that, right. He is the example, and he is the one looking to navigate even further. The flashes are out, and NAOS getting the space that they need.
Here.
With a flash of their own. And now though, the Trailblazer actually comes out from Witz first and foremost. Zol isn't using their stun as of yet. It staves off the attacking side for now, and not only that, the reassessment, tried to fake out the rotate, go back for the re-engage towards Halls, but Joss not gonna fall for it. Peeks out himself, but Hydra quicker, gets that takedown, and Zol drop first blood.
Perfect timing here from Zol. There's a stun as well to follow on up if it didn't work on out. The one, the double here for Witz!
We talk about his utility, but we need to talk about his aim too. A 2K now from Witz yet again. Here comes Send Your Call, but Naru will actually win it out anyway. 3v3 as Zol navigate towards the A side. Gives him a chance to go for the plant. NAOS will regroup towards spawn instead.
Keep taking the drop position, though, which is really going to help their post plant on out. If they can't smoke off or flush out Zen from this position, it's going to be difficult on that retake. They still have Papi Chulo, but his orb, it's not online here. I think it might be placed already.
Yeah, they do expect those drop to be taken, but the fault line is even better. Stuck in the corner, absolutely corralled. The Saloon will stay and Zol will stand. Wits all alone in a 1v3. Tries to fight with a trick of his own, but it's not enough to stand against Zol.
And that's more of what we've come accustomed to here from this team, Zol. When they have the information where things are, that stun perfectly placed both times. Initially first there on Jop to throw him off, and then here the second follow-up. Both Papi Chulo and Mojer being taken on down, and Zol retaliate with a pistol.
Felt like there at the end, the NAOS boys a little bit domesticated, just stuck over into the corner, corralled in the pen, and that was all she wrote. Zol just, once they put themselves in a good spot, they can fight and they can win.
Well, let's see exactly how they're going to be able to do that in this case. Eco here for NAOS. We saw some of them converted, but not to the same extent that Zol have been very efficient at with their Eco rounds. It's A site they want to take. It's NAOS clear out the rest of Arcade.
Yeah, blast backs to fly, and Zol Esports now then actually using the Boombot to clear out drop in the first place. This is their site to take. The rest of NAOS just convoying from the opposite side of the map. 5v5 retake, but of course, anti-eco is the state here for the offense.
Yeah, all you're really looking at, if you're NAOS right now, is do some damage. You want to make sure that if you can clear almost all of them, they're not going to be able to buy up for the fourth round of the half, coming to round 16. And that would definitely help benefit their case on out right after the bonus. So NAOS, really what they have to do here is try and isolate those fights. They can take the Sands fight here and maybe come out on top.
Guiding Light is the call, and here we go yet again. Zol, one more time and one more peek. Patman sees many a target, but he's happy to just take one life. Wits tries to go for the refrag, doesn't happen. And well, now they don't want to feed those orbs whatsoever. They'll take the one casualty. They all die to the spike at the very end. And Zol now getting closer again to that tied scoreline.
Yeah, denying those orbs. We know the ultimates have been a big point that Zol have been super good at utilizing against NAOS. And this could definitely go to distance stacks with the way that both teams are playing, especially with Zol. So impressive so far. Gun round now for NAOS here. Bonus for Zol as they only, have every single thing pulled up, saved up from the previous round, not losing a single weapon. Let's see how they play. Drop hook is what they're attempting.
I mean, if they win this bonus, you can truly call it a comeback from this point on. The rifles around here for NAOS. A triple hold, and Senior Carl gets the double up. Make that a 3 for him. And at the very end, the dust settles in the showdown. It's Shaw who's standing, and it's Zin the only one on the opposite end. 3v1 after everything is said and done.
Great hold here coming from Senior Carl. They didn't expect Ja to also be there. 3 players making sure that they aren't short for manpower. Otherwise, Zol would have come out on top in that case. They now know where the cipher of Zind is.
Yeah, 3 stood here by drop. Now 3 stand from NAOS towards Dish. Here we go again. Zol back in familiar territory in what they need to deal with in this round. Tries to go for the wall bangs, but Mojer in better cover, and well, Zind, he's going to deal with Ja Papachula first and foremost. Looks for the transfer, but it's denied halfway by Ja. Dude, there's just so much thrust in this roster. 2 actually stand their ground. When 1 falls, another places.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I got you, you got me. The next best man is right beside their buddy, and 6-9 so far. NAOS convert that anti-bonus. Wit's having himself a great game as well. We talked about this guy. He's typically taking a backseat in terms of the fragging output, right? He's been the guy setting everybody up, but let's not forget, when he was on the team like Team Secret, he would also be the duelist every now and then. This man can absolutely deliver.
Yeah, he is a team player, but he's also a star fragger to boot. A complete package NAOS has gotten before the start of this year, and now they're 3 ahead in a pretty nice scoreline for them. Zoldo, rifles are out, and here we go yet again. These kind of rounds really, it kind of makes or break the Zol momentum. If Zol lose this, NAOS can just string along some round wins to get so much ahead.
Yeah, if Zol lose this, that's 6-10, and then the eco will probably give him 6-11. It might be a bit too out of reach at that point, so crucial round in terms of the momentum swing coming up on here as the A main position is what they're fighting for. Bypass, Moser gets the one.
Yeah, Mojo was there and Naru makes the trade happen. Moving now, Zol with the standstill drop, also a good angle, and Patman is able to capitalize on that and find Papichulo lying in wait by his own smokes. Molly now for the stall as Zol gets the plan going.
Well, they still got the retake potential here. 4v3. Neural theft off of that denied though. Senior Carl, good timing, but even better from Patman.
Here we go again. Patman plays off smokes, and it's all left now to Wits in the 1v2. Hides towards main yet again. The swing comes, and here we go one more time. Looking for the Wits, where Wits will get the kill anyway. Front to back, turns around to try and get the takedown, but 2-7-6-6. Calculated and controlled, Zol will get the round.
And utilizing the Seekers against him. Hiding behind it, fading out the mere presence of it. And Zol, as we talked about, a crucial round that they needed to make this game happen. We look at it, things here so far. And for them to get the round where the swing would have worked so heavily against him in terms of the score, this keeps him alive.
You think that you saw Wits making his own chance though there by the very end with that clutch kill towards the side. But beyond that, Zol Esports, everyone is a fragger, everyone can kill. And they still steady on the course to try and fight back. Their eco is a little bit perilous, sure, but now is even worse for wear. There's the takedown now from 2766. Mojo holding close yet again, gets away with murder one more time that way. But from that point on, we look towards Batman. The flank though, spotted on out. It's Zol who knows. NAOS is coming from the hallway. Did they know though? The rifle is in the hands of Ja. A hero with the Vandal will be a 0 there as Naru will take him down. 1 round gap again. Familiar territory in this story.
We saw this last time around. And Zol, they brought it really close, but then NAOS edged him out to further extend this game. Gaining ever closer by the round, by the inch. NAOS, they got weapons right now, but if they lose this, that's not only the tied game, but also the momentum heavily shifted towards Zol, which should give them the lead as things coming to round 18.
Yeah, Zol Esports, this is their chance now to tie things up, and NAOS, they're all on light armor. They realize that there are a few players here playing more Vandal rather than Phantom, but they still have to be careful. Watch out for Zind, watch out for Patman especially, and this time around, a full commit from Zol to play towards that B site. Only one playing the anti-lurk. Zind watching out that flank, and Hydra Kid flies high yet again to cross the utility, but the double up from NAOS is well placed and even done better. They're using Tuck Screen to their advantage, and Mojo steadies his hand to get that takedown. 3v3 after everything is said and done, and here we go now with Zol trying to bait out the plant, or rather fakes out their plan to bait out even more from NAOS. A 3K from Mojo as he's melted down by the orbital strike. Here comes NAOS now with their own laser, and this over onto the shoulder, over onto the flank. Senior Carl stands tall and proud, 10 HP, and there is no way he can stand up to Senior Carl. NAOS winning up narrowly.
Every single kill traded out here in the end. And Ja buying that space and information for Senior Carl to seal in the deal. The latest addition to this roster. And he absolutely delivers. That's a very curious position Papichulo is in as well, and would absolutely not work if not for Mojo swinging off his contact.
It has to be 2. It always has to be 2 for NAOS. Teamwork makes those angles work. They make their own pocket with a target screen, and that's the creativity that they can do in those kind of holds.
Absolutely.
It got dangerous, yes, but NAOS still won anyway.
I mean, we can see from the system, Hunter Killer, you find him, I got him.
Exactly. Roles are there. Once the sniper, once the spotter, and now Hydra Kid is the eagle eye to shut down the Killjoy before anything else. Zol now moving towards that B side. This time they're so much more secure with this plant. They're trying to also contest from Arcade even. The only question now is though, what can Batman do from that forward position? Exactly that. Senior Carl denied here, and Zol with such a clear advantage.
But it's so crystal here from Zol. As soon as NAOS gained him around to gain him some confidence, Zol, keep it ever closer. Never let this slip too out of hand. And now we're in the 5v3. The lurk here. Ja, he gets it. Papichulo, and suddenly NAOS are in the game.
NAOS finding a little bit of hope here, equalizing the odds, but they run out of time, I think. Yeah, they're looking for exits. Maybe if they got those kills a little bit earlier on, they could have contested, but Zol so secure when Hydra isn't absolutely beaten down by firepower. Once he gets in, it's a quick tell for Zol that that site is there to take.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Mojer simply gives him a small opening, and shot connects immediately.
Stick to your
Zol,
roles and we'll crush it.
not out of the game just yet. They can definitely still bring this back and take it all. For NAOS, they got that lockdown, but the Rolling Thunder and the Seekers, I think, is a big one here to look out for. Zol have been absolutely perfect for the most part in utilizing that Rolling Thunder and gaining rounds off of it.
It's why they're here in the first place. It's why they made it to CONQuest. It's why they're here in the top 3. And Zol Esports, the fight is looking so spectacular from them. Giant though still in their way. NAOS Esports still with the lead. An interesting call though from NAOS that they have a few of the buys, sure, but it's mostly a half buy. My concern though, how's their eco state gonna be if they lose this round?
Well, they've been one of the best teams in utilizing that breach. They're gonna have to play the hard retake though, but with that, if they don't take control of the underpass to place that lockdown, then it's going to have a lot less control than they would want.
We'll see what Mojer can do from this point on. It seems like he's in position instead to try and cover out as much of the site. This funnels the rest of Zol either towards main or even spawn rather, as well as tower. They're clearing out Arcade, but Zin and the Hydra Kid were so prepared anyway. 2 for 1 after everything is said and done. And here we go again with Patman with the stall. The Molly lob towards the spike. He's waiting for someone to swing his way. Witz will try to wade into the smoke, but Patman, with a breath of fresh air, finds that takedown. And this forces NAOS one more time to get the hell out of there, but Zol will deny any kind of escape. 10-10, we go again.
And they tie up the game with it too. Eco state here for NAOS. Low economy. Rolling Thunder forces them on back. Jai clearing the wrong angle. And that's what I talked about, Dax. If they don't take that underpass away, then they wouldn't have the amount of control that they would want off of that lockdown.
Yeah, just now they wanted to play off the fact instead that, okay, they'll be a little bit further than we usually get them in the first place. But what is Zol but an aggressive team, right? What is Zol but a team that will challenge? And as soon as you saw Zin there get that kill from Arcade, that was just the rest of the dominoes falling in favor of Zol Esports.
Well, it was really the catalyst that kicked off the entire round here. Eco state for NAOS. Gonna have to convert a hell of a round. They actually do have an option here, Dax, of potentially doing something cheeky. They can get 3 rifles plus the blades, and maybe a Spectre or a Bulldog if they're crucial about it, but I'm not sure if that's the best option, so big decision to make here for NAOS.
Yeah, and that's what this timeout is for, right? What arsenal will they bring to this next round? What's the call right now? Because as soon as Zol call a site, it's theirs to take. The only time we've seen from NAOS so far in the past few rounds actually anchor down these sites are when Papi Chulo and Mojer are together. It's such a hard hit, and maybe this time this is the right call from NAOS. They want to play aggressive towards A, and it happenstance, that's where Zol's going.
Yeah, these Eagle rounds just haven't been always the best for NAOS, but let's see. Playing for the 11th after this round number 21. Damage done off the blades from Ja. Up front, Senior Carl gets away with one though. The rage coming on in, just what they needed it from Ja as well.
They're sacrificing their lives for Ja to get the angles, but here we go. Papi Chulo getting in position also for the helping hand. Eurotep is the goal. Papi Chulo with the Phantom anyway. 2 versus 2 though now, as Naru will shut down the Blade Storm. Just temper the wins, but Papi's now here by spawn. The push comes to shove, and Zin is punished. Mojer with the takedown. Everything's left to Naru now. And just again and again, the clock winds down as NAOS plays it slowly and steadily. Flash is there, but in a danger close scenario, NAOS still hits it anyway.
Took a bit too long to pull out his big gun there, Naru, and NAOS off of the eco. You see how they converted that, Dax? Baiting, witness me, I will get it done for you, brother. Senior Carl pulling that aggro up front, and then the rest of them, Witz as well, making his old-time buddy, making sure he's alive to get his blades reset, and then Papi Chulo not leaving Joffre dry, getting the trade before it even happens.
These guys are the team. They're a kill. These guys go on raids. You can see that they're pushing, pulling aggro all the freaking time. They're always ready to sacrifice or play off the demise of a teammate. And effectively, teamwork has been what makes the NAOS stream work. No chance, Hydra! Ja with thunder and lightning, also frightening. The operator, beautiful marker especially. He knew he was coming that way thanks to the sound cues of the flashbacks. And suddenly, the scream of Zol becomes a whimper.
A frame of his mere presence is all he needed to connect that shot. Sends him packing 4v5. That's all. They actually haven't completely rotated here. They can still opt for the rehit, which with a less than a minute left remaining, I think that's what they plan to do. They got the fault line up, so they can both stun Senior Carl and Ja at the same time on the site.
Yeah, Zin's is playing off of drop right now. Yet again, we've seen this from Zol, re-engage towards the site. They've been fended off, but now I don't think they're going to fall for it this time. They have such a good setup towards Beast. Stellar, Anchor's even, and the number is now looking to pile on in. We get that takedown, but suddenly Zin is there for the clear. This site is Zol's to take, and what could have been for NAOS Esports becomes more for Zol. But no, says Papi Chulo, I shall not be denied. It's 2v2.
Papi Chulo brings it once again. 1v1 right now, another clutch potential.
What was
clutch
that?
situation for Papi Chulo. Naru versus Papi once again. He knows he's in the corner. He knows he's trapped, and off the swing. Naru ties up the game.
What are these angles from Zol? It feels like time stops for a split second, and it's picturesque how they get these catches. But you look at that beautiful opening from Ja, but that re-engage, the movement back towards that A site, it works one more time here for Zol Esports, and even from afar, they know the timings, they know the fadeaways, and they know what they can get away with.
Crucial moment there too. Wits should have been good for that second kill versus Naru after he got the first, but I guess he was juked on out. The utility as well, shaking him off a track. But look at the buy here from NAOS, or the lack thereof.
Absolutely. A few stingers, sure, and a rifle in the hands of Papi Chulo. But NAOS now looking worse for wear. Zol have clawed their way back to make it 11-11 now. Look at the cover they're trying to make, but Papi Chulo still a threat. Goodbye to Batman along the way. Angel's out and about. Zin with a different plan, playing aggressive towards Spawn this time around. Does he get the catch? So that's the question. We watch Mojer, and we see Mojer just do his duty. Mojer picks up a gun and picks up another kill. He's doing it all here for NAOS Esports. Never count this man out. Never count NAOS out, as Zin is all alone, and Papi Chulo is there to finish off the job. What odds, NAOS says?
What? My goodness. They had one rifle coming out of round axe on Papi Chulo. He gets a pick, but Mojer, he had 6 rounds in the bag on the damn stinger, and he still gets the kill, the second on the follow-up, and NAOS simply refused to fold, even with the odds against him.
He played a gun game. You saw him. I was like, I'll upgrade now. I got the kill with my stinger, and then he just toyed with the rest of Zol Esports from this point on. Timeout now from Zol, absolutely shaken there by what Mojer has been able to do all throughout this game. Despite the roll spot between maps, Mojer has 21 kills and he's still doing as incredible as ever. Not bad for someone who made it to top 1 Radiant before.
Maybe shaken, Dax, but not stirred in this case. They still gotta keep themselves collected within the game. And Zol, it's them who have the odds against him. Low economic state, not the most efficient at least, or not the most favorable. And this leaves him with another possibility of having to convert an eco round at the final one of regulation.
Brother, you'd think, right, that it would be Mojer who would struggle the most on land. Like, you look at the background of Wits, of Ja, of Papi Chulo, CS and whatnot. Senior Carl also, based off the Cebu, I know they have a lot more land setups there in terms of like small tournaments, right?
Yeah.
But Mojer, he was a beast unleashed.
He was a ranked demon.
Yeah, exactly, on the online setup. And eventually, perhaps the veterans of NAOS helping him out with his growth. And you can see he has bloomed truly.
Oh no!
Man, that Trailblazer is huge! And Senior Carl will deliver justice with the Orbital Strike. Stunning from NAOS to get the advantage.
You typically set up that trap with a breach instead with a fault line, but they did it with a Trailblazer off the dog. The stun good enough. They knew where to put it, and they get too early. Now they still got the op to play with.
What the dog doing? Well, he be stunning and he be killing from that point on. NAOS, all they need to do now is not utterly collapse. Zindo already getting the first block from that foundation. And he's calling a lot more attention towards drop, but Ja is steady, and Ja is there to kill. There's the takedown. Expects Zin to actually play off that angle. Here we go. Maybe a crossfire made here by Zol, and 2766 will eventually get Ja there dead to right. Push comes to shove. Zin will die. Senior Carl with another one, and this is NAOS looking to just shut down Zol Esports. They've been getting back from the perilous edge of a cliff here, Black and Blue. But now Azol only has 276 all alone. NAOS will remove that last hand and shove off the opposition. They win Fracture and take the lead of the series.
When the going gets tough, these guys go rough. And we talk about big players on Team Stacks. Every single player absolutely huge here. For NAOS going absolutely insane. Mojer absolutely as well. He is the end-all be-all.
And this is why we were concerned for Zol Esports for this map pick. Yes, they were incredible. They got so close and they actually bridged that gap. But at the same time, NAOS has been utterly successful on Fracture, and now we even see a completely new look from them. Different composition, but same members who do step on up, and I kind of want to bring out two of them right now. You got Mojer on one side, you got Wits on the other, plus I guess Ja also helping out in the front line.
They were all doing really good, but I think the player here who just gave you consistent value off of rounds was Papi Chulo. During that eco, when they had that one rifle, he gets the one, allows Mojer to buy some space as well on towards that B site as he was in the underpass, and just so many times, I think every single game, he's had a great game so far in all three maps of this series.
I think it's a good sign here for NAOS also that they got the more first kills along the way. It's a great way to shut down Zol early on. But from what we've seen from Zol, unshaken, right? They always have that confidence. They're always still willing to find the re-engage angle anyway, and they made NAOS work for it. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not done. I know we're done with 3 maps, but this is a best of 5, so Zol still has a chance. We're going to go to the NAOS map pick next, and I do believe that is going to be Ascent. But as you can see some of the highlights, so many times they got so close. If just a single mistake could actually have shifted the scoreline so immensely.
I mean, there were a few moments there where, you know, a loss in that round, especially when it was like 6-9, it could have turned things sour there for Zol, but they still stayed in it. And I think even though there are teams that have impressed us last stage, like, you know, Game Lab, nothing has impressed me this year like Zol have, because they're not winning off of mere firepower. No, it's a team play that has really come into effect, playing coordinated, and it's been just a big killer point for a team like NAOS who suddenly cannot outman somebody cannot overpower a team, and that's why in the end they deliver the win. Here, Papi Chulo with Grab Unlimited.
Yeah, they have to rely on consistency instead, and you know, players like Papi Chulo, we've seen it all throughout the season. Players like Mojer, though, stepping up to a even more consistent effort to pitch in that helping hand. And now, as of right now, they have the lead. Can they finish off the job, though, into the next map? I think that's really the biggest question. But what do you think? I feel like Zol can still put a fight to them.
They definitely can, although you look at Ascent, it hasn't been the best case for them. It was the one map at MVP brought it close, but we're going to see if we're going to close out the day here on Ascent on map number 4 if we extend after the break.
Now is in prime position to put themselves back with a date of destiny towards Oasis Gaming, but only Zol Esports can ruin that reservation. 2-1 though in favor of NAOS. It's up to Zol to take that map pick away. That's coming up next to actually even up the odds. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue. You are tuning in to the English broadcast of VCTPH, and honestly, we have gotten quite a series, more so than anyone is expected.
Oh, for sure. Like, everybody thought that this would definitely be a one-way sided show, but Zol has proven that that is not to be the case. We're up now 2-1 in NAOS' favor, but it definitely could have been flipped on over if a few rounds went the opposite way.
Yeah, exactly that, right? 13-11 towards that fracture map, and Zol Esports has been the most stunning surprise so far of the PH scene this split. But NAOS, consistency is key, and it allowed them to weather the storm of Zol Esports again and again in many a crucial rounds. You look at players at Papi Chulo, you look at players at Mojer. These guys have really propped up the side of NAOS Esports to a whole different level, and that's the level that you always expect from them.
But that's the thing, right? You look at how really the veterans on this team have always delivered, but we talked about for that previous map, Mojer, the new kid on the block in terms of competing, you know, professionally. The youngest player right now playing in the server, at least for NAOS, he has been the one who has been absolutely just showing up to the play and knocking it out of the park. He has been so reliable.
No, isn't that the point of NAOS though? You have the old guard. You have the guys who went above and beyond, who went international even in different ventures in the FPS scene, who come from CS. And then you have these players homegrown really, more so in VALORANT, where this is where they took their talents truly. And that's why NAOS works out so well. You look at teams like Oasis, where it's more of the young guns. You have the other teams that are really just propping themselves up. NAOS has that strong mix and match. And the only team that I think is like that is all the way in Korea.
Well, one of them came from that team as well, so like he definitely has that experience, and these guys, they do definitely have what it takes to make that happen. But at the end of the day, it's whoever can really prevail here. We're looking to go into that grand final, take on Oasis. And yet, as you said, Dax, Zol has been so stellar in terms of how they have impressed us. Just really, you kind of wonder, are they punching above their weight here? Are they overplaying, like playing better than one might expect? But it's so consistent from them that you can never really call it that.
Maybe they're training for the right weight class, right? And this is their venture into the divisions that NAOS and Oasis have built for themselves all throughout this year. But we go back to what we were talking about. We go back to Ascent. And remember yesterday, Zol Esports took down MVP on that map, 13-10. Very convincing assault as well on the attacking side, and that's where they really made that fade play from Batman count. This is where if I remember my history of Patman correctly, he loves to make those lineups towards Ascent. We saw so many interesting haunts that got some sudden intel, and paired with Naru on the Sova, they were just search and destroying the opposition wherever they hit.
You know what's funny is that when you look at here how Ascent has been played by NAOS, as of recent, they run the exact same comp that Zol do, which you don't see too quite often, that Sova plus that Fade, but at the same time, NAOS have also been kind of finding their footing on how they want to play Ascent in general. They've been swapping compositions in and out, the Gecko, the Sage, and I'm not too sure if they themselves have found where they're comfortable.
Yeah, and that's the most interesting part, because the only time they've lost this year was against Action PH in the regular season. Split 1 and Split 2, it has pretty much been perfect besides that similar case. So we look back at NAOS and we look at what they're going to do. Similar to Fracture, will there be adjustments perhaps? But interesting enough, they go back to that Fade-based composition. So in the end, I feel like this is the perfect chance for NAOS to really test their map of Ascent. Because if they can beat a team like Zol with the same kind of mirror matchup, they should be ready for the grand finals. If not, then Zol unleashes their biggest strengths towards NAOS.
Yeah, well, we saw the mirror matchup happen on Haven a while ago, and it wasn't nearly the best showing here coming from NAOS. They definitely struggled in how to play that comp well. And so if Zol are able to do even more of that, we could be looking at that map number 5. We could be ending this on Split. But for the most part, now I'm sure they do not want to let it get that far. I'm curious to see. Now that they've chosen this composition, it worked the last time around, but we've also kind of noticed that, once again, yes, they have been rotating around who they play in where and what they play in the first place here in Ascent.
Well, the cornerstones, though, of the NAOS strategy still relies on Wits. He's not only, I believe, their shot caller, right, but at the same time, his utility dictates what NAOS is going to do. We see it with the Sky. Now with the Sova, it's even more clear-cut. Who he scans is who NAOS can kill first and foremost. And honestly, Zol Esports, they're going to be hard-pressed in that factor because they usually rely on the combination of utilities instead to secure their targets.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of reconnaissance here. And to be fair, though, Zol have been really good in using that information to really position themselves in places that you would least expect. But there's a bit less of that here on Ascent, where you can really kind of tuck yourself in, unlike a map like Bind, unlike a map like that Haven, where there's so many different angles that you can really kind of rat play on in. But I'm looking to see how maybe this time around, with so much information gathering here for Zol, if they can utilize that to shut down the kind of different ideas that NAOS have been proposing.
Yeah, well, one player NAOS on the other hand needs to shut down has to be Xin. All throughout the game, all throughout the playoffs, I keep saying this, that he has just been one of the most impeccable players of Zol Esports right now. I remember his heroics back in the regular season on the duelist role. He's been incredible. Same case here to try and eke it out versus NAOS Esports. But we're getting into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be back into action. And this is a chance for Zol to tie things up, but an even better chance for NAOS to seal the deal.
Well, they've got a lot going for them coming into this series, coming into this match, rather, from the series. Now it's up 1 here in this game. If they try to go for this split, they do send up, I believe, Patman there deep into that mid.
For now, though, seems like Zol Esports spreading out, trying to at least find a few targets. And Ja here, well, is he spotted? No, I think it's broken quickly there by Wits instead. And he's calling more attention. Wits is the bait. And will Patman fall for the trap? Retreats for now, but the re-engage is necessary here for Zol. They want to go for the crossfire. Wits gonna get that takedown. Ja is still checked, but Ja is able to get that body count anyway. 2 for 2. After everything is said and done, they look for the overrun toward Wits. Eventually now, the flank works out for Zol, and they make the way towards that B side. Not only that though, Xin trying to cut off the approach, and he does a bit more damage that NAOS is hurting for.
Yeah, that was a big kill there by Zin to get Senior Carl. Allowed them to kind of trap Wits in on that market, and they went shopping. Double shock dart connects, but it's a gun, the ghost, that finds him.
Beautiful stuff there from Zol Esports. The advance there from Xin not only allows him to take a few pot shots though, but he also is able to time things right with the rest of the roster of when they engage. It was so perilous for Zol all throughout that round. You thought that NAOS could have gotten away with Ja there hiding towards pizza, which was really trying to sell that like a salesman with snake oil, but it didn't work out for them.
Well, it almost did. They got the 2 kills, but really because of the flank once more there from Zind. You talked about him before the game started, Axon. He has already proven to be a menace for this NAOS squad.
For now, though. Shots to range.
Oh no!
And here we have Hydra Kid getting that takedown towards Ja. Anti-eco here from Zol, but Poppy Chula's been a menace so far. And at least now, he's trying to stave off Zol from getting in position. It looks like Yeoman was looking for a flank towards A side, but instead NAOS right now taking the fight to Zol with the lesser buy. Free gun, by the way, these classics to back a punch. And here comes Cedric Carl swinging on in. Distraction sure, and Poppy Chula will connect. 1 HP! With a single HP left. A stolen round by NAOS.
My goodness! Theft of the highest order, but no one there to punish. NAOS absolutely goading Zol into their arms, and they hugged him bare tight. They thought they could get the punish on the jaw, which they did, but Poppy Chulo avenging his old-time teammate, and the rest of NAOS followed.
You'd think there'd be thieves in the night, but that was just highway robbery in broad daylight. Sticking up with the classics even. And it all started with Poppy Chulo getting that first kill. It broke the confidence of Zol. You'd think that they try to go for the flank towards the side. You'd think that they just go for the overrun instead with the better guns. But since it became more of a standoff instead, now NAOS has the advantage.
Yeah, that's good recovery from NAOS, seemingly so at how that earlier hold during the pistol should have worked out better. You can maybe gain them a bit more confidence back. Jaws an option to dash on out here. Paranoia ready by Poppy Chulo if in case the push comes.
And Jaws here looking to play aggressive too. Does he expect Hydra to be on the high ground? Initial spray misses the mark, and from this point on, Zol now knows that they can try to push a little bit deeper towards this main angle. It's still a crawl though. They're looking perhaps for an opportunity courtesy of Zind, but eventually Zol will have to peek things out. They check out the wine and mid-cross, Ja will find 2766. It's just such a steady pace here, courtesy of NAOS. It feels like Zol are just funneled into them like a conveyor belt. And from that point on, this is how NAOS plays the anti-eco. Well done and well executed. Ja will finish it off cleanly, and it's flawlessly done by the defense.
No solace for solace.
What does that mean?
No solace for Zol.
Yeah. No, what does that mean though?
Like, there's the flawless. Unsolved. By now.
I tried to make you explain your witticisms.
That's it.
And you do this to me.
That is it.
Highfalutin for no reason. But, of course, the reasoning for Zol taking this time out is much needed. Them collapsing into that second round, now that they have the guns, they need to reassess how they're going to hit these sites, since mid-control looks to be a little bit more testy than they expected.
Well, I mean, the way that NAOS have been playing it as well is that they don't even allow the proper fight for it. We've been seeing 2 mid setups now in these opening 2 rounds. We saw it on the pistol there towards that market, towards the pizza, keeping them baked. And then as well on that eco that they were able to convert, peeking out of those smokes, really making sure that there's always a double angle that whoever coming out and pushing forward for Zol is going to have to do. And Zol are quickly going to learn the Zolar system doesn't revolve around them.
Stop. I know what you're doing. That's why I made you explain it. I was like, solace for Zolis? Zolar system?
Yes.
Again, it's a mind, body, and soul kind of thing.
You did it again.
Funny man, my co-caster here is. But we go back into the action, and NAOS, it's their time to see if they can stave off the rifle round courtesy of Zol. Yet again, though, they look to check for that link, but Ja! Just inside the smoke anyway. Able to get that takedown towards Patman. Well assisted by both Poppy Chula, I believe, as well as Wits. A single scan is enough for NAOS to hit their markers.
Paints in blue, rather red in that case. Zol, they lose a big player here. Now Swarms prepped up. Oh, triggered a bit early. Could have caught him on the cross, but at least buys him that time to try and focus out on an angle. Trap their Mojer, but Wits on the swing.
Yeah, Wits is swing and the kill, and it's 4v3 from now on. Wits looking to play towards the speedway as well. Zol heavily committed towards the site, and in this pit, they must do or die. Spikes planted now, and the time ticking towards NAOS and the retake. They get the scan yet again, and look at how choreographed this is from NAOS. Zol though breaking their rhythm, and Zol will break their backs too. 2-2 now, heroics from a duo.
They take down 2766, but the Rafta Zol were completely ready to give him on up to allow them to line them on up and knock them down like bowling pins. NAOS faltering here when it looked pretty clear-cut.
And you look at it, right? It's so rehearsed from NAOS. Wins go scan, NAOS go kill. But that only led to one takedown. Absolutely intense from Hydra. We've seen him really step up on this roster, but he's ascended to even more heights now under the Zol banner. The fight is there, and now we go for the flights of Hydra. It's an operator though from Ja, who still survives anyway versus Sin. That's a critical error here for Zol. That could have been such a big pick, and now it's all that's the sight for they're down a man.
Yeah, quick dash in, coming in here for Jop, taking all that space. Oh, the Aldrone finds out where he is, rather, for Hydra Kid, and they're trying to use the aggression here to try and equalize the odds after losing a Patman, rather Zin.
But Hydra's there, and oh! He actually decides to flutter on down, rather staying on the rafters. We hear the Hunter's Fury instead. Naru trying to catch anyone at the cross, but the paranoia makes it difficult, and Mojer making it easy for Naos. Naru though with that kill, it's a held position yet again. Can Zol do magic one more time? They're stuck here, they're absolutely pinned down, and Hydra Kid cannot stand against all of the rest. It's Naos who this time corner the opposition and take them down convincingly.
Yeah, clean retake in the end there. I thought the utility was a bit early, like when they threw that paranoia, the door wasn't even open for them to be able to push on out, but still able to make it work. And somehow Ja still gets this kill here on the Naru, who seemingly had good timing on him.
It was just, it could have been, but
rather Zin.
What I saw though was Mojer, right? Still impactful out of nowhere. You think that he's having a few sleeper rounds, he suddenly wakes on up, and that's enough for Naos to go off on. And we go back to the choreography, we go back to how they play their Ascent retake. It's so formulated that Naos is just happy to play through the motions.
Well, they can't get stuck in the motions, right? They have to try something different every now and then, because as defender-sided as this might be, they're going to have to close it out on that attacker half, which typically isn't as favored for them statistically as well.
Yes! I was here on this map a few hours ago.
Yes.
It went many overtimes because it was always the defense winning. So I saw firsthand how defense-sided this map is. Yes.
Thanks for sharing.
Yes, of course. Story time. But now, we'll watch Mojer get that takedown. Hunter's Fury gonna be the call, and it's Naru with the kill. Steals back though. Naos has the cross covered and wins, deciding to turn Speedway into a graveyard. Wins with that takedown. Happy Jewel's there as well. And now they know Zind is here, all alone, one more time, stuck in the corner, and exterminated as such. Naos with another one.
Clean up house here from Naos, and perfect alignment there from Witz as well. That pressure really making it so that Narun 2766 coming out of the lane, even if the kill wasn't found here by Senior Carl, they were trapped because of the perfect alignment of where the axis of that Hunter's Fury was. And Naos, greatly, they're starting to build up.
Dude, that's not even geometry anymore. Trigonometry. This guy went to college.
Wow. He graduated too, probably. As you guys should.
Why did that sound like there was bitterness behind it?
There's nothing.
There's nothing.
You may only be projecting things.
Absolutely. Sorry, my bad, but as of now, they do put Zol in a very difficult predicament. Eco Force towards Zol. And one more time, we see Witz as well as Mojer try to find that info. Mojer gets that takedown, and this is a full commit from Zol to go towards that A site instead.
Well, Naos, in this case, they still have that lockdown for the retake, but I'm not wagering they're going to want to burn that in. Oh, the spam on through. Witz gets him through the wall.
And then he's like, Ja, you want to shoot them? No? Okay, I'll do it myself. Takedown there, courtesy of Witz. The scan yet again coming in paramount. And this time around, oh, Ja almost had the ankle towards Batman. Realizes 2766 is there, danger close. Ja able to get that takedown. Naru able to make that trade work. But this is just slim pickings from Naos. They come across from every single angle they can, and another convincing round for the defense.
Yeah, quick and clean. And you know what I think is worrying to me here, if you're Zol, is that they built up enough economy to get John up, and then another one as well. So they should be good for the op for at least a few more rounds of this half, and that is where John becomes so terrifying. When that operator's in his hands, he's one of the best, I'd even argue the best, with it in his hands here in the PH scene. And it's difficult to stop him when that starts to get rolling.
Yeah, and you know what's difficult right now for Zol? One of their more crucial players in getting the ball rolling in their favor has struggled. Batman here hasn't even found a takedown as of yet. We've seen how impactful his fade can be on maps like this. But NAOS, they just get the intel quicker and they execute from it just even faster.
I mean, both fades so far haven't exactly had themselves the most fruitful game, but so far it's only been a problem to Zol and it's to NAOS, who have been playing off of the utility gain there. Both Prowlers gone already. Jaw peeking, doesn't connect.
He still wants to fight it anyway, despite Zol being so close. Balls of steel, but still, NAOS cannot find that takedown. And as of right now, it's Jaw again! Jaw is everywhere! And eventually, Jaw will fall! Zol, they took their time to get that punish on. They do want to cross towards an A side. The Nightfall there to lead that charge. The Papi Chulo also hit by the Paranoia. Lobs his own to try and stall. Hydra Kid gonna get hit by that. And you can see 2-666 trying to play a different angle. Well executed by Zol. They picked them apart one by one.
Yeah, a bit too many repeats there, and a flawless round as well here for Zol. Nicely done on the recovery. And that isn't this just what we saw these past two maps. Even if NAOS get the lead, Zol always keep it close and never let it get to out.
No lead is safe when you're facing off against Zol. And honestly, there was so much beauty in the movement of Zol. When you hit that Nightfall, you know that you can get away with a few things here and there. Exactly what 2766 does with that Paranoia to boot. Goes over to the other corner. And those are when we see Zol be convincing. Active map control to its finest.
Abusing, really, the mechanics that they got at hand. Senior Carl one away from his Nightfall. Oh, this is what I'm talking about, though. They have more money to keep him still with his weapon.
He was just like, hey, what's up?
Hello.
What you doing there, Hydra? Salutations indeed, but now they have to deal with the push coming in from main. Interesting enough, though, that Spike is lagging on behind, and if NAOS does contest earlier on, it might be difficult here for Zol to reposition. Hydra cornered yet again. Witz gets that takedown. The spray comes on in from Senior Carl, but Batman surprises him from the side of the smoke instead. The lockdown into play. Batman, though, waking on up when he's needed the most. First kill, check. Second kill, check. Now he falls, but at least Zol gets the sight.
3v3, lockdown buys him a few moments just to secure that plant. But the retake's going to be difficult knowing that Jaw has an operator. They have the lockdown here, though, to force him to get aggressive. Angle, quite free for Mojo to get.
Beautiful Paranoia, courtesy of Papachulo. Caught 2766 in the act. Naruto, in desperation, tries to go for the Boathouse Hunter's Fury. NAOS, though, yet again, making this claustrophobic. Breathe in, breathe out. No breaths left. Mojer with the shorty to bring it up close, and NAOS with another one to boots.
And what really helped enable that retake was the fact that Witch got that kill with a shock dart here on towards Hydra Kid. Perfect timing as the door was trying to settle. He gets the kill off of it as well, and then timing for Mojer. Finding out where he is due to the Paranoia, not expecting that flank to come on in. They used the lockdown on either side, but it's really NAOS have more to play with right now with the lockdown, with the Nightfall.
No, you're right though, and it also allows Witz there, rather, because of Witz's actions, players like Mojer made it in time to make that lurk count, that he was able to play off Papichulo's own Paranoia. It was a free kill that gave even more angles there for NAOS to work with, and that's exactly what NAOS needs to do. If Zol wants everything, NAOS has to deny them from everything.
Yeah, that's a good, really, a coordination that they threw on there off the Paranoia. But Zol right now, difficult spot. They lose this, another eco to come on out. Josh still has the op.
Well, Haunt at least staves off Ja for now. Still, Zol, we can see for them, not able to get that big commit anymore.
Revealing area.
Try to psych out NAOS as much as possible. Ja repositions towards that A site, but stable anchors like Mojer and Cinder Carl are in position towards his B hold anyway.
Well, they're going for that B site, right? Look at how far forward, though, this utility is placed. He was able to somehow get himself through all that utility, and he's made himself to market.
And because of that Nightfall, that's big intel here, rather, for the side of NAOS. From that point on, Mojer and Witz with the takedown that they need. And they called it. They saw it. They were able to scan it out, and, well, that's the rest for NAOS now. 7-3.
Yeah, the push was coming on in there. Could have been a bit of a guys under their noses, but alarm bots, nano swarms, and especially that Fade ulti here off the Nightfall from Senior Carl helped gain them the lead there, the advantage in the round. Information especially is keeping them decayed.
Look at Senior Carl's scoreline. That screams to me, my job is done.
1-6-13.
Like, he throws the Nightfall and he's like, you guys got this. I'm going home. We're going to go in the next round. And
A bit more of a point guard right now.
exactly, and you always want to have that support structure, and that's what NAOS is doing right now to outclass Zol. The fact that we have seen many times, courtesy of Senior Carl, courtesy of Papi Chulo, and even Wits, that there are free kills along the way from them has really set the tone of this game. As Ja tries to fight, this is an eco round here for the side of Zol. Hydra's the only one fighting back. Papi Chulo is on side.
Yeah, it's good help here coming from Papi Chulo. He can TP out of the seeds if it did catch him. I'm not too sure that connected at the final second, but they have a good hold on the situation. Rifle still retrieved from Patman. We've seen these eco rounds go awry, so they have to be careful.
Not this time around. Wits
down
decides
A.
to pick up
Yeah.
what Ja has left off.
Let's
Might
not forget, he used to play the up
Yeah,
too.
exactly right. He used to be that chamber player from that little team called Team Secret.
I'll do you one better. There was a time where the two best operators in the Philippines before Valorant was Wits and
enemy
John.
remaining.
Yeah, and they're now on the same team.
Yep.
If only you could play chamber for both of them, and
Yep.
it was still relevant. But
Yep.
this time around, Zol trying to make themselves a bit more relevant in the round with 2766 picking up the rifle at the very least. But now it's just
30
stamped them out
seconds
so
left.
quickly, and I think by this point on, we gotta talk about what NAOS is doing towards Zol. Outclassing with utility and positions initially, enough for NAOS to take another round.
Well, we're seeing here that unlike like what we were seeing even a while ago in some of the earlier rounds in Fracture, they wouldn't give the early fight necessarily that Zol really wants. They play on back, they anchor down the site, and instead, if it's too heavy, they bail out and play the retake. That's been much more effective for them.
I think really for NAOS also, they've realized that it's dangerous to go alone. Also, it's dangerous to fight Zol on equal territory. And truth be told, they found so many angles that they could just use that utility to give them those freebies. Last chance for Zol though on the assault. They want to go for that B main push, and the Blades are what will begin the action.
Well, that action is certainly going to turn on its head. You can see Mojo already ready for the updraft because they know the Blades are out. Right idea?
Oh!
It's the execution that doesn't connect.
Yeah, he was prepared, but Hydra Kid even sharper with precision. Hunter's Fury now, heard from Wits. Senior Carl tagged on down, taking on down. Papi Chulo's there to reinforce, and it will be Papi Chulo with a last surprise towards Zol. A 3K there. The wallback's enough to get that takedown courtesy of Batman, but it's 1v1 yet again. Wits versus Stind, and when you face off against Wits, you're at your wits' end. Another one for NAOS.
9-3, and the most decisive half we have seen so far all series long. Is this NAOS finally making it happen? This map, Veto, it does favor Zol in the earlier half, but as you get further on, as you move to Ascent, one of the best maps for NAOS, it turns an ugly head and rears.
Yeah, actually, you look at this map selection, right? And it was a pivot point moving into Fracture. This is where NAOS can shine even better, and with a scoreline like this, it has just been convincing from NAOS. This is the level of play we expected from them. Such an important round right now for Zol. They get this pistol, it gives them a chance.
Well, it's going to be very crucial in the moment. Execution here towards the A side immediately. Coming in from NAOS, Ja gets an opening kill on Naru.
Yeah, that's why you put him in the front line and face forward. Stand attention. Salute for Private Ja. Ready to go for more combat. Here comes Papi Chulo with the plant as Patman tries to play on the high ground. But Ja, does he want to continue his rampage? Already gotten 2 kills along the way. Low HP towards Hydra as well. And Zol's just staved off for now. Sind at least putting his pressure and presence towards doorway. Denied by Papi Chulo. 2 on the rafters right now. NAOS able to spot them out. And from this point on, eyes are on Ja. Eyes are on Mocher. And the rest of the roster just keeping Zol at bay.
Well, 5v1, and that's it. You're done. 10-3, and NAOS finally looking like the Titans that we've come accustomed for them to be. The way that they're able to entry open this site, information on the hard hit, both the recon and that haunt, is more than enough to help Ja get his.
This is what NAOS truly is. This is the champion that has been promised. And they're 3 rounds away to face off the contender yet again that has pained them all throughout the year. Can Zol pull it off though. Can Zol go for the comeback? It's an eco round right now, but maybe in this one, maybe in the next, that's when we get the chance for Zol Esports.
Well, we look at here at how Zol have already impressed us so far, but while they have certainly turned many a fan as of today and as of their recent performances, even this is a tall ask. Let's see how this eco goes. They've been really good at converting these type of rounds when it matters the most, and this could be one of them.
Truth be told, I'm watching out for Patman or Hydra to figure out, hit these shots, especially now. It will be the Owl drone to try and scout out places towards the site, especially generating the house, but ask and I shall receive. Patman with the takedown onto Jaw. Some good positions here for Zol to slow down or even stop the NAOS approach.
And that drops the only Phantom in their hand. I would have liked for maybe someone like, for the Spectre to be in Jaw's hand since he's the first one forward and the Phantom to be a bit further back as it typically should be, but Hydra Kid retrieves that for the meantime, allows him
30
a bit of a better
left.
position to fight. They're going to re-hit the A site.
NAOS looking to take a page out of the Zol playbook, and Zol's ready for it! Hydra now! The myth of Hydra stays on and slays on. 2766 doing the same, and Zol steal it away from NAOS.
If even Hercules struggled, who wouldn't? In the gods that they are. Now so far, what a shot. He didn't even have a great sightline on that. He still connected on the head. And when they play into the hands of what Zol want them to, then they're cannon fodder.
That kill though from Patman was crucial. Gave them a rifle to utilize. Hydra Kid happy to unleash the power of the gods towards NAOS, and well, what is up with these anti-eco rounds?
I don't know. I mean, the way that they've actually been doing it, they just play off each other so well, making sure there isn't a single solo man to have to take a dedicated fight, and playing off of the aggro of each player.
Yeah, Naru here though, in position now to at least play a bit aggressive at 2766. The scan confirms presence towards main. This will now allow NAOS to retreat instead. They're trying to sell off a bit of that rotation. B side looking to be the hit with a triple stack towards main. And then maybe, just maybe, Batman's the one who does catch them in the cross. Shots to ring, courtesy of Wits. Jaw getting in position with the rest of the roster, and well, this is NAOS now just slow playing still.
Yeah, they're trying to find these opportunities. Maybe Papi Chulo can catch Patman off guard, but he's clearing him. He's checking the corner. Should win that fight by all means. And Zin, he has good timing on this too.
He let them in, and now he's ready to pick them apart one by one, using the staircase to get back into cover. Send your Carl looking for the plant, sure, but this will just be Zol lighting things up and taking them apart piece by piece.
Well, it was an eco round here for NAOS, but they are on that less favorite side of Ascent. We've seen crazier comebacks, Dax, so this is definitely not out of the question just yet here for Zol.
Last player standing.
Remember when we saw the lower bracket finals last time? Remember the scoreline on Ascent?
No.
Between Oasis and Game Lab Alpha at the end of the first half?
No.
It was
Remind
9-3.
Oh.
What's the scoreline at the end of that first half?
This one?
Yeah.
9-3.
Well, what is this stage right now? The lower bracket
The
finals.
lower bracket finals.
Huh.
Not check in. Let's not forget that wasn't the only 9-3 comeback of that series.
Exactly. So, I don't know if things are scripted or not, but, well, NAOS, they need to write their own destiny if they want to make this rifle round count.
Ain't exactly fate if he can change it, right? So, Zol, they're the ones here on the defense who actually they've been pulled apart. The defense, it kind of got a bit loose there as they thought the rotate would come on in. Instead, they get the trade equally for either side.
And Naruto spotted, and here comes Mojer. Hydra Kid looking to go for the cover fire, and Patman's there too. Cloudburst now to make it close. That was going to be a prowler to try and connect, but Cinder Carl takes it down too, and it leads now to a 2v3 scenario. So many close encounters of the NAOS kind, but Papi Chulo swings and hits. Soldo does wrap it up neatly at the very end, but such a critical venture from that short angle to move towards the site.
Yeah, they needed the kill there from Senior Carl. Just never came in time as the swing came from Papi Chulo instead. The haunt though, look at all this information spamming on through. Easy kill, one after the other. Nobody expecting that Han to make its way.
Yeah, Fatman has been ramping on up, and he was one of the biggest reasons why they succeeded versus MVP with the haunts like that. I do feel like, though, NAOS, they were a little bit baited by themselves. You saw that dash, right? Courtesy of Ja. He goes towards that doorway, expecting perhaps the paranoia to have connected, but since Zol was able to sidestep that, that's why all that chaos unfolded instead.
Get out of my way.
It's definitely a conundrum that NAOS have found themselves in this time. On Eco State, Blades on out. They have the A side, and you can expect Ja to get aggressive as he does.
Yeah, there you go. Quick take here from NAOS. They also still have Mojer on the lurk if ever.
Spike planted.
Hydra trying to check out these corners. He's going to get backstabbed right now. And well, looks like got him tag. Actually still standing. A 1-for-1 towards the site instead as we watch the duel towards mid. But here comes Ja to suddenly surprise Hydra and give him a sweet kiss goodnight. Here comes the push from 276. He gets two, but Mojer's in position and Papi Chulo's there at the ready. We talked about these two all throughout this series and they deliver yet again.
Well, they planted the seed early there with having Mojer lurk far away from that take to be a problem later on, and they definitely reap what they sowed. He kept the defense having to worry about his lurk there towards mid, and then Ja capitalized off of that. And who comes in big, comes in clutch when you need a reliable source of frags? Papi Chulo once more.
Chulo, indeed. And what else is new?
He has 18 here on the controller. Every single game this series so far, he's been at the very least top 3 frags. He's always been in the second aside from the last game.
Dude, this guy is just a machine. Gets the kills, gets the assists. He's the team player. He's the one who executes. You have it all with Papi Chulo. And honestly right now, these are the situations where Zol needs to take those breathers. It's way too convincing from NAOS when they get that stuff going.
Yeah. This is their final chance, Dax. They lose this, bad economic state, Ego coming to the next. They could maybe have 2 rifles forced on up, but it won't be the best case for Zol. They've improved, they've impressed, but now they have to be impervious.
Yeah, they have to. They have to weather the storm here, and well, for now, it's the 2 away from moving on to tomorrow. Zol needs to have one of their magical runs that they've done so before just to get back into the action. And as of right now, here the Blades go, courtesy of Hydra. Off screen, or rather, above our screens,
well,
the updrafts were enough to find that takedown onto Papi Chulo. Jado makes the trade work.
He says, I can do that too. I'm also a Jet. Oh, I think Hydra Kid has a good idea here, but the trade immediately from Senior Carl comes in and
yeah, they at least mitigate those losses and the jump shot from Senior Carl. It's Witsto who does get that takedown, and now here we go yet again in the chaos that ensues. It's Zol Esports who has the advantage. Senior Carl with the seize and the takedown brings him low and executes him on the spot. Back into cover towards Market. He's gonna get that spike going down.
He has a spike 1v1. Nightfall as well is ready here for Senior Carl. After the plant, he can pop that immediately and has a Prowler to chase. He should. Scan gets him on out, can dodge. Here comes that Nightfall.
Now the push comes though, and will catch him in the act. No escape for you, good sir. You left us, now we deny you of any kind of glory. Zol will steal this one.
Great clutch here coming in from Naru. Playing with that timing. Good trades out from NAOS, but in the end, it came down to the 1v1, the 50-50. He thought he got him in time, but the time ticked better in Zol's favor.
Yeah, we've seen that happen to NAOS all throughout this attacking side. They assume a little bit that it's enough for them to get away or get with the execute, but Zol punishes them accordingly and finds those moments. A single timeout for the recovery. It gets dicey, yes, but honestly, Zol wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, they have a good way for this one, though. Operator on out. They've got 4 ultimates as well. There comes that Nightfall we talked about for the defenses this time.
Yeah, Ja is struggling here, but he's still alive. Here we go again with the scan. Hydra gets that takedown, knows exactly where they are, and even more so, with it even scope on in. Hydra with another one, as the lockdown now will proc. And Zol Esports, they stop NAOS in the tracks.
This kid is incredible, man, I tell you. Difficult push. Hydra Kid for the third, can get a fourth. That he does! And Hydra Kid on pace for an ace.
This is just his show. We are watching, we are waiting, but Papi Chulo will change the channel. No! For you and oh my Papi! He's doing it again. He can pick up the spike there, Black and Blue.
Yes, he can. Gets it back. Can bail on out. Gathers information. He actually doesn't stay with it.
Oh! The mind games. The mind games.
Look at the fake. Batman thinks it's A. They think it's A main. He gets the spike down.
Sold it so well. And here he goes really onto B site. It's still a 1v2 though.
My goodness. Poppy Chulo. Let's not forget, this is his site. The B site here on Ascent. We've seen many a clutch come from.
Staying in boathouse, waiting to avoid things like the haunts. Naru still has some shock darts to work with, but Batman is leading this charge. Batman, oh, can he win out the duel? Yes, he does. Isolated, sure, but he will not be slain. Zol, they prevent the classic PCC, classic Poppy Chulo clutch, and they get this round here.
Oh yeah, there's an acronym for it now. It almost came to it, but Hydra was a real story there. So close, that could have been Endax, but Zol, hold on. That's so many times though. How many times this series have we seen, in a map that NAOS is very close to winning? Suddenly Zol stops it.
Yeah, even I had to take a little break.
Yeah.
I was like, is this it?
Yeah, timeout.
But, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we are your CONQuest right now. We've had some incredible assistance all throughout making this stage possible, and we'll give a quick little shout out to one of our newest sponsors so far, Pizza Hut. Agents can't wait to find out which of our players today are going to VCT Ascension in Thailand. You might get the chance to support them all the way in Bangkok thanks to an upcoming collaboration with Grab and Pizza Hut. Keep tuning in until the end to support your favorite team and check your Grab up in the coming days to find out how.
Whoa.
Didn't know that was coming, did you?
I didn't know that for sure.
Hey, where'd you hear from map 1? Hello?
My bad.
Hello?
Yes, we only brought it out to map 4 though, so where were you during map 2 and 3, huh?
Huh?
Where was your Pizza Hut spiel?
That was the perfect time.
Because we're in Ascent, it's in Italy, there's a pizza.
That too, but I was just like, we came from an almost Poppy Chulo clutch. I kind of want to wind down and
Pizza Chulo.
Pizza Chulo, sure.
Poppy Hut.
Let's see. I like the first one better. Let's see if NAOS can get another slice of the scoreline here, or will Zol keep on adding on to that pie? We go back to the action. Paranoia is there, but
Right here.
no one actually plays off it. Instead,
Naru! Oh my goodness.
we were waiting for it to come, and Naru is there to strike when the iron is hot. Hydra also with the takedown, and suddenly in the silence, the storm of Zol sizzles on in.
Well, it's a deep dish. The NAOS have found themselves in here, Dax. 2 of them picked off for free, practically. They're going to have to try and play the contact here. Oh, I think Naru might have actually spotted him in there.
Yeah.
Dash out from John, he's taking damage.
He knows exactly that he's in that Cloudburst vicinity, and now it's just auditioning to their own demise towards mid. That was just well done by Zol Esports.
Yeah, flawless as well. And a huge round here. They still have a bye though now coming into this. They have to be able to recover. At least the Hunter's Fury is burnt, but Wits and Mojo have their own. They can use this to combo. If they place their lockdown, they're towards that A main, which they seem to be moving towards, and then Hunter's Fury towards the CT outside of the zone, they could get some free kills off of it.
You mentioned it though. Now as they would need to work on it on that defensive side, because attacking is where they struggle. If I remember correctly, they've only gotten 2 rounds so far compared to the 6 Zol has in their clutches. And again, Hydra has come to collect the Blade Storms with the updraft. It's expected by NAOS, but it doesn't matter to Zol. Aldron's there, Jalo with the swing off it. The Prowler provides cover! A shield made to keep Batman alive! And this will call for the NAOS disengage.
Even Batman will need his Robin in this case. Keeps him alive. That should have been a kill for Ja. I can't believe that just happened. So they're sitting comfy right now. Now this is more of a mixed buy than anything, not the full commit.
Yeah, the state of the Prowler is solid AF. And, well, at least for now, this keeps Zol having that B site under their control, forces NAOS actually to reassess away to another engagement. And my biggest concern is they only have 2 rifles right now to work with. One is on Wits, who also has his Hunter's Fury. So the firepower from NAOS right now a little bit lackluster than expected.
Yeah, I mean, they'd rather have a bit more. And Ja goes down as well. He was low. That drops the rifle. They can pick it up and retrieve it, but Oh, aggressive
30
push here.
seconds left.
Whip scan at the last second. Dire timing. He still gets a kill, but only one.
He checks it back and gets that
enemy
takedown, but
remaining.
Zol is ready for the rest of them. Well done again by Zol. They were prepared, they were ready, and they stayed alive to do so.
My goodness. You can hear the chants of the Zol-sided crowd here on their side of the area of the venue. They're absolutely elated at the comeback. My goodness, Dax, 9-3. And now we're looking at the round apiece away from either match point or tying up the game.
Zol is still fighting. A worthy contender, truly. Zol Esports is never giving on up, bridging these gaps again and again. But now we face the fury of Hydra with the operator.
Is that pre-fire or?
Yeah. Why? Why are you so surprised?
Dude just tried to pre-fire top mid with enough.
Why not? Well, they'll hear it. They know
Yeah,
it's coming.
but then they know.
Now they know, and now they go for that lockdown towards
Now
the
they
side instead. Time for the paranoia plays to come on out. Hydra though covered by the smoke, dashes on over to the left-hand side. Ambitious, yes, and NAOS will look for the takedowns. Punish courtesy of NAOS. Will it happen though? It's only a 1-for-1 for now, but eventually Ja will find those targets of opportunity. This is what NAOS does with even a bit of it. And Naru don't care about that. They fight to win, and it leads now to 1v1 yet again. Senior Carl facing off against familiar faces all around these places. The Prowler at the ready. Broken Doe, and it's in now, holding close. And out. Soul just wins those.
I cannot believe what I just saw. 4v2 once more, Dak. And Dak is kicking and screaming. That should have been it. That should have been match point. How do they confirm that?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I cannot.
I've had enough of Ascent going this close today.
Map 5?
I'm fine with that. I'm just a little traumatized by the Ascent itself. Anyway, though, Zol, they just get it done. In these scenarios, right, you see them in bad predicaments, they still find the firepower anyway, they still find the angles, and if one falls, there are two to stand behind them.
That's gotta be a shaker to the confidence here, Senior Carl, man. Like, he has been not having the best game, and then the clutch there in the end, not connecting. You have to be able to shake those off. It's difficult, though, easier said than done. Hydrakid on 24 here in the game. And Zin, we talked about looking out about this man before this specific map started. And oh my, it gives us a reason why.
Right, we talked about a while ago. The longer the series goes, perhaps the better chance NAOS has to win things out.
Yeah,
but Zol has made them work for it. While Bind was a better NAOS map, it was still 13-9. And then you look at Fracture, it was 13-11, right? These games versus Zol are always as close as can be.
So difficult right now for NAOS to kind of find their footing. I mean, you look at their attack and defend win rate, and funnily enough, Dax, their attack has been what has been higher statistically, like historically, but as of recent, that hasn't been the best case. Although, caveat, that's also because they've been typically starting on the attacking side.
No, and also I'd say because they've been swapping composition so much.
Yeah.
That you can't really take a big sample size of NAOS because you don't know which configuration they're gonna work, and I feel like even they don't know what works on Ascent. They just like, oh, we won, cool. Let's go again with something a little bit different. 2766 though, trying to die a little bit of intel. Teleports back in position, and it's Naru with the takedown. Poppy and Mojer on the board though. Chaos tries yet again towards that A side, but NAOS this time around keeping tabs in check, keeping safe, and get the side going.
Another 2v4 though with Zin and Patman.
Oh no!
For the clutch. Coming in from Heaven. Let's see how they play this. Tree is there. It's Heaven as well.
Yeah, Patman, he can come from the doorway. We're watching towards Zin though. He's the one on the high ground. And now the smoke into play to make it difficult for Batman to cross. Haunt destroyed quickly. Wit stacked on down in response. And here we go. Wits holding close, wins it out. Zin tried to make magic happen one more time. But the reality checks in. And it's NAOS on series point.
Another final round of regulation here, Dax. Just to claim who takes this map and the series. We are at tournament life point for Zol Esports.
This is truly a life well lived by Zol. But will their heartbeat keep on going to bring them to overtime? It's a familiar scoreline though for NAOS. Can they get the job done this time around yet again? They have 4 ultimates to work with. Everything they might want to bring out, they should do so now.
Well, what a success story it would be if Zol are able to bring this in overtime from that 9-3 half. Scan gets a kill. Yes, they do off the spam.
He doesn't hear it coming, but he sees it with his plain eyes. Zol with that first takedown now. They're trying to catch out Mojer, but Mojer, his lurk timing yet again impeccable. Avoiding the opposition. Papi Chulo now realizes there's opposition towards main. Here comes the Hunter's Fury as well. Now still staying towards the side with 2. Senor Carl back in that help position. And it's Mojer now striking yet again. Timing, Wits is there. And now do stand. Another 4v2. Another familiar sight on the same scenario. Is caught. Papi takes him down. And for NAOS now, you can spread your wings and fly to the grand finals. A 3-1 score to take down Zol. Worthy adversaries all throughout those final 2 maps especially. But NAOS is a titan and a champion for good reason.
Well, it's a matchup that was destined, Dax. The one everybody's been looking for. The journey just a bit different on how they made it. But NAOS will be moving over to the grand finals to face their bitter rivals once more to end the year off versus Oasis.
Oh man, but I'm so happy for NAOS that they won.
Yes, but the story
here.
Dude,
Zol, they were so close.
How they fought back throughout this series. I have to give my hands up to them.
Yeah, I think right now what we see from the PH scene especially is there are so many of these teams that have that incredible potential.
Yeah.
But maybe it's not their time as of yet. And you know the words of this squad, right? Now's the time. And that's what they're going to be trying to prove on the grand finals tomorrow. They did it last split anyway. Can they do it versus their bitter rivals? Oasis Gaming one more time in the El Clasico of the Philippine scene by this point.
You know, Dax, coming into this year, I think it was a big limbo of we were thinking, where exactly does the PH scene stand? We know who currently would be at the top. It's going to be Oasis and NAOS, but you're also kind of worried, you know, future-wise, where is that talent? We saw that from Game Lab last split, and I think with the performances from a team like Zol, we are in very good hands looking at the future of things. They are incredible in how they play, and I hope to see more of this roster.
I think Zol is one roster swap away from being great.
Yeah.
I love the addition of Hydra, and honestly, I love 2766, but
I love
Zint. I love Zint. No, but this is it. You still forget,
Yeah.
2766 was their coach.
Yeah, dude.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If they find one more missing piece, he can go back to that leadership role, and maybe they find an in-game leader as well to help them out. Those are the steps for Zol to become as great as can be.
Let's not forget, they swapped him in, like, what, 2 games into the season?
Yeah.
Right? They had different configuration, and NAOS boys right now moving on over to the desk there, to the tables of Zol, because they deserve all the praise. Incredible.
Yeah,
I have not been surprised by a team this much in the past years of VCT.
They took that initiative, and NAOS, such a worthy grand finalist as well. We can harken about Zol all we want. They do drop on down out of the tournament, and big props to them for their efforts so far. But this has been NAOS' show ever since the start of the year. The mix of the youth as well as the veterans, the potential of players like Mojer, and of course, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, always on time, always at the ready, Papi Chulo. We talked about those two again and again. They delivered especially.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire series, every single, all 4 maps, Papi Chulo absolutely delivering. And if we were giving out series MVPs, he would be my pick of this series. Absolutely just such an exemplary talent that delivered every single time.
Yeah, and I do feel like for NAOS right now, it's been an interesting road all throughout the playoffs, dropping to the lower bracket, doing a bit of experimentation as well, and I wonder right now how they're going to prepare versus Oasis with some of the new things they have brought on board. We get why Haven went through. They need to deal with that tomorrow against Oasis. That is a one. As soon as Oasis gets through the bans, Haven,
Immediately.
not one.
Immediately. That should be the opening pick here if you are Oasis, looking at how it's been such a great map for them. And on the reverse sweep, there has to be something by now to kind of review, looking up on tonight if they want to make that grand finals appearance. Let's not forget, winner tomorrow flies to Bangkok for Ascension.
There you go. To represent and to even be one more PH rep in the Pacific scene. But that's going to be it, us from the casting side. We throw it over to their panel who'll be, well, hosting, breaking it down, and enjoying the time.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters at
Thank you very
syempre,
much.
nandito na nga tayo. Nalaman na natin kung sino nga ba ang nagwagi between Zol and NAOS dito. Bessie.
Yes, tama ka dyan, partner. Pero yun nga, a big shoutouts again dito sa mga nanonood ngayon. Kami nga pala ang the host. Of course, my name is Phil. Alongside me, Sarah right here. And of course, Mika Fabs. And before tayo mag-move forward sa mga susunod pa nating mga events, syempre, activities, palakpakan naman natin, ladies and gentlemen, NAOS Esports and of course, Zol Esports.
Very true. Nakakatakot actually yung Zol Esports. Imagine that. They were able to bring the match so close. So let's give them a round of applause. Well fought
There we
talaga
go.
na series. They really brought the fight to NAOS Esports.
Sobrang solid.
Lalo na si Netflix, malapit na.
Netflix
Yung
and
inahin
Zoom.
next time, mawawala na pagdating dito sa
Yeah.
tarpaulin natin. But again, congratulations pa rin sa NAOS dahil isa na namang game ang natapos nila dito. And
That's true.
tomorrow, guys, nako, yun yung magiging exciting part natin.
Yes, tama ka. Tomorrow, Mika and Taylor, it's gonna be the grand finals of VCTPH Split 2. It's gonna be NAOS Esports versus Oasis Gaming, the rematch.
Grabe, no? At kung napapansin nyo muna, guys, gusto na sabihin na natin,
Sino ang gusto ng VCT
Imbatan
hoodie?
natin to, di ba?
Madami.
Taas ang kamay!
Uli, mahina.
Mahina eh.
Ayun.
Sino ang gusto ng VCT hoodie?
Okay
Marami.
guys, PM nyo lang si Vil. Joke lang.
Like mo na yung page ko.
Like nyo muna yung page niya, sandyan nyo siya. Eto. Ay, by the way, ito na nga, para manalo sila ng VCT hoodie natin, papamigay natin to bukas.
Bukas?
No?
Yes,
Bukas. At ang ano kailangan nilang gawin para dito, Mika?
Kailangan nila mag-selfie right now watching VCTPH live. And
Sabay-sabay
syempre,
natin
use
gawin
na-
yan.
Uy, dito? Di ba?
Okay, sabay-sabay natin gawin yan.
Ito na.
Picture tayo
Oh,
habang
1,
nanonood.
2, 3.
Diba? Nakipicture, no? Pero basically, kailangan nilang mag-selfie nga. At syempre, na nandito kayo, nanonood nga kayo ng VCTPH at ipopost sa ating mga social media. Syempre, make sure na naka-public para makita natin. Gagamitin nyo lang ang hashtag natin, which is VCTXGrabOnly. Tama po ba? VCT
X Grab Only.
Unlimited.
Grab Unlimited.
Ito yung likod.
Patingin nga, Bes.
Pamodel na nga.
Yan. Yan.
Wait lang.
Yung
wait lang.
likod.
Ito yung
VCT.
likod.
Here we go.
VCT
Yung-
25.
Pagkatapos ito,
Yung harap.
meron kang 5,000.
Ay,
wala
kasama.
ba?
Wala yan. Hindi
Sorry,
yun kasama.
meron.
Yung harap, pakita mo.
Ito naman ang harap. Uy, wow.
Ay, grabe. Yun. Anong nakasulat? Victory favors the
Will be
relentless. Yan ang nakasulat
Yan.
sa ating mga VCT hoodie.
Meron
Pwede-
pa.
Meron pa?
Ha?
XL.
Ay, hindi. Hindi kasama
Hindi
yun.
ba kasama yun?
Hindi,
Ano
pero
ba
sin-
yung ibig sabihin ng XL sa VCT?
Ano?
Hindi ko alam.
Hindi ko alam.
Ano yan?
Pero syempre, Mika and Taylor, hindi nga nasabi na natin yung mga giveaways na nga na mangyayari. Pero I think, Mika, meron ata silang papanoorin today.
That is right. Napakaganda ng series natin, di ba? Let's check out the highlights right now kasi very memorable talaga ito, di ba? Yung parang what we were saying, Zol Esports really brought the fight to NAOS Esports. At nakikita din natin yung mga players talaga na nag-pop off, di ba? Si Zin,
true.
yung sa Fracture, di ba?
Totoo.
Yung Cypher niya, kina-cosplay si Jet, mag-entry.
Oo nga. Eh, saan ka nakakita ng Sentinel na umi-entry?
Ito gusto ko lang sabihin Pero syempre, andito yung mga idol natin from Team Secret.
Totoo.
Of course.
Oo nga.
Andito si Dubstep, andito si Borkum. Kanina nakita ko si Jesse Vash pero nawala na ata. Hindi ko alam kung nasa na. Pero
Nandito rin si
shoutouts
Envy,
nga
tsaka
pala
si
sa kanila.
Jeremy.
Ito, si Jeremy, si Envy, kompletong-kompleto sila. Pero tinanong ko si Dubstep kanina.
Oh.
Kung bakit talaga medyo nahihirapan lang din talaga yung NAOS Esports doon nga sa zone, doon sa Haven.
Oo,
alam mo, sabi ni Dubstep.
Ano sabi ni Dubstep? Bakit daw hirap ang NAOS sa first game?
Ito yung sabi ni Dubstep talaga, men, rektang-rekta. Kasi, alam naman natin, Haven, mapa ng Pinoy. So, ibig sabihin, talaga hindi mo alam kung anong mangyayari dyan kasi lahat malakas na yan. Parang narinig ko ang sarili ko
Ganun
sa'yo,
ba?
Mr. Dubstep.
Yun ba? Yun ba yung sinabi mo?
Legit yun, yun yun.
Oo.
Legit yun, Mika. Kala mo nag-joke kami? Man, kanina nga may nagpapapicture, tinakbo namin yung cellphone.
Oo nga. Ano ka ba?
iPhone yun eh. Nakita ko 3 camera. Yung akin 2 lang. So,
Ang laki pa nung
ang
camera,
laki
diba?
pa. So,
Ibang
tinakbo ko
klase.
na.
Of course.
Pero yun na nga, no? Natapos ang lahat, syempre. But again, congratulations ulit sa NAOS Esports nga. At alam nyo na, yung giveaway natin, sumali kayo dito,
Yeah.
guys. Bukas, mamimigay tayo talaga ng mga hoodies natin
Syempre.
dito.
That is right. Once again, selfie watching VCTPH live. And syempre, make sure your post is public and yung hashtag VCTXGrab Unlimited.
Yung,
Pero, isa na totoo lang, if ever chinek mo yung mga scores natin, hindi mo masasabing, never mo masasabing one-sided. Kasi laging sobrang dikit. Dito nga sa last game, di ba, I really thought it's gonna be a game number 5. Konti na lang. To the fact na, pagkalaban mo ang Zol Esports, this is a fight of endurance. Talagang literal na pangmatagalan ang Zol Esports talaga.
totoo yan. And even on the online broadcast na meron din naman tayo dito, ganun din yung nagiging scenario natin.
Yeah.
So, big kudos pa rin, of course, to Zol Esports pagdating nga dito sa series natin. And I think it's finally time na ibigay yung highlights pagdating doon sa winning team naman, Mika.
That is absolutely right. So let's bring up NAOS Esports right now. Meron tayong representative, I believe, for a quick
Lahat sila.
interview. Lahat pala! O,
Sabi,
sige.
lahat sila? Isa
Lahat
lang.
ba?
Isa lang.
Lahat.
Sige, lahat na.
Sige, lahat.
Kasi
so,
ito
habang
eh,
interview ito.
bakit isa lang? Pwede
Oo.
namang lahat. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for NAOS Esports!
Esports.
There we go. Siyempre, magsisimula muna kay Mojer, si Papi Chulo, we have Ja, Senior Carl, Tito Amix,
Dito-
Wits, and of course, El.
Ayan. Ito na nga. Siyempre, it was a very difficult match-up that we had from Zol Esports. Nagkaroon ng ambahan. Alam mo, bes, kaka-atras nila. Makakarating sila sa Conrad.
Oo nga, usog tayo dito ng
Usog-
konti. Usog tayo dito ng
Usog
konti.
kayo para.
Naka-fly,
Ayan.
naka-V naman. V for Valorant.
Ayan.
diba?
Unang tanong, Ja,
Uga.
gaano ka kalapit dito sa iyong monitor? Ilang inches lang yung layo mo sa monitor? Actually, centimeters.
Di ko alam eh.
Alam mo, Bes, yung tipong pag nag-pout si Ja, makikiss na niya.
Tama!
Ganun kalapit, men.
Yung tipong yung flash, literal ng sky, nararamdaman niya sa
Oo nga,
mukha niya.
pag nag-flash siya, gumaganon siya.
Gumaganon siya, man.
Asa ba si Breach? Nakita ko si Alden Breachards eh, kanina eh.
Nawala na
Nasaan
si
ba
Nawala
siya?
si Alden Breachards
Ayun siya,
dito.
dito siya.
Ayun si Breach, oh.
You
Oo.
want flash.
Ayun,
Ayun ba
oh.
yung signage niya? You want flash.
You want flash, mamaya, pa-flash kita.
Oy!
Pero ito,
Ay.
Tama naman, pag naglaro sila ng Valorant,
oh, flash.
sabihin mo, mali, mali, nasa
Anong-
tama.
Bes,
Oh.
anong sinasabi ni Sky?
Blinding!
Exactly.
O, diba? Ganun lang ka-basic.
Anong sinasabi ni Keo? Flashing. Yung ulti,
Fueng!
O, tama
Ganun
naman,
lang
di ba?
yun, guys! Pero ito na nga, Mika, any questions? Tawa ka
Ayun
ng
na
tawa,
eh.
ha?
Parang ako tawa na ng tawa, di ba? So,
Gcash
parang
nyo
wala
kami.
sample voice line ng blinding dyan, di ba? Hindi,
sige.
mas legit kasi pag si Taylor yung gumawa. Pero ito naman, Amex, di ba, nagsimula yung series na to at nakipag 1v1 ka on the side with Netflix and Zol. Pero ano ba talaga yung message mo for Zol, especially since they gave such a good series sa inyo?
Good game sa sa Zol. Well played by them. Nahirapan din kami sa sa game na yun. Pero yun nga, yun naman sabi ko. Good game sa kanila. Yun.
Grabe, no? Parang malungkot si Amix.
Kanina, ang dami-dami pinagsasabi dito, di ba?
Oo, umaamba.
Oo, pero ito, ang sabi ni Wits kanina, yung 8-8 niya,
Pag nanalo,
pag nag-grand finals,
di ba narinig nyo? Narinig nyo, di ba? Oo, di
Wits,
ba?
ano, sige, may sabihin ka ba?
Pag nag-champion,
Pag nag-champion,
pag
pero meron pa
nag-champion!
tayong sneak peek, kahit 2 pumps lang.
Posing lang.
Kahit 2 pumps lang, men.
Ganun lang.
Dalawa lang, oh.
Wait, teaser lang, kumbaga.
Teaser lang. Teaser lang,
Sige,
baka
sir.
naman.
Wits!
Ano ba yung makikita namin?
Oh!
Asan si In?
Hinahanap eh.
Kanina nakaupo lang dito, ah.
Ayun na nga, no. But aside from that, syempre, going and moving forward nga dito, bukas yung magiging grand finals nyo, sino ba nagsabi sa akin na makakatapat? Gusto nyo? Ikaw, Mojer yun, di ba? Gusto nyo makatapat ulit yung Oasis Gaming pagdating doon sa grand finals natin. And may certain preparations ba kayong ihahanda para sa grand finals bukas? O talagang yung kung ano yung pinractice nyo, yun na lang din, comfortable picks and everything else, sinare yung strat no? Sorry,
Ikaw pala yung coach
Ako pala yung coach no? Pero yun nga, may preparations pa kayo for tomorrow or kung ano mangyari, yun.
Marami pa kami tinatagong strats.
Tignan
nyo na lang bukas.
Marami kaming tinatago. Tignan nyo na lang bukas. Mojer 2023.
La, baka may giveaway din yan ng VCT hoodie.
Pero
Bukas
Tita
din
Mika,
yan.
last na. Kasi ang medyo tahimik dito, si Mr. Papi Chulo.
Eto kasi si Papi Chulo, tahimik lang siya
Si Mr. Papi Chulo, minsan lang natin nakakausap.
Totoo.
So ikaw, tatanungin kita.
Dito ka muna, Papi.
Shoutout ka muna kayo. Ikaw. Okay. Nanonood ang Oasis Gaming dyan sa camera. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila?
Ready na ba kayo?
Wow!
Ready na ba kayo? Ito ba? Dewi, kita. Kuya, pa-zoom ha.
Pa-zoom.
Ito.
Kasi
sa kanya, wag sa akin ha.
Kinabahan kasi, ay hindi kinabahan yung Oasis kinilig sila.
Oo.
Medyo kinilig Yung medyo kakabahan sila
Ayan,
dito, Papi Chulo.
Naka-zoom na sa'yo.
Naka-zoom na sa'yo.
Tumingin ka sa camera.
Ito
Ayan,
yung
kay
camera.
Kuya.
Nanonood
Ayan,
sila ngayon, tandaan mo yan.
Nanonood sila ngayon. Oasis Gaming. Ito na.
Ready na ba kayo?
Ganun pa rin talaga. Ready na! Yun ang
Ready
sagot
na.
nila, man.
Di ba? Parang napaka-inviting, di ba?
Kasi ready na ba kayo? Pasok! Ganun lang.
Pero eto, gusto ko din malaman kasi syempre, lahat ng supporters ng NAOS nandito. Napakaingay nga ng mga cheers nila kanina, hindi ba? Ano ba yung message nyo para sa kanila?
Sa mga lahat na nagsusupport, sobrang thank you. Nanood kayo nung una map pa lang. Sobra, thank you. Nagpapa-energy sa amin yun sa team. At di pa kami tapos, may grand finals pa, may papakita pa kami sa inyo lahat.
There we go! Coming from the man himself, Amix, head coach. Alam niyo ba, si Amix dati, ang tawag dyan, child prodigy.
Wow!
2013, nag-cast kami ng ibang...
Nagkwentuhan Alam nyo guys, child prodigy yan siya.
pero yun nga,
Ang panahon.
at saka, sobrang saya ko kasi nga at least, diba?
Paano yung saya,
sama-sama
Bes?
At least sama-sama pa rin sila ngayon. Titos of Manila, nalalaban talaga bukas sa Grand Finals.
Ayan, maraming salamat again. Palakpakan natin NAOS Esports ang makakapasok sa Grand Finals. Pwede na kayong bumaba, syempre. At grabe, yung pinakita nila dito, Mika, Vil, nakakabilib din, especially in a pressure setup like this, na may mga nanonood na tao.
Tsaka yung mga ito yung day ng CONQuest ata na may pinakamaraming tao na nanonood dito sa VCTPH, di ba? Tapos bukas, Grand Finals na Oasis Gaming and NAOS Esports, di ba? Ito El Clasico ng VCTPH dito na sa First Land.
This could be really exciting. The first of many na VCTPH LAN na mangyayari here in our country. Tulad nga na sinabi natin kanina, thousands na teams ang sumali. We're now down to 2, but there can only be 1. Sino ang matitira bukas? Sino ang pupunta sa Thailand?
Face-off pala ang ganapan dito, no? Pero actually, bago natin i-close, gusto ko mag-selfie kasama kayo. Pwede ba yon?
Pwede ba yun?
Pwede ba yun?
Okay lang ba mag-selfie with you guys sa lahat ng tao dyan?
Guys, kasi kahapon lang natutunan ni Vil yung 0.5 Gen
Tumigil ka.
5 selfie.
Hindi ko na nga sinabi, pinagkakalat mo pa.
Sorry. Pero okay lang ba? Smile tayo dito sa camera at mag-selfie tayo sa aking cellphone. Sana kasya tayong lahat.
Oo nga, hindi.
Dito na lang tayo.
Best friend naka 0.5 yan, kasya
Kasya
yan.
tayo. Dito tayo sa baba.
Gitna na lang.
Dito tayo.
Pwede din.
Dito. Kakasya tayo dito. Ay,
Lahat
ayan,
ng tao
ayan.
dito, pwede mo tayo mag-compress.
Ayan.
Maraming salamat.
Pang Gen Z, yung ating selfie ngayong araw na ito, guys. Smile lang kayo. 1, 2, 3. Yan. One more. 1, 2. One more. 1, 2. Jump shot. Okay, next. Let's go.
Success ba? Success?
Ay, sorry. Hindi pala
Success ba?
akin. Successful.
Success yan.
Ipapost ko. Tatag ko kayong lahat.
Siyempre, this event would not be possible without all of our sponsors. Maraming salamat sa Mineski PH at syempre sa Riot Games for making this all possible.
Totoo. And aside from that, of course, we want to thank Grab Unlimited. Alam nyo na, kapag kailangan nyo ng food delivery, i-Grab Unli nyo na yan. First month nyo, libreng-libre lang.
Hindi lang yan, syempre, nandito rin kanina pa ako, hindi kahapon pa. Big shoutouts nga pala sa Games and Amusements Board.
Hello po sa inyo.
Hello po. And guys, by the way, please do pay attention kasi kung gusto mo sumama sa ating Grand Champion dito na pumunta sa Bangkok, Thailand for VCT Ascension, you could win a chance for that very trip. Courtesy of Pizza Hut and Grad Unlimited, diba? Tune in lang kasi in the next few days, may lalabas sa Grab app nyo. Abangan.
So, ibig sabihin, yung mga viewers dito ngayon, meron silang chance ang lumipad sa Thailand?
Tama.
Exactly.
Wow!
Nakasama ang ating champion sa VCTPH.
Wow, seventh man!
7 man. Tapos,
Seventh man.
ipapalaro sila.
Grabe!
Pero grabe yung grab only, no? Dati dinala tayo sa Korea, sa Pan Seoul. Ngayon, dadali naman tayo sa Bangkok, Thailand. Ayun na nga, no? Maraming salamat muli. And syempre, Best, any last words before we close off the show?
Maraming salamat sa mga nanonood ngayon, sa lahat na pumunta dito sa ating event, sa lahat na nakisama, nakisigaw, nakasaya. Huwag kayong mag-alala dahil meron pa bukas. Same time, same place. Kita-kits.